Chapter 2862. Are you threatening me? Ji Fan's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
As the Ahut of the blissful sect, he had never been threatened in such a manner before.
You can think of it that way,
Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As the Arhat of the blissful sect and a candidate to be the next sect leader, you should think about the blissful sect.
Otherwise, not only will you lose your life, but you'll also implicate the blissful sect.
A hint of coldness flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence.
Moreover, he exuded confidence as well. It was as though he had the backing of a powerful clan in the central area, the Crimson Firmament Duan clan.
Humph.
Ji Fan's expression changed drastically as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. At this moment, Lian looked at Duan Lingtian coldly before he said in a deep voice, "Master Duan, based on your words, not only are you going to deal with Fan but you're going to deal with the blissful sect as well? Since the blissful sect appointed him as the Arhat, it's only natural that they're prepared to be implicated by him." Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all when he saw Lian's cold expression. It was as though he was not afraid of Lian, a 9 palaces celestial duke. Lian stared at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was trying to detect a hint of guilt on Duan Lingtian's face.
So long as there was even the slightest trace of a guilty conscience on Duan Lingtian's face, he would immediately kill Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. However, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm.
It was as though he would be able to maintain his composure, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Moreover, he exuded a strong sense of confidence. Lian had no choice but to act cautiously. Although Duan Lingtian had never used anything to prove his identity, and he had never heard of the Crimson Sky Duan clan in the central area, it was entirely possible that Duan Lingtian was lying. Even so, before he could confirm that Duan Lingtian was lying, he did not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian was telling the truth, the blissful sect would be in deep trouble. Besides, the conflict between the blissful sect and the Duan Lingtian was not that serious, so it was not worth the risk. Humph! Lian coldly snorted again. He stared deeply at Duan Lingtian before turning his gaze to Ji Fan.
"Fan, let's go."
When Ji Fan heard this, he immediately left with Lian. The other members of the blissful sect followed suit. "Grandmaster, do you really believe his words?" Ji Fan couldn't help but ask as he followed behind Lian. "No, I don't." Lian shook his head. "I can't completely trust his words, but I can't not trust him either. Before we confirm his identity and background, there's no need for us to take the risk unless the conflict between us has reached a point of no return. As for his identity and background, I'll send a message back to the sect leader and ask him to send someone to investigate it. Even if I have to turn the entire wasteland upside down, I'll find out who he is. If he's really from the Crimson Sky Duan clan in the central area, I'll let it go. If he's not from the Crimson Sky Duan clan and has no background that the blissful sect is wary of, he'll die for sure. He'll die for sure." Lian emphasized these few words especially heavily, and it was mixed with ghastly killing intent. It was clear that he was enraged by Duan Lingtian's threat to Ji Fan. Ji Fan's eyes lit up when he heard Lian's words. "I hope you're not lying. Otherwise, you'll die when the blissful sect finds out who you are." Ji Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After the people from the blissful sect left, the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. None of them had expected this. They did not expect the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect to have such an extraordinary background. "Master Duan, I apologize for not knowing your identity earlier. Chai Kong Yu and Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, were much more courteous to Duan Lingtian. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old and a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial who could refine overarching heaven pills was definitely not someone an ordinary force could nurture. In fact, even the top 10 clans in the central area would have to rely on luck to nurture such a person. Master Duan, Senior Hishan, Sect Leader Jian, I see some familiar faces. I'll go greet them." Chai Kong Yu's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, Hishan,
the old ancestor of the martial dragon celestial sect, and Jian Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider celestial sect. He led the people from the martial dragon celestial sect away. When Chai Kong Yu greeted Duan Ling Tian, he placed Duan Ling Tian first. Clearly, he treated Duan Ling Tian as someone from a powerful clan in the central area. Sect leader, the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect are here. As soon as Chai Kong Yu left, a prominent celestial alchemist from the Thousand Spider celestial sect looked into the distance and said to Jian Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider celestial sect. Jian Luo followed his gaze and saw a group of people who had just entered the alchemy square. There were 10 people in the group, and all of them were women. The person in the lead was a beautiful woman. Behind her were 3 old women, 2 middle-aged women, 3 young women, and a young girl. The young girl was dressed in green. As soon as she entered the alchemy square, she began to look around. Brother Ling Tian. Isn't she the girl I met last time? Huan Er's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It's her. Duan Ling Tian saw the green-clad young girl as well. She was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She had gone to the Tai Yi celestial sect's residence to see if she was prettier than her senior sister. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Situ Ming, and Yang Chong recognized Liu Luo as well. It's this young lady again. Yang Chong smiled wryly. After a while, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the woman next to the green-clad young girl. At this moment, the woman was chatting with the green-clad young girl. She was not looking at Duan Ling Tian at all. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, was enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. She was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with a veil covering her face. If one removed the veil, one could not help but wonder how devastatingly beautiful she would be. It's her. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian recognized the woman. She was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had slept with in the past. Murong Bing's current appearance was exactly the same as when he had first met her. Meanwhile, the purple-clad young girl, Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was talking to the green-clad young girl, seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze. She turned her head slightly and looked at Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, both of them exchanged glances. Murong Bing's body trembled as though she had been electrocuted. She did not follow the group of people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Third senior sister? Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, noticed something was amiss with Murong Bing. She followed Murong Bing's gaze and saw Duan Ling Tian, who was looking at Murong Bing. I was wondering why third senior sister was distracted. As it turns out, it's because of this pretty boy. Humph! What an irresponsible pretty boy. In the past, Liu Luo did not know about the relationship between Murong Bing and Duan Ling Tian. Now that she knew about it, she suddenly felt that Duan Ling Tian was an unreliable man who was irresponsible to her third senior sister. At this moment, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was leading the group, noticed that Murong Bing and Liu Luo were not following them. She could not help but ask Bing, Liu Luo, why aren't you following? However, before the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect could finish her sentence, she was attracted by Murong Bing's gaze. This was the first time she had seen such a look in Murong Bing's eyes. She had seen such a look in Murong Bing's eyes before. Murong Bing's twin sister, who was Murong Bing's biological mother, was talking about the man Murong Bing loved. Under normal circumstances, her twin sister would only have such a look in her eyes when she thought about or saw the man. In the next moment, she followed Murong Bing's gaze and looked at Duan Ling Tian. It's him. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's expression changed drastically as soon as she saw Duan Ling Tian. She had never imagined that she would meet this young man, whom she had only seen in paintings here. He was also the man she had once sent the elders under her command to kill for tarnishing her niece's chastity. After the elder returned to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she had told the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect that the young man's name was Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian. I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar.
As it turns out, the person who sullied Bing Er's virginity is Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. At this moment, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect saw the people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect standing next to Duanling Tian.
Chapter 2863. This is bad.
When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect looked at Duanling Tian with killing intent, Zhou Shuqiu's expression changed drastically.
It was not difficult for her to figure out what was going on.
It was obvious the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had noticed something was amiss from the way her best friend, Murong Bing, looked at Duanling Tian. Moreover, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had most likely learned of Duanling Tian's name from the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect who had been sent to kill Duanling Tian. Perhaps before this, even if the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect knew the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect was also Duanling Tian, she would not have confused Duanling Tian with Duanling Tian.
After all, it was impossible for the two of them to be related.
However, with the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's intelligence, how could she not have figured out the truth from the way Murong Bing looked at Duanling Tian and the fact that he was standing next to the people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect?
Junior Aunt Nan Gong.
Zhou Shuqiu, who was afraid the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would kill Duanling Tian, quickly sent a voice transmission to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She knew very well that once the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect made a move, it would be useless even if Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, was by his side. After all, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. Although she was slightly weaker than Lian, the old ancestor of the Blissful sect, she was still much stronger than Shan. If she wanted to kill Duanling Tian, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Traveler sect would not be able to stop her.
Zhou Shuqiu's master and Murong Bing's master, Wang Danfeng, had a good relationship. They had traveled together in the past and called each other sisters. Therefore, she addressed Wang Danfeng as junior aunt. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was Wang Danfeng's senior sister. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was slightly distracted when she heard Zhou Shuqiu's voice transmission. The killing intent in his eyes also completely disappeared at this moment.
Shuqiu, you're here too. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect responded with a smile.
Junior Uncle Nan Gong. Do you know Master Duan from the Tai Yi Celestial sect is the man with Bing Zhou Shuqiu asked cautiously. You also know about Bing
The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect narrowed her eyes when she heard Zhou Shuqiu's words.
Not bad.
I don't care if he's from the Tai Yi Celestial sect or not. I'll kill him today. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect finished speaking, the killing intent in her eyes intensified. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was glaring at Duanling Tian with killing intent when Zhou Shuqiu sent a voice transmission to stop her. Junior Aunt Nan Gong, if you don't want to bring disaster to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, it's best that you don't touch him.
What do you mean?
Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect looked at Zhou Shuqiu suspiciously.
Shuqiu, are you trying to scare your junior uncle Nan Gong just to protect him?
Junior Uncle Nan Gong, I can lie to you, but my senior sister won't, right? Zhou Shuqiu smiled wryly and replied through voice transmission. You can verify my words with my senior sister or the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect.
Zhou Shuqiu's senior sister was Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect.
After Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, she told the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect everything that happened after the people from the Blissful sect arrived.
She also emphasized Duanling Tian's background.
Lian from the Blissful sect doesn't dare to touch him because he's afraid of breaking the vases? When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect looked at Duanling Tian again, The killing intent in her eyes had dissipated and was replaced by fear.
She knew who Lian was.
Unless Duanling Tian came from a powerful clan in the central area, there was no way Lian would hesitate to attack him.
How did he prove his identity?
The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked through voice transmission as she looked at Xueqi.
He didn't prove his identity. Xueqi replied. He didn't prove his identity?
The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect frowned and said, based on my understanding of Lian, if he didn't prove his identity, Lian wouldn't hesitate to attack him. At the very least, it's impossible for someone from an ordinary sect to have his talent in alchemy and the celestial path, Xueqi said.
The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said. Celestial path? I know about his talent in alchemy. But what about his celestial path? He's not even 100 years old, and he's focused on alchemy.
It's already shocking that he's able to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial.
The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said. He revealed his cultivation base to us earlier.
Apart from being a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills, he's also a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
Xueqi said.
A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's eyes widened. She instinctively extended her divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base. Junior Uncle Nangong has a way to conceal his soul aura. We were able to detect his cultivation base earlier because he intentionally revealed his soul aura. Xueqi seemed to know that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base. At the same time, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's divine consciousness returned empty-handed. While the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was conversing with Xueqi through voice transmission, Duanling Tian was also conversing with Murong Bing. After exchanging glances with Duanling Tian, Murong Bing looked away and beckoned to Liu Luo to follow the others from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, she soon discovered that Duanling Tian's senior uncle had suddenly stopped. Xueqi's senior aunt, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at Xueqi.
Her expression changed drastically. It was clear she was communicating with Xueqi through voice transmission. Long time no see. At the same time, Duanling Tian sent a voice transmission to Murong Bing. However, Murong Bing did not respond to him. When she saw Duanling Tian took 2 steps forward and was about to walk toward her, her expression under the veil changed completely. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Duanling Tian to stop him.
Don't come any closer.
Duanling Tian instinctively came to a halt when he heard Murong Bing's words. He looked at Murong Bing with a smile and said through voice transmission, "You're willing to talk to me now? If you don't want to die, it's best that you don't come any closer." Murong Bing said coldly through voice transmission. Moreover, what happened in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect was purely a misunderstanding. I've long forgotten about it. It's destined that we'll never cross paths again. I know you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect now, but I, Murong Bing, still don't like you. For this reason you should give up.
I, Murong Bing, would rather die than be with you.
When Murong Bing reached the end of her sentence, the way she looked at Duanling Tian was cold and distant. It was as though she was looking at a complete stranger. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's voice transmission, Duanling Tian's body trembled violently as he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart.
Hiss.
After a while, Duanling Tian took a deep breath and looked at Murong Bing stubbornly before he said through voice transmission, "It doesn't matter if you like me or not, you're still my woman. This is an unchangeable fact. You don't like me now, but one day, I'll make you like me. Of course, before that happens, I'll take you away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, the 6 southeastern regions, and the borderlands." Duanling Tian said. After all, what he had said when the people from the Blissful Sect were present was not entirely false. He had made up his mind. After the alchemy conference ended, he would bring Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, the borderlands, and the central area. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about Murong Bing's master harming her. The reason why he made such a decision was because he was worried about Murong Bing's safety. Who knew when Murong Bing's master would find out that Murong Bing had lost her virginity and make a move on her? For this reason, he had to bring Murong Bing away as soon as possible. If it were not for Murong Bing, he would have stayed in the 6 southeastern regions for a while longer until his strength had improved. Unfortunately, Murong Bing might be in danger at any time. He could not afford to wait. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Murong Bing's body trembled slightly. She was slightly touched. She knew her best friend, Xueqi, had told Duan Lingtian about her. Therefore, she knew why Duan Lingtian wanted to bring her away. However, the more touched she was, the more she did not want to burden Duan Lingtian. She alone was more than enough to shoulder the burden. I won't leave. Murong Bing took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. Then she said coldly through voice transmission, "The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is my home. Even if I die, I'll stay in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Don't come any closer. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll die in front of you." Murong Bing's expression changed again when she saw Duan Lingtian was about to take another step forward. She hastily transmitted her voice to him. Murong Bing's tone was filled with determination. It was impossible for anyone to doubt her words. I won't go over. Don't do anything rash. Upon hearing Murong Bing's determination, Duan Lingtian was certain Murong Bing was capable of doing what she said. He quickly stopped moving and sent her a voice transmission to comfort her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was glaring at him with killing intent. Could it be that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Nangong Xiao, already knows I'm the man who had a one-night stand with Murong Bing? Duan Lingtian had heard the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was called Nangong Xiao. Chapter 2864. After all, she was the one who sent the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to hunt me down. Not only has she seen me, but she even knows my name. It's not difficult for her to draw a portrait of me since she's seen me. With this in mind and the way Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, looked at him, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that Nangong Xiao had recognized him. Earlier, the killing intent in her eyes was at its peak. However, after she looked at Xueqi for a while, the killing intent in her eyes lessened. I think Xueqi must have told her about what happened earlier. Since Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, doesn't dare to make a move on me, I'm sure she won't dare to make a move on me as well. As the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she won't dare to make a move on me unless she's certain of my identity. After all, if she finds out that I'm from a powerful clan in the central area, she'll bring disaster to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that Nangong Xiao had spoken to Xueqi earlier. Brother Lingtian, is she the sister Bing you mentioned to me before? At this moment, a voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Huan Er. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he followed Huan Er's gaze and looked at Murong Bing. However, Murong Bing avoided Huan Er's gaze. I have to find a way to convince her to leave with me. The alchemy conference is a great opportunity. If I miss it, it'll be difficult to find another opportunity like this. Duan Lingtian made up his mind as he looked at Murong Bing. Junior Uncle Hishan, long time no see. Meanwhile, under the lead of Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, approached the people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. In terms of seniority, she had to address Hishan as junior uncle. Little Xiao, we haven't seen each other since you became the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, right? Hishan, the old ancestor, sighed as he looked at Nangong Xiao. He still remembered that the last time he saw Nangong Xiao was many years ago. At that time, Nangong was still not the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She Xiao's at that time. In just a blink of an eye, not only had Nangong Xiao's cultivation base surpassed his, but she had even become the new sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Yes, it's been a few years. How has Master Hishan been all these years? Nangong Xiu smiled. Her master had some friendship with Tai Yi old ancestor. Although they weren't close, they were still friends, so she gave him enough face. It should be noted that with her current cultivation and status, even if she did not take the initiative to greet Hishan would still take the initiative to greet her out of courtesy. After all, celestial sect, after all. Still the same. The old ancestor did not dare to be negligent. The reason for that was because he knew that with Nangong Xiu's current status, the fact that she took the initiative to greet him and even addressed him as martial uncle was already giving him enough face. After all, although he was acquainted with Nangong Xiu's master, they were merely acquaintances. Even if Nangong Xiu did not show him respect, he would not mind at all. However, since Nangong Xiu had shown him respect, he had to treat her seriously. Junior Uncle Nangong. Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, took the initiative to greet Nangong Xiu. Just like Zhou Shu Qiu, she addressed Nangong Xiu as junior uncle. Upon hearing Jian Qiu Luo's greeting, Nangong Xiu nodded at the old ancestor before she shifted her gaze to Jian Qiu Luo. Qiu Luo, it has been 30 years since we last met. The last time we met was during the alchemy conference, right? Nangong Xiu said with a smile. That's right. 30 years have passed in just a blink of an eye. However, even after 30 years, Junior Uncle Nangong is still as impressive as ever. Jian Qiu Luo said with a smile. The two sect leaders exchanged pleasantries for a long time. After exchanging pleasantries, Nangong Xiu finally shifted her gaze to Duanling Tian and asked with a faint smile on her face. This must be Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, right? Duanling Tian's lips curled up into a sneer when he heard Nangong Xiu's question. Sect leader Nangong, I'm sure you've already guessed that I'm the person you sent your men to hunt down, right? Nangong Xiu had already guessed that Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, was the same person she had sent her men to hunt down. She did not expect Duanling Tian would admit it. She was taken aback by Duanling Tian's words. On the other hand, Murong Bing's expression changed drastically. Why did you bring this up? Are you seeking death? Murong Bing asked Duanling Tian anxiously through voice transmission. It was obvious she was worried about Duanling Tian. She recognized me. If she wasn't your best friend, she would have attacked me long ago. Duanling Tian replied to Murong Bing through voice transmission. At the same time, a bright smile appeared on his face as he looked at Murong Bing. Are you worried about me? I'm not. Murong Bing's face flushed red under the veil as she looked at Zhou Shu Qiu and sent a voice transmission to Zhou Shu Qiu. Hunt down? Sect leader Nangong of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect sent people to hunt down Master Duan? Is this true? With Master Duan's background, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect still dares to send people to hunt him down? Isn't she afraid the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament would destroy the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect in a fit of rage? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Even Hishan and the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect were stunned. They did not expect this. They did not expect the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect to have such a conflict with Duanling Tian. Humph! At this moment, everyone's attention was on Duanling Tian and Nangong. Duanling Tian looked at Nangong and scoffed. He continued to say, if it weren't for Murong Bing, I wouldn't have stopped the people from the Crimson Firmament from killing that Celestial Duke Elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. You should know that I wasted a Shadow Void escaping talisman when I stopped them from killing that old woman. Duanling Tian looked at the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect coldly as soon as he finished speaking. His eyes were calm and fearless. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, Nangong's expression changed drastically. Previously, when Zhou Shu Qiu had told her about Duanling Tian's background, she had thought to herself, Duanling Tian must be from the Central Plains. If Duanling Tian was really from a powerful clan in the central area, then even if he came to the borderlands to train, there would definitely be many powerhouses hiding around him to protect him in the dark. If that was the case, why did Duanling Tian flee when she had sent someone to kill Duanling Tian? If he had such a powerful background, there must be a powerhouse protecting him in the dark. That powerhouse would definitely make a move when he saw someone trying to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian's words cleared up the doubts in her heart. What he said isn't impossible.
In this way, it can also explain why a person like him who lives in such a remote place would possess a shadow-escaping void talisman inscribed by a celestial king.
Nangong thought to herself. If that's the case, I'll have to thank you for showing mercy, Master Duan. Nangong said as she looked at Duan Lingtian.
At the same time, she began to study Duan Lingtian and nodded inwardly as she thought to herself. He's quite talented. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills. Moreover, he's also a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Regardless of whether he has such a powerful background or not, he's worthy of being Although other than Nangong Xiu herself, no one knew about her relationship with Morong Bing. No one knew that Morong Bing was her twin sister's biological daughter. However, she still considered herself as Morong Bing's aunt. If she really could not kill Duan Lingtian, she still hoped that her niece would be able to find happiness. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Morong Bing. His eyes that were filled with hostility toward Nangong were filled with gentleness at this moment. At this moment, Morong Bing had also learned about what had happened from her best friend, Zhou Xueqi. When she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her, she could not help but avert her gaze. Are you really from one of the major clans in the central area? Although she was avoiding Duan Lingtian's gaze, she could not help but ask through voice transmission. Morong Bing clearly remembered when she first met the purple-clad young man. He was pitifully weak. However, it had only been a few years since then, and he had already broken through and become a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She could not help but feel shocked. Most importantly, he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already achieved so much. Such a person was as rare as a phoenix's feather and a chelan's horn in the southern heaven territory. If I tell you I am, will you come with me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission as his eyes flashed. I'll have to ask my master. Morong Bing replied through voice transmission with her head lowered. When Duan Lingtian and Morong Bing first met, Morong Bing had been condescending. Currently, Duan Lingtian had grown to the point where he could look at Morong Bing as an equal. In fact, he could even look down on her from above. Although his current cultivation base was still inferior to Morong Bing's, he was still a celestial alchemist. However, he had another identity. He was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. Even Morong Bing had to look up to someone like him. Your master? Upon hearing Morong Bing's words, Duan Lingtian frowned and asked in a deep voice, what if she insists that you apologize with your life? Then, I'll apologize with my life. Chapter 2865. You're stupidly filial. Duan Lingtian sighed helplessly when he heard Morong Bing's reply. He did not answer her question about whether he was from a powerful clan in the central area. On one hand, he did not want to lie to Morong Bing. On the other hand, he did not want to tell her that he was not from a powerful clan in the central area. After all, if he told her the truth, Morong Bing would no longer have any hope that they would be together. Although Morong Bing was still cold to him, it was not a big deal. However, it was not difficult for him to see Morong Bing's concern for him. In the past, he had only learned about Morong Bing's concern from Zhou Xueqi. However, at this moment, he could clearly feel Morong Bing's concern for him. It seemed like this woman was not completely unmoved by him. Gigolo! At this moment, a familiar voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he heard this, his eyes shifted to the green figure next to Morong Bing. The owner of this green figure was a young girl in green clothes. She was Liu Luo, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and Morong Bing's junior sister. If you're a man, you should be responsible for my third senior sister. Take her away from the 6 southeastern regions and return to your clan in the central area. If you don't take her away, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide the fact that she has lost her virginity from our master for long after we return to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect.
Liu Luo's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Her tone was particularly solemn. Based on our master's temper, if she finds out that third senior sister has lost her virginity and has no chance of becoming the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she'll definitely execute her. A long time ago, another senior sister of mine died at the hands of my master because of the same thing. Liu Luo's voice trembled when she spoke. It was clear she was very worried about Murong Bing's safety. Ever since she was young, she had spent more time with her third senior sister, Murong Bing, than she had spent with her master. Therefore, to a certain extent, she had long since regarded her third senior sister as her own sister, so she naturally did not wish for anything to happen to her third senior sister. If you're willing to take third senior sister away, not only will I stop calling you gigolo, I can even call you brother-in-law. As Luluwa spoke, there was a hint of compromise in her tone. It was a compromise with Duan Lingtian. If your third senior sister knew that you cared about her so much, she would definitely be very happy. Although Lulua's words were somewhat childish, Duan Lingtian knew that her words came from the bottom of her heart. She really did want the best for her third senior sister. I just told her that I wanted to take her away, but she wasn't willing. She said that she had to ask her master. If her master doesn't want her to leave, then she won't leave. If her master wants her to die as an apology for what happened between her and me, then she will die as an apology. Duan Lingtian had already guessed it when Lu Luo told him that he should be responsible for Murong Bing. Lu Luo must have found out about what happened between him and Murong Bing.
Furthermore, he was certain that Lu Luo hadn't known about this matter the last time he saw her.
She should have only learned about it recently. Lu Luo fell silent when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. A hint of helplessness could be seen on her face when she shifted her gaze from Duan Lingtian to Murong Bing, who was standing next to him. Indeed, this was how her third senior sister was like. Qiu Luo, after a while, Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, called out to Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect. Soon after, the two of them led the people from the two sects away, leaving only the people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Master Duan, did Nangong Xiu really send someone to kill you? After the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the Thousand Spider Celestial sect left, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect asked Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. It was obvious they wanted to know the truth as well. Did Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, really send someone to kill Master Duan? If he really did send someone to kill Alchemist Duan, what was the reason? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? The old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect asked again. Because with me around, Murong Bing won't be able to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian said bluntly as he looked at the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who had arrived at the other side of the Alchemy Square. With you around, Murong Bing won't be able to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old ancestor was stunned for a moment. He could not help but ask why. It had been a long time since Tai Yi old ancestor had left his home. However, this didn't affect his understanding of the situation in the 6 southeastern regions and some of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. This included the fact that Murong Bing was a popular candidate to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The first ancestor of the Tai Yi sect had even heard that the first ancestor of the Tai Yi sect, more than 90% of the high-ranking officials in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, wanted Murong Bing to be the next sect leader. It was almost certain that Murong Bing would become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. And now, Duan Lingtian said with him around, it was impossible for Murong Bing to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. For a moment, he was unable to react. Because Murong Bing is my woman. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect can't have a man. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect were stunned. They instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Huan Er's expression was calm, as though she did not care that Duan Lingtian had a woman like Murong Bing. So,
She thinks Murongbing will have no choice but to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after killing you? At this moment, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect did not think Duanling Tian and Murongbing had already slept together. He thought Murongbing and Duanling Tian had made a promise to each other. As long as Duanling Tian was still alive, Murongbing would not become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duanling Tian remained silent in response to the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect's question. What could he say? He could not possibly tell the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect that Murongbing would not become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect regardless of whether Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had sent someone to kill him. However, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect took Duanling Tian's silence as a tacit agreement. The people from the Alliance of Celestial Masters are here. All of a sudden, Situ Ming exclaimed in surprise when he saw the stone platform in the center of the Alchemy Plaza. Duanling Tian and the others turned to look at the stone platform in unison. 8 figures, divided into 4 groups, descended from the sky one after another. The first group to land on the stone platform was a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar. He held a folding fan in his hand, and his face was as fair as jade. One could tell he was a handsome man when he was young. As for the old man, his eyes were cloudy, and his face was expressionless. His gray robe was ordinary, and he looked no different from an ordinary old man. However, as soon as he appeared, many people gathered around the stone platform and bowed respectfully at him. Alchemist Ku. Alchemist Ku. Most of the people who gathered around the stone platform were prominent celestial alchemists from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Duanling Tian even saw a few familiar figures among the crowd. The prominent celestial alchemists Duanling Tian recognized were the prominent celestial alchemists from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spider Celestial sect. After leaving the stone platform, they went to the side closest to the stone platform. When the old man appeared, they immediately bowed and greeted him. The gray-clad old man is called Ku Xian. He's a supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Although he's only a supreme celestial alchemist, there are only a few supreme celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions. His status in the Alliance of Celestial Masters and the 6 southeastern regions is extremely high. As Duanling Tian looked at the gray-clad old man, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears again. The middle-aged man who's with him is a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. Not many people know his name. Usually, Master Ku addresses him as Little He, so many people think his surname is He, Duanling Tian explained. When the other 3 groups of people landed on the stone platform, Duanling Tian heard the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect's voice again. Each of the other 3 groups of people had a supreme celestial alchemist as well. They were all supreme celestial alchemists, the weakest among the supreme celestial alchemists. They were accompanied by people who were there to protect them. It was worth mentioning that one of the supreme-grade celestial alchemists had a pair of twins who looked identical to him. The twin brother of the supreme celestial alchemist was a 10-direction celestial duke. Master Zhong. Master Zhong. In the beginning, some of the prominent celestial alchemists took the initiative to greet the supreme celestial alchemist. However, in just a blink of an eye, their voices were drowned out by a wave of voices. Lord Xueqi. Lord Xueqi. Now, in front of the stone platform, most of the people were bowing to the younger twin, the middle-aged man. This was because he was a 10-direction celestial duke. A 10-direction celestial duke was the strongest existence in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Zhongshang, Zhongqi. At this moment, Duanling Tian's eyes were trained on the middle-aged twin brothers. He had heard their names from the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Alchemist. The elder brother was a supreme celestial alchemist, Zhongshang. Chapter 2866. There were 4 supreme celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. All of them were supreme celestial alchemists. They were accompanied by 3 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes and a 10-direction Celestial Duke. In the huge Alchemy Plaza, the 8 chairs on the stone platform at the center of the plaza were prepared for them. They were the guests here, And they were also the people invited by the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions to host the alchemy conference.
Master Duan, let's go and greet the Celestial Masters from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, said to Duan Ling Tian before he led the way to the stone platform in the distance. Duan Ling Tian, Situ Ming, and the others followed after him. From the beginning until the end, Huan stayed by Duan Ling Tian's side. However, at this moment, her eyes were not only on Duan Ling Tian but also on the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Her eyes landed on a veiled woman standing among the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It was none other than Morong Bing. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of Huan Er's eyes when she looked at Morong Bing. Duan Ling Tian had told Huan Er about Morong Bing. For this reason, Huan Er was very envious of Morong Bing. After all, Brother Ling Tian had acknowledged Morong Bing as his woman. Although Huan Er was always by Brother Ling Tian's side, she could clearly feel that Brother Ling Tian was avoiding her. Her big brother Ling Tian had intentionally avoided her feelings for him, and to a certain extent, he merely treated her as a younger sister. This was not what she wanted. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of Huan Er's thoughts. Huan Er was no longer confused about the matters between men and women. In fact, she had already fallen in love with Brother Ling Tian.
Master Zhong.
Master Ku.
When Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the stone platform, many people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions who had also arrived at the alchemy square gathered around and greeted the 4 supreme celestial alchemists. After the greetings, they dispersed one after another, followed by another group of people. Of course, there were still some people from the top sects who had not arrived yet. For example, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, had yet to arrive.
What a beautiful woman! She's the legendary beauty of the Tai Celestial sect. Without her veil or hat, she was the center of attention no matter where she went.
If it were not for the fact that she was a member of the Tai Celestial sect, many hot-blooded men would have snatched her away.
Third senior sister. In my eyes, you're the most beautiful. I don't think she's as pretty as you, Liu Luo said to Murong Bing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Murong Bing smiled faintly when she heard Liu Luo's words. Liu Luo, when did you learn how to lie? Miss Huan Er's beauty is unparalleled. I can't compare to her at all. I know my place.
She glanced at Duan Ling Tian who was standing next to Huan Er and thought to herself, with such a peerless beauty by his side, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to forget about me.
Murong Bing murmured in her heart. She felt a little sour in her heart. In the past, before she met this man, she missed him dearly. She was worried about his safety.
After seeing this man again, and especially after seeing such a peerless beauty by his side, she realized that unknowingly, she had already fallen deeply in love with him. At this moment, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect are here.
It's the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Following the exclamations, the gazes of the crowd in the alchemy square immediately fell on the group of people who had just entered the alchemy square. The group of people who had just entered the alchemy square was led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance, but he had a dignified air about him. When Duan Ling Tian first laid eyes on the middle-aged man, he noticed that there was a sense of familiarity between his brows. After pondering for a moment, he realized why he had such a feeling. He must be Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian could tell the middle-aged man was similar to Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Many people recognized the group of people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. As the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out who the middle-aged man was. The middle-aged man was none other than Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect seems to be a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke as well. Previously, He Shan had told Duan Ling Tian that the strongest people in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were the 3 Ten Directions Celestial Dukes. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect was one of the 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes. Master Duan, he's Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He Shan's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The green-clad old man behind him is one of the 4 great guardians of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the Azure Dragon Guardian. Similar to him, he's also a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. Upon hearing He Shan's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the green-clad old man standing behind by Wu Ji. He Shan had told him about the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Apart from the 3 Supreme Elders who were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect also had 4 great guardians who were 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes like the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The 4 great guardians of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were the Azure Dragon Guardian, the White Tiger Guardian, the Vermilion Bird Guardian, and the Black Tortoise Guardian. Based on He Shan's words, it seemed like the Azure Dragon Guardian, one of the 4 great guardians of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, had come with by Wu Ji. He's the Azure Dragon Guardian of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? As soon as Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the green-robed old man, the green-robed old man immediately looked back at him. The gaze in the green-robed old man's cloudy eyes was extremely sharp. It was as sharp as a blade, forcing Duan Lingtian to look away immediately. What a terrifying gaze! Duan Lingtian shuddered inwardly. This was the first time he felt how terrifying a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke was. Just a gaze from the green-clad old man was enough to cause his heart to skip a beat. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, led by Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, to the stone platform in the middle of the Alchemy Square. As the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect approached the stone platform, the 8 people on the stone platform walked down to greet the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Previously, when the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and the Blissful Sect approached them, the 8 people on the stone platform did not walk down. Instead, they stood on the stone platform and greeted the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and the Blissful Sect. However, now that they were facing the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, they walked down the stone platform. Based on this, it was clear that the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's position in the hearts of the 8 people was much higher than the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and the Blissful Sect. While the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the 8 people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were exchanging pleasantries. At this moment, an anxious voice that sounded a little dispirited rang from outside. Sect Leader! Sect Leader! Although the voice sounded a little dispirited, it was still loud and clear in the Alchemy Square that had fallen silent due to the arrival of the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. A moment later, under the gazes of the crowd, a young man covered in blood limped into the Alchemy Plaza. His face was covered in blood, and he began to look around the moment he entered the Alchemy Plaza. Little Six. A middle-aged man dressed in a silver robe among the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect cried out in alarm when he saw the newcomer. The reason for that was because the young man covered in blood was his personal disciple. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, frowned as his expression darkened. The young man was the direct disciple of the second elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. His innate talent was so high that he was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Master! Hearing the silver-robed middle-aged man's exclamation, the young man looked over and dashed forward. However, he did not go to the silver-robed middle-aged man's side. Instead, he went straight to Bai Wu Ji. Thud. In the next moment, the young man fell to his knees in front of Bai Wu Ji. His expression was one of grief. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but he could not bring himself to do so. Little Sixth, what are you doing? Bai Wu Ji asked with a frown on his face. Little Six. The silver-clad middle-aged man's expression changed as well. He could not help but feel anxious when he saw this. He knew his disciple very well. If something had not happened, his disciple would not have acted in such a manner. He immediately had an ominous feeling in his heart. Sect Leader, Senior Brother Yu Xian. Senior Brother Yu Xian, the young man finally spoke, but his voice was trembling. He could not finish his sentence even after a long time. Xian-er? What happened to Xian-er? Bai Wu Ji's expression changed drastically when he saw the young man's reaction. He raised his hand and took out a soul pearl.
He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the soul pearl was unharmed. However, his expression changed again soon after. The reason for that was because he discovered that the soul pearl in his hand that originally contained his son Bai Yuxuan's soul energy had already dissipated. There was nothing left of the soul energy. Under such circumstances, the soul pearl could no longer tell him if his son was dead or alive. Senior brother Yuxian. He was killed. Chapter 2867. A soul orb could store a person's soul energy and reflect that person's life and death. However, there was a limit to how long the soul power could be stored in the soul orb. Once the time was up, the soul energy within the soul bead would completely dissipate. At that time, the soul bead would lose the ability to reflect the life and death of the owner of the soul energy. At this time, soul force had to be injected into the soul orb again so that the soul orb could continue to reflect the life and death of the owner of the soul force. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, calculated the time in his mind. Half a month ago happened to be the time when the soul power in his son's soul bead dissipated. Senior brother Yuxuan he was killed. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, killed senior brother Yuxian. The moment the young man's voice rang out, it caused Bai Wuji's expression to change drastically. At the same time, it also spread to the Alchemy Square, which had fallen silent for a moment. Everyone in the Alchemy Square heard the young man's voice clearly. Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard the young man's words. He instinctively turned to look at Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. However, after a moment of shock, his expression changed again. Shwa! 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 The people in the Alchemy Square were stunned when they heard the young man's words. All of them turned to look at the people from the Tai Celestial Sect. It was none other than the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. Senior brother Yuxian is the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Bai Yuxian, right? He Shan from the Tai Celestial Sect killed him? Is this He Shan crazy? Bai Yuxian is the only son of the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Why did He Shan kill Bai Yuxian? Is it because of the conflict between Bai Yuxian and the people from the Tai Celestial Sect a month ago? It's possible. But why did he leave Bai Yuxuan alive after killing him? Aren't you digging a hole for yourself? Look at that youth's sorry state, covered in blood. It's obvious that he escaped death. Also, did you see that? There was a hole in his chest, where his heart was, but he wasn't dead. Obviously, his heart is partial. Perhaps, that's why he was able to escape this calamity. In the Alchemy Square, many people who were looking at the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect discussed among themselves. As he spoke, he looked at He Shan as though he was looking at a dead man. He Shan. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, looked at He Shan and said angrily, "You're the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect." Boom! As soon as Bai Wuji finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body without warning. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from his original spot. One could vaguely see an afterimage gradually dissipating. At the same time, a huge crater appeared where he had been standing before. Countless cracks appeared around the crater, spreading in all directions. From afar, it looked like a huge spider web. The other people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect could only hover in the air. The ground they were standing on earlier had collapsed due to Bai Wuji's celestial origin energy. Bang! As soon as Bai Wuji's afterimage disappeared from his original spot, another loud explosion rang in the air, attracting the attention of everyone present. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bai Wuji stood where He Shan had been standing before. On the other hand, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had been sent flying. The ground where Bai Wuji stood, with his feet as the center, was covered in terrifying cracks that intertwined into a huge spider web. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was sent flying into the stone platform in the middle of the Alchemy Square. Barf! He Shan, whose aura had completely withered, opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. His blood stained the ground, dazzling and eye-catching. Sect leader Bai I
I didn't kill your son. After a while, He old ancestor regained his breath and stared coldly at Bai Wuji. It was not surprising that Bai Wuji would seek revenge if he had killed Bai Yuxian. However, the problem was, He Shan did not kill Bai Yuxian at all. He Shan, you didn't expect this, right? My heart was born slanted. Do you think that no one will know that you, He Shan, killed senior brother Yuxuan and me?
When the old ancestor of the Tai sect spoke, the young man covered in blood looked coldly at He Shan.
His eyes were filled with cold hatred. The heavens have eyes and allowed me to live. Unfortunately, senior brother Yuxian wasn't as lucky as me and died in your hands. When the young man reached the end of his sentence, he pointed at He Shan. His entire body was trembling violently due to his emotions. Who are you? Why are you slandering me?
He Shan asked in a deep voice as he looked at the young man coldly.
He Shan. At the same time, Bai Wuji moved closer to He Shan and stared at him coldly. A month ago, the people from the Tai Celestial sect had a conflict with my son. My son was in the wrong. Even when he asked me to stand up for him, I ignored him. Bai Wuji glared at He Shan and said coldly, I, Bai Wuji, have shown enough respect to the Tai Celestial sect. However, you killed my son. An eye for an eye. If you don't die today, I won't be able to face my son in heaven. As soon as Bai Wuji finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at He Shan. Sect leader Bai, I said I didn't kill. He Shan was about to defend himself when Bai Wuji made a move at lightning speed. He Shan hastily closed his mouth and raised his hand to block Bai Wuji's attack. Fast. They're too fast. Bai Wuji and He Shan's attacks were so fast that only a few people present on the scene could see what was going on. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian did not manage to see anything.
However, even though he couldn't see it clearly, he could tell that the two of them were exchanging blows with great momentum, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Boom,
boom, boom, boom, boom. Powerful shockwaves swept out and slammed into the crowd, causing their robes to flutter noisily.
A bottomless pit had appeared on the ground of the Alchemy Plaza where the two of them had clashed. The huge pit was so huge that it even extended to half of the stone platform and sucked in half of the stone platform.
Half of the 8 seats on the stone platform were destroyed. The other half of the seats were sent flying as well. Something's amiss. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel that something was amiss when He Shan, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, said the young man had killed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. He did not know if He Shan was the one who killed Bai Yuxian or not. After all, He Shan was not always with him. However, based on He Shan's reaction, it did not seem like He Shan was the one who killed Bai Yuxian. If He Shan was the one who killed Bai Yuxian, he would have killed Bai Yuxian as soon as he saw the young man. If He Shan killed the young man, no one would dare to say He Shan was the one who killed Bai Yuxian. No matter how angry the profound heaven celestial sect was, it was impossible for them to kill He Shan over a disciple from the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, He Shan was the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. Although one had to pay with one's life for killing someone, in this world where the strong were respected, there were other ways to resolve the matter. However, if news of He Shan killing Bai Yuxian was exposed, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, would have a reason to kill him. After all, Bai Yuxian was Bai Wuji's son. Under such circumstances, even if He Shan was killed, the Tai Celestial sect could only suffer in silence. Moreover, as long as the profound heaven celestial sect did not do anything to the Tai Celestial sect, even the reclusive celestial kings of the Tai Celestial sect would not be able to avenge He Shan. After all, He Shan was the one who was in the wrong. It was only right to pay with one's life. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was 90% certain He Shan was the one who killed He Shan. He Shan was certain He Shan did not kill Bai Yuxian. As Bai Yuxian's biological father, Bai Wuji must have Bai Yuxian's soul pearl in his possession. Since Bai Wuji is acting so crazily, it's likely that Bai Wuji's soul orb in his hand is truly shattered. When Duan Ling Tian saw Bai Wuji's madness, he could faintly guess Bai Yuxian's soul pearl in Bai Wuji's hand had shattered. Bai Yuxian was most likely dead. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Bai Yuxian's soul pearl to be dead. Bai Yuxian's soul pearl was still intact. However, since the soul energy in Bai Yuxian's soul pearl had expired, Bai Wuji did not know if Bai Yuxian was still alive or not. At this moment, the direct disciple of the second elder of the profound heaven celestial sect who was severely injured had accused Hishan of killing Bai Yuxian. Bai Wuji was so angry that he had lost his rationality. It did not even cross his mind that the direct disciple of the second elder of the profound heaven celestial sect was lying to him. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He had to kill Hishan and make him pay for his son's death. Bang! The battle lasted for more than 10 breaths before it finally ended with blood splattering everywhere. Bai Wuji, I didn't kill your son. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect's voice rang in the ears of everyone in the alchemy square. Bai Wuji's figure reappeared in front of everyone in the area where the blood mist was drifting in the air. Chapter 2868. It's the old ancestor's spatial ring. The old ancestor. The old ancestor. He's dead. Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, who were standing near Duan Ling Tian, were horrified when they saw the spatial ring falling into the blood mist. The old ancestor. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized what had happened. Hishan had been killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. In just a dozen breaths, Hishan, an 8-trigram celestial duke, was killed by Bai Wuji, a 9 palaces celestial duke. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew this was not the case. This was one of the reasons why Tai Yi old ancestor had been injured by Bai Wuji. Otherwise, Hishan would not have been killed in such a short time. After all, Hishan was one of the strongest 8-trigram celestial dukes. The old ancestor is an 8-trigram celestial duke. Although Duan Ling Tian did not see how Hishan died due to his low cultivation base, he could tell from the scene that Hishan had killed Hishan. Tai Yi old ancestor was indeed dead. Hishan was killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Hishan, an 8-trigram celestial duke whom he had to look up to, had died in just a dozen breaths. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian only felt that he was so tiny. He's dead. Hishan, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, died just like that? Heavens! Hishan was one of the strongest 8-trigram celestial dukes, but Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, killed him in just a dozen breaths? Is this the difference between an 8-trigram celestial duke and a 9 palaces celestial duke? Meanwhile, in the alchemy square, a group of people who had just recovered from their shock could not help but gasp. Most of them were shocked by Bai Wuji's ability to kill Hishan in such a short time. Although Hishan was an 8-trigram celestial duke, he was one of the strongest 8-trigram celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions. At the very least, none of the 8-trigram celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions were confident they could defeat Hishan. At the same time, some people were more rational. It must be because Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, was injured by Bai Wuji. Hishan must be much weaker now that he's injured. I forgot about that. That should be the reason. Earlier when Hishan was caught off guard, he was injured by Bai Wuji, and it didn't seem to be a light injury. In that state, his strength was naturally far from his peak. If it was Hishan at his peak, Bai Wuji might not have been able to take him down within 50 breaths. No matter what the people in the alchemy plaza said, it would not change the fact that Hishan had been killed by Bai Wuji. From the beginning to the end, not only did the people from the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions not interfere, they did not even make a sound. Even some sects that were on good terms with the Tai Yi celestial sect chose to keep quiet at this moment. After all, in their opinion, the Tai Yi celestial sect was indeed in the wrong. Hishan is really unlucky. He actually left the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect alive after killing him. Perhaps, it didn't cross his mind that the young master of the Tai Yi celestial sect had a deviant heart. Although Hishan is the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, and the person he killed wasn't a celestial duke, it's unfortunate that Hishan was the only son of the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. The Tai Yi celestial sect can only suffer in silence. That's right. It's only right for the father to avenge the son. This is purely personal. It has nothing to do with the conflict between the Tai-E celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. Even if the quasi-celestial king of the Tai-E celestial sect is still in the 6 southeastern regions, there's no reason for him to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect. That's right.
As long as Bai Wu-ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, doesn't make any moves against the Tai-E celestial sect after killing He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect, the quasi-celestial king of the Tai-E celestial sect wouldn't make a move. Based on the words of the people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, it was clear that He Shan's death had nothing to do with the conflict between the Tai-E celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. The quasi-celestial kings they mentioned were those who had broken through to the celestial king stage but remained in the borderlands instead of going to the central area. Due to this, their cultivation base had dropped back to that of a 10-direction celestial duke. These people were far stronger than ordinary 10-direction celestial dukes. For this reason, in the borderlands, these people were known as quasi-celestial kings and quasi-celestial kings. Meanwhile, Bai Wu-ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, looked at Duan Lingtian and the other people from the Tai-E celestial sect. I, Bai Wu-ji, did this purely to avenge the death of my son. I have no intention of provoking the conflict between the profound heaven celestial sect and the Tai-E celestial sect. I hope everyone here can bear witness to this. Bai Wu-ji said loudly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other people from the Tai-E celestial sect. Based on his words, it was clear that the profound heaven celestial sect had no intention of provoking the Tai-E celestial sect. Although the Tai-E celestial sect was not as strong as the profound heaven celestial sect, a quasi-celestial sect had a quasi-celestial king. After all, the Tai-E celestial sect had a reclusive quasi-celestial king, who had annihilated the Tai-E celestial sect in the past. Bai Wu-ji, as the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, had to be cautious in order to avoid repeating the same mistake.
Rest assured, sect leader Bai, the blissful sect is willing to bear witness to this matter. Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian, took the lead in expressing his stance. After he finished speaking, he did not forget to look at Duan Lingtian provocatively. With Lian taking the lead, a few other people from top sects followed suit. However, Duan Lingtian had never interacted with them before. The Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect from the Wasteland were secretly delighted by the death of the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. After all, it was a good thing that the Tai-E Celestial Sect had lost an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. However, they did not express their stance. Initially, they wanted the profound heaven celestial sect to bear witness to this matter since it would offend the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Since they were both in the Wasteland, they did not want to antagonize the Tai-E Celestial Sect unless it was absolutely necessary. As for the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, naturally, they did not express their stance after the people from the Blissful Sect expressed their stance. After all, there were many conflicts between the two sections. Naturally, even if the people from the Blissful Sect did not express their stance, they would not express their stance as well. After all, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, Nangong Xiu's master, had a friendly relationship with He Shan whom Bai Wu-ji had just killed. Therefore, it was impossible for Nangong Xiu to express her stance on behalf of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Naturally, the other people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect would not overstep their boundaries. Thank you, everyone.
Bai Wu-ji cupped his hands together and expressed his gratitude when he saw many sects had expressed their stance. After thanking Duan Lingtian, Bai Wu-ji raised his hand. An invisible force swept up He Shan's spatial ring and brought it to Duan Lingtian and the others. I only want He Shan's life to avenge my son. There should be something from the Tai-E Celestial Sect in He Shan's belongings. I won't take it, and neither will the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Wu-ji said as he passed He Shan's spatial ring to Duan Lingtian and the others. Sect leader Bai of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is really generous. He even returned He Shan's spatial ring to the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Bai Wu-ji's actions gave many people a good impression of him. However, a moment later, the good impression that had just risen in their hearts was ruthlessly shattered by someone else. the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect returned Hishan's spatial ring because he suspected the Tai-E Celestial Sect's sect guarding celestial weapon is in it.
The Tai-E Celestial Sect's sect guarding celestial weapon? Is it the king-grade celestial weapon? I've long heard that the Tai-E Celestial Sect has a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was left behind by a reclusive quasi-celestial king, who helped the Tai-E Celestial Sect annihilate another top sect in the 6 southeastern regions. That reclusive quasi-celestial king from the Tai-E Celestial Sect was much stronger than the current Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. When he left the king-grade celestial weapon to the Tai-E Celestial Sect, he said that unless the strongest person in the Tai-E Celestial Sect or the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial Sect is willing to give away the king-grade celestial weapon, they'll hunt down anyone who dares to snatch it. I've heard about this as well.
Let alone the 6 southeastern regions, even in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, nobody would dare to snatch the king-grade celestial weapon from the Tai-E Celestial Sect.
That's right. Only those who aren't afraid of the reclusive quasi-celestial king from the Tai-E Celestial Sect would be interested in the king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he heard the words of the people around him. After all, Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, had told him about this before. During their journey to Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Duan Ling Tian had asked Hishan about the king-grade celestial weapon. Based on the Tai-E Celestial Sect's strength, it was unlikely for them to keep the king-grade celestial weapon, right? At that time, Hishan had told him about this. The king-grade celestial weapon of the Tai-E Celestial Sect had always been in the hands of the strongest person in the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Apart from the strongest person in the Tai-E Celestial Sect, only the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial Sect had the right to give away the king-grade celestial weapon. If the two of them did not give away the king-grade celestial weapon, they would be hunted down by the reclusive quasi-celestial kings of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Although so many years had passed, the quasi-celestial king from the Tai-E Celestial Sect who left the king-grade celestial weapon behind might not still be in the 6 southeastern regions. However, no one dared to take the risk. Chapter 2869. Hishan's spatial ring hovered in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others from the Tai-E Celestial Sect under by Wu Ji's control. For a long time, Duan Ling Tian and the others did not reach out to take the spatial ring. In the end, it was Duan Ling Tian who spoke first and broke the slightly silent atmosphere. Master Situ, keep the old ancestor's spatial ring. You can pass it to the sect leader when we return to the sect. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Situ Ming took a few steps forward and put the spatial ring away. His expression was unsightly from the beginning until the end. Although Duan Ling Tian was not particularly fond of the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, he could not help but feel enraged when Hishan died in front of him. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. After all, his strength was limited, and the Tai-E Celestial Sect was in the wrong. It seems like I was right. Things aren't as simple as they seem. While Situ Ming was putting away Hishan's spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian was staring at the young man covered in blood from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. It was this young man's arrival and information that had infuriated by Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, so much so that he had killed Hishan. Duan Ling Tian, who had been observing the young man from the beginning, happened to see a hint of guilt on the young man's face. At this moment, the young man was looking at the spot whereby Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was standing. If Hishan had really killed Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, there was no reason for the young man to look so guilty. It seems like Bai Yu Xian's death has nothing to do with the old ancestor. Instead, it has something to do with this young man. Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. Until now, Duan Ling Tian did not think Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was still alive. He did not expect Bai Yu Xian's soul pearl to expire at this time. He thought Bai Yu Xian was indeed dead. However, the young man named Little Six had blamed Hishan for Bai Yu Xian's death. Although Duan Ling Tian was very sure of his guess, he knew that if he did not have any concrete evidence, nobody would believe him even if he told them about his guess. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, they would not believe an outsider like him.
Duanling Tian's eyes, Duanling Tian, the old ancestor, of course, to protect me.
Duanling Tian looked at the place whereby Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, had perished.
He thought to himself, however, I'll do my best to give you an explanation and clear your name.
After living 2 lives, especially in this life, Duanling Tian had witnessed the deaths of many people. For this reason, he did not care about the deaths of people he was not close to.
However, he was still the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, and the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect had treated him well.
For this reason, Duanling Tian wanted to do something for the Tai celestial sect. Naturally, he knew there was nothing he could do for now.
Only when he was strong enough would he be able to find out the truth and prove the old ancestor's innocence.
The death of the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect had caused quite a stir. However, the death of an 8-trigram celestial duke was not enough to affect the alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions. Therefore, after a while, the alchemy conference officially began. Many prominent celestial alchemists from the top sects had already begun to bet on the alchemy conference. There were so many bets that it was dazzling. After the stone platform in the alchemy square was destroyed, the people from the Alliance of Celestial Masters did not continue to sit on the stone platform. They began to walk around the alchemy square to intimidate those celestial alchemists who did not keep their word and refused to hand over their bets. With their presence, even if some celestial alchemists wanted to renege on their bets, they did not dare to do so. After the death of the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, Duanling Tian could clearly sense the greedy gazes on him. These gazes belonged to sectless cultivators with extraordinary strength in the 6 southeastern regions. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess the reason for their greed. These people did not dare to covet the king-grade celestial weapon of the Tai celestial sect, but it did not mean they did not dare to covet the duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in his possession. To be more precise, they coveted the duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he had won from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand-Leaf celestial sect. Previously, when the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was still alive, these people did not dare to show their greed. However, now that the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was dead, their greed was exposed. However, Duanling Tian was not bothered by these people's greedy gazes. After all, he knew this was not the case. Even if the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was dead, these people would not dare to touch him. After all, he had the Tai celestial sect, one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Unless these people were confident they could kill all of them, they would not be able to do so. Otherwise, these people would not dare to act rashly. I have to be careful of the people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. However, they won't be able to take the communication celestial talismans. Under such circumstances, they won't dare to snatch the communication celestial talismans from me. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Before he left, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect had given him a few communication celestial talismans. These communication celestial talismans were not ordinary communication celestial talismans. They were communication celestial talismans inscribed by celestial kings. These communication celestial talismans were left behind by the powerhouses of the Tai celestial sect before they left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. This was to ensure the safety of the juniors of the Tai celestial sect. Since they had communication celestial talismans inscribed by celestial kings, they would be able to send a message back to the Tai celestial sect before they were killed. As for the sectless cultivators, they did not care about the communication celestial talismans. After all, they did not belong to any sects or clans. They were like monks without temples. The few words in the communication celestial talismans were not enough for the Tai celestial sect to find them. However, the rogue cultivators were more concerned about the fact that there were survivors in their group. After all, if they were in danger, they would use the shadow void escaping talismans inscribed by celestial kings to escape. Although the sectless cultivators might have shadow void escaping talismans, they were not 100% certain they would be able to catch up to them or kill them. If there were survivors, they might bring their floating image pearls back to the Tai celestial sect. Once the floating image pearls were sent to the Tai celestial sect, even if they had disguised themselves, their identities would still be exposed due to their disguises and techniques. If the Tai Celestial Sect wanted to find them, they would have to make it to the central area before the Tai Celestial Sect could find them. Otherwise, even if they left the 6 southeastern regions, the Tai Celestial Sect would still be able to find them as long as they were still in the borderlands.
As one of the top sects in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, the Tai Celestial Sect had a wide intelligence network that covered the entire borderlands.
Naturally, the other top sects in the borderlands were similar as well. This was the most terrifying thing about the top sects in the borderlands. Among the sectless cultivators present on the scene, those who were interested in Duan Lingtian's Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were mediocre. Even celestial dukes were mediocre celestial dukes. With their speed, it was almost impossible for them to leave the borderlands and make it to the central area before the Tai Celestial Sect could find them. This was because the Tai Celestial Sect's intelligence network usually transmitted information through communication celestial talismans inscribed by celestial kings. Their speed was unimaginable to ordinary people. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried about sectless cultivators attacking them.
Master Duan.
Suddenly, a voice that was full of energy entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was unusually loud and clear. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the source of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man wearing an Immortal Master robe issued by the Alliance of Immortal Masters walking towards him. The Immortal Master robe was the same as the one he was wearing. Both of them were prominent celestial alchemists who wore the Earth-ranked Celestial Master robe. It's Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful Sect. Just as Duan Lingtian thought the man looked familiar, Situ Ming's voice resonated in his ears. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Situ Ming's name.
The reason why he found the middle-aged man familiar was because he had seen him before when the people from the Blissful Sect had arrived.
Xiao Gangyu was standing behind Li En, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect. What's Xiao Gangyu doing here? Yang Chong's expression darkened. He was certain the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful Sect, Xiao Gangyu, was up to no good. Master Duan, Xiao Gangyu is the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful Sect. He's skilled in alchemy and can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. At this moment, Situ Ming's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. What's the matter? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, Xiao Gangyu was already standing near him. Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Xiao Gangyu indifferently. Humph. Before Xiao Gangyu could reply to Duan Lingtian, a cold snort rang in the air. Master Xiao, as the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful Sect, I'd like to meet the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. Chapter 2870. The person who was walking toward Duan Lingtian was none other than Ji Fan, the Arhat of the Blissful Sect. After a few moments, Ji Fan arrived next to Xiao Gangyu and looked at Duan Lingtian provocatively. Although he and the Blissful Sect did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian before he could confirm if Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, was from a powerful clan in the central area, he did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian. However, this did not stop him or the Blissful Sect from making things difficult for Duan Lingtian, or even taking advantage of Duan Lingtian. Oh! Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Fan indifferently before he shifted his gaze to Xiao Gangyu, who was standing next to Ji Fan. You're Master Xiao, right? What do you want to do with me? Ji Fan's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian had only glanced at him briefly before looking away. He was the Arhat of the Blissful Sect. Even the sect leaders of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions would not ignore him. For this reason, he was furious that Duan Lingtian had ignored him. Master Xiao wants to compete with you on the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills. Before Xiao Gangyu could reply to Duan Lingtian, Ji Fan said coldly. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian provocatively and said, It's fine if you don't dare to compete. After all, you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. It's normal for you to be inferior to the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful Sect. Ji Fan's words were laced with sarcasm. Compete on the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills? Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Fan as though he was looking at an idiot.
I'm afraid there aren't many people in Alchemy City who don't know that Duan Lingtian's success rate of refining overarching heaven pills is mediocre, right? About a month ago, I refined 3 overarching heaven pills outside the Tai E Celestial Sect's shop. I'm sure everyone in the Alchemy Square knows about this, right? When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Ji Fan intently. In other words, he had already seen through Ji Fan's intentions. Ji Fan's face turned pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Xiao Gangyu, who was standing at the side, looked slightly embarrassed. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had successfully sexed Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's and to Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian to the Lingtian, then Duan Lingtian. Initially, they had thought Duan Lingtian would agree to compete with them on the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills if they mocked Duan Lingtian a little. To their surprise, not only did Duan Lingtian not act rashly, but he even calmly brought up the matter of him successfully refining 3 overarching heaven pills a month ago. With this, it was impossible for them to trick Duan Lingtian. Just as they thought their plan was about to fail, Duan Lingtian continued to say, "Let's talk. Tell me. What do you want me to bet with?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu. "HM?" Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu exchanged a look when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. After all, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask such a question. "Arhat, under such circumstances, I don't think he'll agree to compete with us. He must be curious about what we want from him." Xiao Gangyu sent a voice transmission to Ji Fan. Ji Fan agreed with Xiao Gangyu. He did not think Duan Lingtian would agree to compete with the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect in terms of refining overarching heaven pills. For this reason, he sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. "Since you don't dare to compete with Master Xiao, what's the point of asking this question?" "Don't dare to compete?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Ji Fan's words. Then, he looked at Ji Fan meaningfully and said, "Who says I don't dare to compete with you? If I don't dare to compete with you, what's the point of asking this question?" "You dare to compete with me?" Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would say such a thing. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like he really intended to compete with them. After all, based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like he had seen through their intentions. "Why wouldn't I dare to compete with you?" Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu remained silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's question. They looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. "Arhat, since Duan Lingtian knows we know he only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills a month ago, why would he agree to compete with us? Could it be that he was hiding something from us?" Xiao Gangyu asked Ji Fan through voice transmission. He could not figure out why Duan Lingtian was so confident. If he was Duan Lingtian, he would not be so confident under such circumstances. "That's impossible," Ji Fan replied through voice transmission. His tone was filled with doubt. "A month ago, he refined the overarching heaven pills to deal with the people from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. At that time, he must have done his best to refine the overarching heaven pills to humiliate the people from the 2 sections. At that time, he couldn't have been hiding something from us, right? Unless he can predict the future and know what will happen today. But, do you think that's possible?" A hint of doubt could be seen in Ji Fan's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "That's true." Xiao Gangyu nodded. He agreed with Ji Fan's words. At that time, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be hiding something from him. However, if that's the case, why did he act as though he was confident of competing with me? However, Xiao Gangyu was still in disbelief. "Alchemist Xiao, perhaps he's doing this to scare us on purpose. He's purposely creating the illusion that he intentionally hid something from us a month ago. Perhaps, he wants to use this to make us back off." Ji Fan's eyes flashed as he speculated, "As long as we're scared off, not only will he not suffer any losses, but the others will also think you're inferior to him. At that time, not only will he not suffer any losses, but he'll even have the upper hand."
When Ji Fan finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. That should be the case. After listening to Ji Fan's words, Xiao Gangyu agreed with Ji Fan. Good, very good. Ji Fan stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, Master Duan, since you're so confident, why don't you compete with Master Xiao, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect? We don't want much. We just want the bets you won from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect a month ago. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. About a month ago, Duan Lingtian had won a Duke-grade Celestial Method and a Duke-grade Divine Ability from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Ji Fan's words undoubtedly revealed his wild ambition. He wanted the 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities in Duan Lingtian's possession. The 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Ji Fan's words. Then he shook his head and said, You should know that I only have the Memory Celestial Talisman that contains the 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities. If I give them away, I'll lose the 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities. After all, I haven't mastered them yet, so I can't inscribe the Memory Celestial Talisman that contains them. Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Fan meaningfully as he said, For this reason, the 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities are much more valuable to me than the 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities to the Blissful Sect. That's true. Ji Fan nodded. He did not deny Duan Lingtian's words. For this reason, the Blissful Sect has decided to use 2 triple-trait Duke-grade Celestial Methods and 1 triple-trait Duke-grade Divine Ability as a wager to bet on the 2 triple-trait Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities. As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian laughed. Why are you laughing? Ji Fan felt slightly guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian laughing. After all, he knew the value of 3 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities to the Blissful Sect could not compare to the value of 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities to Duan Lingtian. The Blissful Sect would only share the 3 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities with Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian gave away the 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities to Duan Lingtian, he would lose the 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities. If this is all the Blissful Sect has to offer, I'm not interested in betting with Master Xiao. It's fine if you want to bet with me, but you'll have to show me your sincerity first. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Ji Fan meaningfully. When Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu first arrived, not many people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. As time passed, more and more people gathered around to watch the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Ji Fan. Soon after, more and more people began to gather around them. After all, it was human nature to watch a show. Moreover, one of them was the genius celestial alchemist, Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian was a young man who was not even 100 years old. If this was all there was to it, not many people would pay attention to him. Chapter 2871. News of what happened outside the Tai Celestial Sect shop a month ago had spread like wildfire in Alchemy City. Currently, almost everyone in the Alchemy Square had heard about the incident a month ago. Everyone knew there was a prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai Celestial Sect, who was younger than 100 years old, who could refine the overarching heaven pill. Moreover, this prominent celestial alchemist was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. Sincerity? Xiao Gangyu frowned slightly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Meanwhile, Ji Fan looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked, Since you mentioned sincerity, what kind of sincerity do you want from the Blissful Sect? At the same time, the onlookers began to figure out what was going on. The Blissful Sect wants to compete with Master Duan in terms of pill refinement success rate? They want the 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities that Master Duan won from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect a month ago? I think so. However, it seems like Master Duan isn't satisfied with their offer. They want to exchange 3 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities for Master Duan's 2 Duke-grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities. It might sound like Master Duan has the upper hand, but when you think about it, it's actually a huge loss for him. That's only natural. Even if the blissful sect loses the 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, they'll only share them with Master Duan. If Master Duan loses the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he'll lose the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Indeed. After all, he only obtained the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities a month ago. He hasn't mastered them yet, so he can't inscribe the memory celestial talismans that record the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. I'm sure the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect won't give him the 2 memory celestial methods and divine abilities. As the onlookers discussed among themselves, they all felt that the same thing had happened. After all, the blissful sect's offer was far less valuable than Duan Lingtian's. Sometimes, the value of an item couldn't be judged by its appearance. It also had to be judged by how valuable it was to the owner. I'm not asking for much. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in response to Xiao Gongyu's question. As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd's gazes immediately fell on him. Most of the people had curious gazes. They were curious about what kind of request Duan Lingtian would make. Not demanding? I wonder what kind of request Alchemist Duan will make. A group of people was looking forward to it. On the other hand, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as they sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian to ask if he was confident. Facing their questions, Duan Lingtian didn't reply. Instead, he turned to look at them and gave them a reassuring look. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's reassuring look, they felt reassured. Although they had only known Duan Lingtian for a short time, they could see how mature Duan Lingtian was compared to Duan Lingtian's steadiness. Since Duan Lingtian was so confident, he must have his reasons. At this moment, all they could do was wait and see. What do you want? Ji Fan asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Fan indifferently and said, I'm afraid you don't have the authority to decide what I want. I think it's better for you to invite the old ancestor of the blissful sect over, and let him decide if he wants to agree to my request. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He had an unfathomable expression on his face. Ji Fan's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He felt a burning sensation on his face. There were so many people in the surroundings, and Duan Lingtian's words had caused him to lose face. I'd like to know what you want. Ji Fan's expression was cold as he asked in a deep voice. I heard the blissful sect has a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method. If the blissful sect is willing to use that Duke-grade celestial method as a stake, I'm willing to compete with Master Xiao. Duan Lingtian ignored Ji Fan's cold expression and said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the noisy crowd in the surroundings fell silent again. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone's gaze shifted to Duan Lingtian in unison. He wants the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method from the blissful sect? Isn't he too greedy? That's right. In terms of value, a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method is comparable to 5 triple trait or triple trait Duke-grade celestial methods. However, he actually wants to use a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple trait divine ability as a wager to bet on a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method? Although it's a little ridiculous, it's not a big deal for the blissful sect to agree to it. After all, Master Xiao from the blissful sect wants to compete with him in terms of the success rate of overarching heaven pills. It's obvious to all that his success rate is very low. I think the reason he made such a ridiculous request is so that the blissful sect would back off. Not only would he be able to save his own face, but he would also be able to say that Master Xiao from the blissful sect isn't as good as him. After a while, the crowd began to discuss among themselves again about Duan Lingtian's greed. He actually wanted to use an offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial method, and another offensive and defensive divine ability that matched the value of the offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial method to bet on an offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial method. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ji Fan's expression darkened even more. Even Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, could not help but frown. At this moment, just like the onlookers, they felt Duan Lingtian was being too greedy. Master Duan, don't you think you're being too greedy by making such a request? Xiao Gangyu asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Greedy. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Perhaps. However, although I've made the request, Master Xiao, you can also reject it. After all, I don't necessarily want to compete with you in terms of the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills. After all, I'm not someone who likes to compete with others. Xiao Gangyu's expression darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn. Duan Ling Tian. Ji Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said coldly, change your request. The blissful sect. Before Ji Fan could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him mercilessly. If the blissful sect doesn't dare to accept the bet, then scram. My time is precious, and I don't have time to waste on you. A hint of annoyance could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face when he looked at Ji Fan again. His eyes were filled with disdain. Don't dare to accept the bet? Who says the blissful sect doesn't dare to accept the bet? Ji Fan was infuriated. If you dare to accept the bet, ask the old ancestor of the blissful sect to come here. I'm sure he's the only one who's qualified to decide if the blissful sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial method is worth the bet, right? Duan Ling Tian said. You. Ji Fan was about to say something when a voice interrupted him. At this moment, a voice rang from the crowd. Since Master Duan is in such a good mood, the blissful sect is naturally willing to accept the bet. I'm curious to know if you've been hiding anything from us for the past month. A commotion broke out in the crowd when the voice rang in the air. After a while, a figure whom Duan Ling Tian was unfamiliar with appeared before Duan Ling Tian. It was none other than Lian, the old ancestor of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was leading the group of people from the blissful sect. Lian was a powerful 9 palaces celestial duke, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the 6 southeastern regions who was only a 10 directions celestial duke. Lian led the other members of the blissful sect to Ji Fan's side. Step by step, the crowd parted for them. Grandmaster. Ji Fan frowned slightly when he heard Lian's words. His celestial method and divine ability aren't as valuable as the blissful sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial method. Even if he hasn't mastered the triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability, it's not worth it for the blissful sect to bet with him. Ji Fan grew a little anxious as he spoke. Fan, don't tell me you think he has a chance of winning? Lian asked through voice transmission. Grandmaster, although I don't think he has a chance of winning, there's no need for the blissful sect to bet with him, right? The triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability he has is far less valuable than the triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability. Ji Fan replied through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Lian nodded. Then he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said, Master Duan, the blissful sect can agree to your request. However, you have to add some stakes to the bet. At the end of his sentence, Lian added another sentence. No. However, the moment Lian's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian reflexively rejected Lian's request. If the blissful sect doesn't dare to accept the bet, I won't force you. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he turned around and ignored Lian and the others. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian turned around, a hint of fear and guilt flashed in his eyes. Although this expression of fear and guilt was short-lived, it was still clearly seen by Lian, who says the blissful sect doesn't dare to accept the bet. When Duan Ling Tian completely turned around, Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian's back and shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 2872. At the most critical moment, Lian finally spoke and agreed to Duan Ling Tian's practically unreasonable request. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's request was not completely unreasonable. After all, the blissful sect was the one who had initiated the competition, and Duan Ling Tian was the one who had been passive from the beginning until now. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian had an absolute advantage in this matter. The blissful sect doesn't have to agree to my request. If you don't agree to my request, I'll take it that you don't have the guts to compete with me and admit that your chief celestial alchemist's success rate is lower than mine. This was the domineering attitude that Duan Ling Tian had displayed. All right. We'll do as you say. Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Ling Tian, who had just taken a step forward, came to a halt. Duan Ling Tian did not turn around. With his back facing Lian, he asked, Senior Lian,
Are you saying you're willing to use the blissful sex triple trait Duke grade celestial method as the prize for my success rate in refining the overarching heaven pill?
Yes.
When Lian saw that Duan Ling Tian did not turn around, he saw through Duan Ling Tian's guilty conscience. He did not hesitate to reply to Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, the blissful sect has already shown you enough sincerity. If you still don't agree to our bet, we can only say that you don't have the guts to compete with Master Xiao of the blissful sect. It's not that Master Xiao is afraid of competing with you. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally turned around and looked at Lian meaningfully before he asked, "Are you sure you want Master Xiao to compete with me in terms of the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills?
It's not too late to back out now. Why don't you reconsider, Senior Lian?"
When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his expression was calm and emotionless. Moreover, the gaze that shot out from his eyes when he looked at Lian was extremely calm as well. There's no need for me to reconsider. Although Duan Ling Tian did not give himself away, in Lian's opinion, Duan Ling Tian must be pretending to be calm. In fact, there was already a storm raging in the depths of his heart, but he just did not show it. He thought the reason Duan Ling Tian asked him to consider was because Duan Ling Tian was pretending to be calm to scare him off. However, was he, Lian, someone who would be so easily scared off?
What a joke.
After all, Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. Even the bridges he had crossed in his life were longer than Duan Ling Tian. Even the salt he had eaten in his life was more than the rice Duan Ling Tian had eaten. It's the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. A commotion broke out among the onlookers as they parted ways. Duan Lingtian's opened a path. Duan Lingtian's. This group of people was led by Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Murong Bing was among them as well. Zhou Shu Qiu and the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect were following behind them as well. They had come because they had heard about the commotion. Naturally, they were only here to join in the fun. Duan Lingtian, sometimes, it's best to step back. Earlier I heard from Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, that not only is Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, capable of refining overarching heaven pills, but he has also successfully refined 6 overarching heaven pills. When the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the Thousand Spider Celestial sect arrived, a voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him to step back. In other words, he wanted Duan Ling Tian to take a step back since there was no need for him to compete with Xiao Gangyu. Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice belonged to Zhou Shu Qiu. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhou Shu Qiu. Without waiting for her reply, he shifted his gaze back to Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. "Since Senior Lian wants me to compete with your blissful sect's alchemist Xiao, it would seem as if I'm a coward if I were to refuse." "Fine. I, Duan Ling Tian, accept this bet." Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to accept the blissful sect's bet for the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in his possession. The people from the blissful sect were stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian accepted the bet without any hesitation. Lian, in particular, did not expect Duan Ling Tian to accept the bet so readily. Of course, the people from the blissful sect were still feeling uneasy when Duan Ling Tian said, "Before the alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters arrive, you still have time to change your mind." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at 2 middle-aged men who were walking toward them. They were none other than Zhong Shang, a supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, and his twin brother, Zhong Qi. Apart from being Zhong Shang's twin brother, Zhong Qi was also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He was also the only 10 Directions Celestial Duke present at the Alchemy Conference. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people present on the scene followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and saw Zhong Shang and Zhong Qi. However, when Zhong Shang and Zhong Qi arrived, Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, remained silent. "Master Zhong." "Lord Zhong Qi." After a while, Zhong Shang and Zhong Qi passed through the crowd and arrived near Duan Ling Tian and the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and Lian and the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. "Since the 2 of you want to compete, why don't I be the witness?" Zhongshang asked with a faint smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Gangyu.
Of course, it's best if you can be the witness, Master Zhong. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile on his face. Xiao Gangyu did not reply immediately.
Instead, he looked at Lian and asked through voice transmission, "Old ancestor, what do you say now?"
Master Xiao, are you confident? Lian asked through voice transmission.
Old ancestor, over the past few decades, I've refined 6 overarching heaven pills a few times. Usually, I've refined 5 overarching heaven pills. If I compete today, I'm 80% confident I'll be able to refine 6 overarching heaven pills.
Xiao Gangyu's voice was filled with confidence as he spoke.
Unless he can refine more than 7 overarching heaven pills, it's impossible for him to beat me in this bet.
Xiao Gangyu said through voice transmission.
7 overarching heaven pills. Master Xiao, do you think someone who only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills a month ago will be able to refine 7 overarching heaven pills a month later?
When Lian transmitted his voice again, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. Naturally, he was not mocking Xiao Gangyu.
Instead, he was mocking Duan Lingtian.
Master Zhong.
Duan Lingtian saw Zhongshang looking at Xiao Gangyu, but Xiao Gangyu did not respond. He said, "I'm afraid Master Xiao can't make the decision for the blissful sect." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhongshang shifted his gaze to Lian and asked, "Elder Lian, is the blissful sect really going to compete with Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect in terms of overarching heaven pills?"
If you want to compete, then I'll stay here for a while. I'll be the witness of this pill competition and bet. A hint of impatience could be heard in Zhongshang's voice when he spoke. After all, he had been waiting here for a long time. Master Zhong, the blissful sect will compete with him. Lian did not beat around the bush when he heard the impatience in Zhongshang's voice. Since you want to compete, let's see what both of you are offering.
Zhongshang nodded and said, "I heard the blissful sect wants the Duke grade celestial method and divine ability that Master Duan won from the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect a month ago.
On the other hand, Master Duan wants the blissful sect's Duke grade celestial method. Is that so?"
Zhongshang asked as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and Lian to confirm the authenticity of his words.
Yes. Both of them nodded.
On the other hand, Lian studied Duan Lingtian a few more times, only to see Duan Lingtian's calm expression. He scoffed inwardly as he thought to himself, "Stop trying to be mysterious.
I'd like to see if you can maintain this expression until the end." Even at this moment, Lian still felt Duan Lingtian was trying to be mysterious. In that case, both of you may begin to heat your cauldrons.
Zhongshang nodded when he heard Duan Lingtian and Lian's words.
Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Gangyu before he reminded them.
Duan Lingtian and Xiao Gangyu took 2 steps forward before they took out their prominent celestial pill cauldrons and began to heat their cauldrons.
He's really going to compete?
Isn't he afraid of losing the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities?
Zhou Xueqi could not help but frown when she saw Duan Lingtian beginning to heat his cauldrons.
However, after a while, she discovered Duan Lingtian's calm expression.
Her best friend, Murong Bing, who was standing near Zhou Xueqi, remained calm.
It was as though she was not affected by this at all.
"Bing, aren't you worried he'll lose the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? Don't you think he's being too reckless?" Zhou Xueqi asked Murong Bing through voice transmission.
"He won't lose."
Zhou Xueqi had never expected that he would get such a reply from Murong Bing.
"He won't lose."
Zhou Xueqi was stunned by Murong Bing's reply.
"After a while," she said skeptically, "a month ago, he only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills. However, Xiao Gangyu managed to refine at least 5 overarching heaven pills."
Chapter 2873.
Under such circumstances, why do you think he won't lose?
Zhou Xueqi's eyes were filled with disbelief when she looked at Murong Bing again.
Intuition.
However, Murong Bing's response to Zhou Xueqi's question was simple. Intuition. This was Murong Bing's answer. Zhou Xueqi was speechless when she heard Murong Bing's answer.
She did not expect Murong Bing would respond in such a manner. In the past,
Zhou Shuqiu would not have believed Murong Bing would respond in such a manner. After all, Murong Bing had always been a meticulous person who would not rely on her intuition. However, Murong Bing had acted in such a manner. Perhaps, love can really make a person lose their mind. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. Zhou Shuqiu could not help but think to herself. She thought Murong Bing was acting out of character because she had fallen in love with Duanling Tian. After replying to Zhou Shuqiu, Murong Bing's eyes did not leave Duanling Tian. She could faintly feel a sense of confidence from this man. It was a very strong confidence. He was so confident that even if she wanted to worry about him, she couldn't at all. In fact, she had a strong intuition that Duanling Tian would win. He would not lose. This was the reason she had responded in such a manner to Zhou Shuqiu's question. Meanwhile, both Duanling Tian and Xiao Gangyu were fully focused on heating their cauldrons. Only after heating their cauldrons could they continue with the next step to refine the overarching heaven pills. While Duanling Tian and Xiao Gangyu were heating their cauldrons, many people had gathered around to watch the show. Time passed quietly. Although Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, was not the fastest in the 6 southeastern regions, he was still one of the fastest prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions. For this reason, it did not take long before he finished heating his cauldron and moved on to the next step. Although Xiao Gangyu finished heating the cauldron, it was still much slower compared to Duanling Tian's actual heating speed. The reason why Duanling Tian's heating speed was slower than Xiao Gangyu's was because he hadn't used his full strength yet. He still intended to maintain the heating speed of the cauldron at more than 10 hours. As expected of the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, I'm afraid only a few prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions can compare to this speed, right? Quick. Too fast. It took less than 7 hours to heat up a superior-grade celestial pill cauldron. His heating speed is truly shocking. After Xiao Gongyu spent less than 7 hours to heat up the high-grade immortal pill cauldron, most of the onlookers couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Gongyu also heard these exclamations after he finished heating the cauldron. For a moment, he glanced at Duanling Tian, who was still seriously heating the cauldron, and a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he continued with the next step of the refining process. With his alchemy speed, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for a while before he can refine the overarching heaven pills. Generally, the faster one refines the pills, the higher the success rate. A month ago, he only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills because of his pitifully slow heating speed. Xiao Gangyu thought to himself as he continued with the next step. He was certain Duanling Tian's success rate was much higher than his. Moreover, after coming to Alchemy City and interacting with the celestial alchemists, my comprehension of the alchemy Dao has improved again. I'm 80% confident I'll be able to refine 6 overarching heaven pills this time. Over the past few decades, Xiao Gongyu had only managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills in one go a few times due to good luck. Other times, he only managed to refine 5 overarching heaven pills. However, he was confident he would be able to refine 6 overarching heaven pills this time. In just a blink of an eye, more than 3 hours had passed. Swoosh! At this moment, Duanling Tian finally made his next move. He raised his hand and the cauldron began to rotate. He's done heating his cauldron as well? His speed of heating the cauldron this time is much faster than the one a month ago. Yes, it's much faster. I was there the last time. It took him 11 hours to heat his cauldron, but this time, it only took him 10 hours. His heating speed is so fast. His success rate of refining overarching heaven pills this time should be higher than the last time, right? I don't think so. Even if his success rate is higher than the last time, based on his previous success rate of 3 overarching heaven pills, he should be able to refine 4 overarching heaven pills this time. I think so too. After Duanling Tian finished heating his cauldron, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves again. However, none of them had any confidence in Duanling Tian just because his heating speed was slightly faster than the last month. There's no other way. If he wants to refine more than 7 overarching heaven pills, he has to slow down his heating speed. If I continue to maintain the heating speed of 11 hours,
Although I can still refine 7 pills like I did a month ago, it's too risky. After he finished heating his cauldron, Duan Ling Tian heard all the whispers among the onlookers. He was not confident he would be able to refine 7 overarching heaven pills if he maintained the heating speed for 11 hours. However, if he slowed down his heating speed, he was 100% confident he would be able to refine 7 overarching heaven pills.
For this reason he had to do it. Master Duan, although I've heard that your heating speed is slow, I didn't expect it to be this slow. Don't tell me you can't even refine 3 overarching heaven pills this time? At this moment, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly as he said, "You're not qualified to be my disciple. Arhat, Master Duan is refining pills. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to disturb him?" Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, said as he glanced at Ji Fan with a displeased expression on his face. Ji Fan looked at Situ Ming and was about to say something when a cold glint flashed across his eyes. However, before he could say anything, he was stopped by a fierce glare. It was none other than Zhong Shang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Although Zhong Shang's alchemy skills were high, he was only a celestial alchemist with an ordinary cultivation base. Moreover, he had his grandmaster Lian by his side, so he was not worried Zhong Shang would do anything to him. However, the problem was, Xueqi was by Zhong Shang's side. Not only was Xueqi Zhong Shang's twin brother, but he was also a 10 Directions celestial duke who was stronger than Zhong Shang's grandmaster. Because of this, he did not dare to make a sound when Zhong Shang's sharp gaze swept over him. Time continued to pass by. Meanwhile, Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, who had finished heating his cauldron 3 hours earlier than Duan Ling Tian, finally completed the second last step of the pill refinement process. Pill condensation. After pill condensation, it was time to collect the pills. Master Xiao from the blissful sect is about to collect his pills. I wonder how many pills he'll be able to refine. I've heard that Master Xiao from the blissful sect once refined 6 overarching heaven pills in one go. Although he was lucky at that time, he usually refined at least 5 overarching heaven pills. Does this mean Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect is going to lose? I don't think he has a chance to win at all. Although he's much faster this time, he only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills a month ago. There's no doubt that Apothecary Xiao from the blissful sect is going to win this duel. Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, finally finished heating his cauldron. Soon after, he moved on to the last step of refining pills, collecting the pills. It's time to collect the pills. When Xiao Gangyu slapped the cauldron and was about to collect the pills, many people exclaimed in surprise. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, streaks of light shot out of the cauldron in an orderly manner. 1 pill. 2 pills. 3 pills. While Xiao Gangyu was collecting the pills, many people began to count the number of overarching heaven pills he had refined. 6 pills. When the last overarching heaven pill was in Xiao Gangyu's hand, a bright smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he passed the pills to Zhong Shang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Master Xiao has successfully refined 6 overarching heaven pills. Zhong Shang nodded. Old ancestor, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Xiao Gangyu said with a smile as he looked at Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Thank you for your hard work, Master Xiao. Lian's face, which had been stiff from beginning to end, revealed a smile at this moment. Although Lian did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Xiao Gangyu, even if Xiao Gangyu only managed to refine 5 overarching heaven pills. However, since Xiao Gangyu had successfully refined 6 overarching heaven pills, he was certain Xiao Gangyu had a higher chance of winning. I'd like to see how many overarching heaven pills the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect can refine. Xiao Gangyu was in high spirits after refining 6 overarching heaven pills. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smug expression on his face. Master Xiao has successfully refined 6 overarching heaven pills. There's no doubt about the outcome of this competition. Chapter 2874. 6 overarching heaven pills?
Zhou Shuqiu's expression changed drastically when she saw Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, refining 6 overarching heaven pills in one go.
Xiao Gangyu is so lucky? He managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills this time? Initially, Zhou Shuqiu thought Xiao Gangyu was lucky.
Xiao Gangyu had to rely on his luck to refine 6 overarching heaven pills at one go. Moreover, he had only managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills a few times over the past few decades. Most of the time, he could only refine 5 overarching heaven pills at one go. Therefore, she was certain Xiao Gangyu would only be able to refine 5 overarching heaven pills in one go. She did not expect Xiao Gangyu to be so lucky and refine 6 overarching heaven pills this time. Xiao Gangyu managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills.
Does he still have a chance of winning?
Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian, her heart in her mouth. It was as though she was the one who was betting against the blissful sect, not Duan Lingtian. Zhou Shuqiu had met many outstanding young prodigies in the 6 southeastern regions. Her senior sister had even introduced many of them to her. However, none of them caught her eye. That was until Duan Lingtian appeared. In the beginning, she had taken the initiative to approach Duan Lingtian because he was her best friend. Therefore, she was curious about Duan Lingtian. As time passed, she gradually got to know Duan Lingtian better. Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance in all aspects had unknowingly captured her heart, making it difficult for her to extricate herself. If it were not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was her best friend's man, with her personality, she would have taken the initiative to pursue Duan Lingtian. Although she tried her best to restrain herself, she still could not help but worry about the man she loved. At this moment, apart from the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Celestial sect, Murong Bing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was the only one who had confidence in Duan Lingtian. The others were certain Duan Lingtian would lose. Time slowly passed. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's refining process was getting closer and closer to the pill condensation and pill recovery, the group of people stopped talking. They all held their breaths and stared intently at Duan Lingtian, waiting for the final result. Even if most people didn't think Duan Lingtian would win, at this moment, they couldn't help but look forward to it. How many overarching heaven pills could Duan Lingtian refine this time? Core condensation. When Duan Lingtian began the second to last step of the alchemy process, many people cried out in surprise. Although I know Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect is bound to lose, I'm still curious about how many overarching heaven pills he'll be able to refine.
A middle-aged man sighed. That's right.
A month ago, he managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills. His heating speed seems to be much faster than before. I wonder if he'll be able to refine 4 overarching heaven pills. Many people said he was lucky to be able to refine 3 overarching heaven pills a month ago. I don't think he'll be able to refine 3 overarching heaven pills this time. That's possible as well. When Duan Lingtian began the second to last step of the alchemy process, the pill condensation, some of the onlookers could not help but whisper among themselves. They only stopped talking when Duan Lingtian was done with the pill condensation, and was about to collect the pill condensation. He's about to collect the pill condensation. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw Duan Lingtian raising his hand and slapping the prominent celestial pill cauldron that was hovering in the air. At the same time, they stared at Duan Lingtian's cauldron. Smack! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's palm landed on the cauldron. A mysterious energy swirled around the cauldron, causing it to tremble. In the next moment, swoosh! A streak of light shot out of the cauldron like a shooting star. Swoosh! 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 After the streak of light shot out, several streaks of light followed suit. When the 8th streak of light shot out, the cauldron that was hovering in the air finally stopped trembling. At this moment, there were 8 celestial pills in Duan Lingtian's hand. When the 8 streaks of light shot out of the cauldron one after another, the onlookers were stunned. It took them a long time to regain their senses. Now that they had clearly seen the 8 medicinal pills in Duan Lingtian's hand, they gradually regained their senses. Their expressions were very interesting, but most of them were filled with shock and disbelief. Apart from a few people who had confidence in Duan Lingtian, No one expected Duanling Tian to be able to refine so many overarching heaven pills in one go.
Am I seeing things? 8 overarching heaven pills?
An old man among the onlookers muttered to himself in a trembling voice.
Am I dreaming? This is too inconceivable, right? Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pills? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! At this moment, most of the onlookers confirmed with their divine consciousness. The 8 pills in Duan Lingtian's hand were indeed overarching heaven pills. Meanwhile, Zhong Shang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, also confirmed that the 8 pills in Duan Lingtian's hand were overarching heaven pills. Moreover, they were freshly refined. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! It takes so long to heat the cauldron. It's already amazing that he managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pills in one go. Now it seems that what happened a month ago was indeed true. Zhong Shang was shocked when he saw the 8 overarching heaven pills in his hand. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. It was as though he could not believe what he had just seen. Master Zhong? Zhong Shang only regained his senses when Duan Lingtian called out to him. Then he announced to the onlookers, Master Duan has successfully refined 8 overarching heaven pills. Alchemy Master Duan is the winner of the bet. Zhong Shang looked at Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and announced. Upon hearing Zhong Shang's announcement, Lian finally regained his senses. The disbelief on his face was replaced by a grim expression. He did not expect this to happen even in his wildest dreams. The prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Celestial sect who was not even 100 years old was not only capable of refining overarching heaven pills, but he even managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pills in one go? Who could tell him what was going on? How's this possible? How's this possible? Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, looked at the 8 overarching heaven pills in Zhong Shang's hand. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe what he was seeing.
It was already amazing for a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old to be able to refine overarching heaven pills.
Moreover, he managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pills in one go? If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. It was precisely because he had confirmed that this was true that his face was so pale. After all, he was the one who proposed the competition. In other words, he had to bear the responsibility for Duan Lingtian's loss. 8 overarching heaven pills? Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, had an unsightly expression on his face. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Duan Lingtian, you must have hidden the overarching heaven pills you refined outside the Tai Celestial sect shop a month ago. You're so scheming. As a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill, Xiao Gangyu would have lived his life in vain if he did not realize this. Hidden the overarching heaven pills? Based on Master Zhao's words, it seems like Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect intentionally hid the overarching heaven pills he refined a month ago. How's that possible? Don't tell me he could have predicted today's events a month in advance? Perhaps he didn't predict this would happen.
Perhaps he planned to compete with others in terms of the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills during the alchemy conference?
That's very likely. As soon as Xiao Gangyu finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Many people speculated that Duan Lingtian had intentionally hidden the overarching heaven pills so he could compete with others in terms of the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills during the alchemy conference. In fact, this was indeed Duan Lingtian's plan.
I was just thinking about how to compete with others in terms of the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills.
I didn't expect the people from the blissful sect would come knocking on my door. Moreover, they even have a triple trait Duke grade celestial method. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he took the 8 overarching heaven pills from Zhong Shang and listened to the discussions in the surroundings. To him, this was a completely unexpected gain.
If he had taken the initiative to compete with others in terms of the success rate of the triple trait Duke grade celestial method, he would not have been able to win so much money. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Xiao Gangyu indifferently before he shifted his gaze to Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and said indifferently, "Senior Lian, thank you for letting me win. Now, isn't it time for the blissful sect to fulfill their promise?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Lian. Under the watchful eyes of Zhongshang and Zhongqi, Lian had no choice but to obediently hand the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method over to Duan Lingtian, even though he was reluctant to hand it over to them. "Thank you, Senior Lian." Duan Lingtian thanked Lian with a smile on his face after he confirmed the memory celestial talisman that contained the triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method was safe. Then, he glanced at Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu before he said with a faint smile on his face, "I wonder which one of you came up with the idea of competing with me in terms of the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills. Regardless of who suggested it, I'll have to thank him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have obtained this triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method." Chapter 2875. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiao Gangyu merely glanced at Ji Fan. On the other hand, Ji Fan's face was red with anger, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. At this moment, the onlookers could tell who was the one who wanted to bet with Duan Lingtian. "Let's go." In the end, it was Lian who broke the silence. Then, Lian led Ji Fan, Xiao Gangyu, and the other members of the blissful sect away. However, before he left, he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Faced with Lian's gaze, Duan Lingtian met his gaze with a calm expression. His gaze was indifferent, and he did not have the slightest bit of fear because of Lian's strength and background. He knew he had to be careful. At this moment, he had to act this way. Once Lian saw that he was scared, he would definitely guess that everything he had said before was just a bluff. He would guess that he didn't have a background from any of the major clans in the central area. At that time, Lian would not hesitate to make a move on Duan Lingtian. "I didn't expect Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect to be able to refine 8 overarching heaven pills in one go. He managed to refine 2 more overarching heaven pills than Master Xiao from the blissful sect. It seems like Master Duan has been concealing his strength since a month ago. Isn't it obvious? If it wasn't for Master Duan's deliberate concealment, how could he only refine 3 overarching heaven pills a month ago with his skill? That's right. It's just like Master Xiao from the blissful sect said. Master Duan must have concealed his strength when he refined the overarching heaven pills a month ago. His goal was to confuse the other alchemists so that he could make a bet with the other alchemists and win the other alchemists' prize. This is not uncommon in the alchemy conference. If Master Duan isn't younger than 100 years old, the people from the blissful sect would have thought of this as well. That's right. Master Duan is too young. He's not even 100 years old. It's already considered good that he can refine overarching heaven pills. No one expected him to have such a high success rate. 8 overarching heaven pills. 8 overarching heaven pills. Even the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blazing Sun celestial sect in the light region, only managed to refine 10 overarching heaven pills, right? To have such accomplishments in the Tao of alchemy at such an age. His future is limitless. After the members of the blissful sect left, the onlookers looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. I wonder how the Tai Celestial sect managed to recruit him. Even the profound Heaven Celestial sect, the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, would do anything to recruit such a celestial alchemist, right? The Tai Celestial sect is really lucky. It's indeed good. And it's not just any good. The people from the other top sects whispered among themselves, thinking that the Tai Celestial sect was lucky. He actually won. Zhou Xueqi, who was among the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, stared at the purple figure in shock. She did not expect the purple figure would win. At this moment, the other party's figure seemed to have become incomparably tall in her eyes, causing extraordinary splendor to ripple in her eyes. At the same time, she glanced at Murongbing who was standing nearby and saw the hint of joy in Murongbing's eyes. For a moment, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She felt that her best friend was lucky to have such a relationship with such an outstanding man. If it were possible, She would rather have had a relationship with Duan Ling Tian than her best friend.
Third senior sister. He actually won.
Liu Luo, who was standing next to Murong Bing, exclaimed in shock as she looked at Duan Ling Tian.
I saw it.
Murong Bing nodded. At the same time, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of excitement in her eyes. I'm afraid only the major clans in the central area are capable of nurturing such an outstanding young man, right? If Bing can be with him, it'll be a good thing for both Bing and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Nangong Xiao's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She found Duan Ling Tian pleasing to the eye.
Master Duan.
At the same time, Zhong Shang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, stepped forward and greeted Duan Ling Tian with a smile.
His tone was warm and courteous.
Master Zhong.
Duan Ling Tian quickly responded with a smile.
Not only was Zhong Shang a supreme celestial alchemist, but he also had a twin brother who was a 10-direction celestial duke. Even the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the 3 10-direction celestial dukes did not dare to slight such a person. What's more, Zhong Shang's attitude towards him was very friendly. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. So he naturally smiled back at Zhong Shang. Pill Master Duan, are you interested in joining our alliance of immortal masters? When Zhong Shang spoke again, he extended an olive branch to Duan Ling Tian. It was clear that he wanted to poach Duan Ling Tian to the alliance of immortal masters. The alliance of immortal masters was different from clans and sections. However, those who had a certain status in the Alliance of Celestial Masters were mostly sectless cultivators. No matter how outstanding a person from a clan or sect was, the Alliance of Immortal Masters wouldn't have an important position because the Alliance of Immortal Masters was worried that such a person's attention would be on the clan or sect behind them. Once there was a conflict of interest, these people would most likely abandon the Alliance of Immortal Masters and support the clans and sects behind them. In other words, if Duan Ling Tian wanted to have a good future in the Alliance of Immortal Masters, he would have to draw a line between him and the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. He could no longer be a revered alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Thank you for your kindness, Pill Master Zhong. If I'm just a revered alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, I wouldn't mind joining the Alliance of Immortal Masters. However, the problem is I have a clan behind me. Duan Ling Tian thanked Zhong Shang before he brought up the matter of the family behind him. After the alchemy conference ends, I'll be leaving the 6 southeastern regions and returning to the central area to return to my clan. Pill Master Duan's clan is in the central area? When Zhong Shang heard Duan Ling Tian mention that not only did he have a clan, but his clan was also located in the central area, he could not help but feel disappointed. Then, it seems like the Alliance of Immortal Masters has no fate with you. However, I didn't expect Pill Master Duan to have such a background. Come to think of it, if it weren't for your background, you wouldn't have achieved so much even though you're not even 100 years old. After that, Zhong Shang muttered to himself. Based on his words, it was clear that he agreed with Duan Ling Tian. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to achieve so much at such a young age was mostly due to his extraordinary background. After learning that Duan Ling Tian had a powerful clan in the central area, Zhong Shang no longer had any intention of poaching Duan Ling Tian to join the Alliance of Immortal Masters. This was because the Alliance of Immortal Masters had its own rules. Only sectless cultivators were valued by the Alliance of Immortal Masters. No matter how outstanding a person was, the Alliance of Immortal Masters would not put him in an important position. Although Zhong Shang no longer had any intention of poaching Duan Ling Tian to join the Alliance of Immortal Masters, his attitude toward Duan Ling Tian was still very polite. The reason for this was purely due to Duan Ling Tian's current achievements. Duan Ling Tian's achievements were not considered shocking. However, based on his achievements and the fact that he was not even 100 years old, it was enough to shock the entire 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. In fact, even in the central area, there might not be anyone who could achieve so much at such a young age as Duan Ling Tian. Even if there were, they would be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It would be fine if such a person died prematurely. If Duan Ling Tian continued to grow, he would definitely become a huge figure in the future. For this reason, even Zhong Shang, a supreme celestial alchemist, had to be polite to Duan Ling Tian who had a bright future ahead of him.
However, as a supreme celestial alchemist, he had his own pride and did not want to curry favor with Duanling Tian. Therefore, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Duanling Tian, Zhong Shang left with Xueqi. Congratulations, Master Duan. After Zhong Shang and Xueqi left, the onlookers dispersed as well. The three prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai-I celestial sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, stepped forward to congratulate Duanling Tian. Congratulations, Master Duan. Congratulations, Alchemist Duan. Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, congratulated Duanling Tian as well. Jianqiu Luo had only congratulated Duanling Tian because she saw Nangong Xiao congratulating Duanling Tian. I didn't think I'd be able to obtain a triple trait Duke grade celestial method as soon as the alchemy conference began. In that case, I can use this Duke grade celestial method to win similar divine abilities in the future. Obtaining the triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the blissful sect was, without a doubt, a pleasant surprise for Duanling Tian. After all, this meant he would have a better trump card to use as a wager to obtain the triple trait divine ability he wanted. And the monarch grade divine ability that he wanted was the kind of divine ability that had both attack and defense. With this, even if the Tai-I celestial sect's king grade celestial weapon can no longer be used as a prize due to Hishan's death, I'll still be able to obtain a divine ability that's similar to the celestial method. After Hishan's death, Duanling Tian and the others were no longer qualified to use the king grade celestial weapon as a wager. Chapter 2876. The Alchemy Conference continued. As time passed, the news of Duanling Tian winning the triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the blissful sect spread to the ears of everyone in the alchemy square. Everyone was shocked. The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-I celestial sect, who's not even 100 years old, managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pills? It's shocking that he managed to refine overarching heaven pills when he's not even 100 years old. However, he managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pills in one go. In the 6 southeastern regions, the only person with such a high success rate in refining overarching heaven pills is Master Sun from the Blazing Sun celestial sect in the light region, right? That's right. When Master Sun was lucky, he managed to refine 10 overarching heaven pills. However, he usually only managed to refine 8 or 9 overarching heaven pills. It's unbelievable. A young man who's not even 100 years old is almost as accomplished as Master Sun in alchemy. Similar discussions were taking place all over the alchemy square. Master Sun was none other than Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blazing Sun celestial sect in the light region. He was also the most outstanding prominent celestial alchemist in the alchemy conference. Since then, he had been widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. About a month ago, Duanling Tian had become famous in Alchemy City after he won the celestial method and divine ability from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect by refining the overarching heaven pill. At that time, everyone had heard of Duanling Tian's name and knew that he was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-I celestial sect who was not even 100 years old. Now that Duanling Tian had won the blissful sect's celestial method, he had become even more famous. Based on what I know, the blissful sect only has one triple trait celestial method, right? That's right. Among the celestial methods and divine abilities in the blissful sect, the most precious one is the one they lost to Master Duan from the Tai-I celestial sect. Duanling Tian already knew what the people around him were talking about. Among the celestial methods and divine abilities in the blissful sect, there was only one triple trait Duke grade celestial method. As for Duke grade divine abilities, there was no triple trait Duke grade celestial method. The blissful sect's Duke grade celestial method is called the Immobilization King. When Duanling Tian heard about the blissful sect's Duke grade celestial method, he searched the memory celestial talisman he had won from the blissful sect and learned the name of the Duke grade celestial method. The most powerful thing about the Immovable Wisdom King is its defensive technique. Its defensive technique is considered top-notch among the Duke grade celestial methods. However, its offensive and movement techniques are only at the threshold of a Duke grade celestial method.
It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure this out after he read the Blissful Sect's Duke-grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method. Now that I have a triple-trait Duke-grade Celestial Method, I'll have to think of a way to obtain a triple-trait Duke-grade Divine ability. In the 6 southeastern regions, there are only 2 sects that possess triple-trait Duke-grade Divine abilities. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in the Cross region and the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect in the Light region. Sun Chao, the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, is in the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect. Currently, he's probably the only prominent celestial alchemist in the top sects who dares to compete with me. After putting the memory celestial talisman away, Duanling Tian's mind began to wander. On his way to Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Duanling Tian would be satisfied if he could obtain a triple-trait Duke-grade Celestial Method or Divine ability. However, now that he had obtained a triple-trait Duke-grade Celestial Method so easily, he was no longer satisfied with the current situation. He also wanted a Monarch-level Divine ability that had both offense and defense. Although there's a prominent celestial alchemist in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who can refine overarching heaven pills, that person's skill is only on par with Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful Sect. Since I defeated Xiao Gangyu, that prominent celestial alchemist definitely won't dare to compete with me. In that case, only Sun Chao, the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, is left. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. Then, he looked at Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and expressed his thoughts. Master Duan. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's thoughts, Situ Ming was not optimistic. Although the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect has a triple-trait Duke-grade Divine ability, I don't think they'll use it as a wager. That Duke-grade Divine ability is very important to the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect. The former sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect sacrificed his life to obtain it. The former sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect is the father of the current sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect. That Duke-grade Divine ability is very important to the current sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect. I don't think he'll allow anyone to use it as a wager. Situ Ming said. Is there such a thing? Duanling Tian was unaware of Situ Ming's words. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian still decided to give it a try. The Blazing Sun Celestial Sect was a powerful sect in the Light region. Apart from the sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect, there was also an elder and 4 prominent celestial alchemists. Among the 4 prominent celestial alchemists, Sun Chao, who was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, was among them. Sun Chao was a middle-aged man who had a firm and righteous appearance. He was dressed elegantly. Master Duan, I've heard about you since a month ago. I didn't expect you were still hiding something from me. Under Situ Ming's lead, Duanling Tian arrived at the area where the people from the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect were. After Situ Ming introduced Sun Chao to Duanling Tian, Sun Chao greeted Duanling Tian with a smile on his face. Whether it was Sun Chao's appearance or his current attitude, Duanling Tian could not bring himself to dislike Sun Chao. In fact, at this moment, Duanling Tian felt a little embarrassed to trick Sun Chao. It was not that he was arrogant. It was just that with his current alchemy skills and the 3rd form of the Chaos Divine Flame, he did not think any prominent celestial alchemist would be able to surpass him in alchemy. For this reason, he did not think any prominent celestial alchemist would be able to defeat him. Master Sun, I've heard a lot about you as well. Duanling Tian replied with a smile on his face. Following that, both of them exchanged a few pleasantries before they began to chat under Sun Chao's lead. It did not take long before they became familiar with each other, as though they had known each other for many years. Master Duan, we're here too. Situ Ming was slightly anxious when he saw Duanling Tian, and Sun Chao seemed to have forgotten about the important matter. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian to remind him. Master Situ, I've changed my mind. Before Situ Ming could finish speaking, Duanling Tian had already guessed what Situ Ming was going to say. He quickly replied through voice transmission, You're right. I don't plan to bet with the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect. Let's go to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. We can avenge the old ancestor as well.
Duan Ling Tian turned to look in the direction of the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. His eyes flashed coldly. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? Situ Ming was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he smiled wryly and said, Master Duan Ling Tian, your alchemy skills have improved greatly. Master Duan, your alchemy skills are obvious to all. I'm afraid Master Sun from the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect is the only prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions who dares to bet with you. I'm afraid the other prominent celestial alchemists wouldn't dare to bet with you. Although there are prominent celestial alchemists in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who are skilled in alchemy, the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist is only on par with Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful Sect. Even if you bet with him, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect won't take out their sect's triple trait Duke grade divine ability as a stake. As Situ Ming spoke, his analysis was clear and logical. I know. Situ Ming thought Duan Ling Tian would give up on betting with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, for this reason, I plan to bet with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Supreme Duke grade Celestial Alchemist. A Supreme Duke grade Celestial Alchemist. In the 6 southeastern regions, apart from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, only the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had a Supreme Duke grade Celestial Alchemist. This time, the Supreme Duke grade Celestial Alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had come as well. A Supreme Duke grade Celestial Alchemist? Situ Ming was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After a while he regained his senses and quickly said, Master Duan, instead of betting with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Supreme Duke grade Celestial Alchemist, why don't you see if the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect's Supreme Duke grade Celestial Alchemist is willing to bet with you? There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Putting aside the fact that the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect's Supreme Duke grade divine ability is extremely important to the sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect, I don't think he'll take it out. This apothecary son is a good person. I like him. I don't want to scam him. Duan Ling Tian said. Situ Ming was speechless when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He felt Duan Ling Tian was too stubborn. Master Sun, do you want to join in the fun as well? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. Although he had only met Sun Chao today and had only chatted for a short while, Sun Chao's sincerity, temperament, and character were very much to his liking. It was as though they were old friends at first sight. In fact, at this moment, he could not help but recall some of the friends he had met in the mundane realm. Why would I join in the fun? Chapter 2877. Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of familiarity with Sun Chao, and Sun Chao felt the same way as well. Before Sun Chao met Duan Ling Tian, he thought it was only natural that Duan Ling Tian would be so arrogant. With Duan Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, he was surely a proud and arrogant person, but this was normal. After all, he had the qualifications to be so. However, after interacting with Duan Ling Tian for a while, Sun Chao realized he was wrong. Not only that, but he was extremely wrong. This prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old was not an arrogant person. Instead, he was very kind and easy to get along with. At the same time, he had a steadiness that was different from people his age. For this reason, Sun Chao felt a sense of familiarity with Duan Ling Tian. Why should I join in the fun? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Sun Chao could not help but feel curious. He wanted to know why Duan Ling Tian wanted him to join in the fun. I plan to compete with the Supreme Celestial Alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. I'll use my triple trait Duke grade Celestial method to compete with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's triple trait Duke grade divine ability. Duan Ling Tian did not keep Sun Chao in suspense and smiled faintly. What? When Sun Chao heard the first half of Duan Ling Tian's words, he was already shocked. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Sun Chao smiled wryly and said, Master Duan, a Supreme Celestial Alchemist is someone who possesses a Supreme Duke grade Celestial Fire and is capable of refining Supreme Duke grade Celestial Pills. Prominent Celestial Alchemists like us can't compare to such a person. Perhaps, some prominent Celestial Alchemists are on par with him in terms of alchemy, but in terms of alchemy, there's no way a prominent Celestial Alchemist can compare to him in terms of alchemy. Sun Chao reminded Duan Ling Tian when he reached the end of his sentence.
He did not ask Duan Ling Tian to compete with the supreme-grade celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect because he had a feeling that Duan Ling Tian was a genius. Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 100 years old, could not compare to the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in terms of alchemy.
Thank you for your reminder, Master Sunday.
However, I still plan to compete with the supreme celestial alchemist in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect.
Duan Ling Tian, who had heard Sun Chao's good intentions, thanked Sun Chao. But in Sun Chao's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was stubborn. Alchemist son, if you are interested, you can come with me to take a look, Duan Ling Tian said.
Master Duan.
However, Sun Chao still had no intention of taking a step forward. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian seriously and said, Master Duan, even if you want to obtain a triple trait Duke grade divine ability, there's no need for you to take this path. Once you've mastered the triple trait Duke grade celestial method that you won from the blissful sect, you can inscribe it in your memory celestial talisman. Bring the triple trait Duke grade celestial method to the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect. I can persuade the sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect to exchange the triple trait Duke grade divine ability with you. Apart from not wanting Duan Ling Tian to compete with the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Sun Chao had also come up with a way to help Duan Ling Tian obtain the triple trait Duke grade divine ability. Pill Master Sun, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I can't wait that long. Upon hearing Sun Chao's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Then, he began to walk toward the group of people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Huan held Duan Ling Tian's hand and followed closely behind him. Master Duan, Sun Chao felt helpless when he saw Duan Ling Tian was adamant in his decision. He had no choice but to follow Duan Ling Tian. The three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Celestial Sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, followed closely behind. Master Yang, Master Yu. At the same time, Situ Ming told Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing about Duan Ling Tian's plan. Before this, the two of them did not know what was going on at all. The reason they were able to follow Duan Ling Tian and Situ Ming was because they were following them. What? Master Duan wants to compete with the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Yu Zhongjing and Yang Chong's expressions changed drastically when they heard Situ Ming's words. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was in a dilemma. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. How could a prominent celestial alchemist compete with a supreme celestial alchemist? Was there even a chance of winning? When Yu Zhongjing and Yang Chong recovered from their shock and wanted to persuade Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian had already arrived near the group of people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He looked at Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and said loudly, Sect Leader Bai, who's the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the group of people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect turned to look at him. Master Duan? Bai Wu Ji raised an eyebrow when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He asked indifferently, Why do you ask? I want to compete with the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. I'll use the triple trait Duke grade celestial method I won from the blissful sect as a wager for the triple trait divine ability of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. HM? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Bai Wu Ji and the others from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect could not help but look at each other in confusion. For a moment, they thought they had misheard Duan Ling Tian. Did I hear wrongly? The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, a mere prominent celestial alchemist, wants to compete with Master He? He even wants to use the triple trait Duke grade celestial method he won from the blissful sect as a wager? You didn't hear wrongly. I heard it as well. You didn't hear wrongly? After a while, most of the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect shifted their attention back to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, these people looked at Duan Ling Tian as if they were looking at an idiot. What do you want to compete with me in? At the same time, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion who was dressed in a long gray robe stepped out from the group of people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The old man had a kind expression on his face.
However, when he stepped forward to ask Duanling Tian, his eyes that were originally cloudy suddenly shone with a terrifying light.
Master Duan, he's He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. As soon as the old man stepped forward, Situ Ming's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. Master Duan, He Pei Yuan is a supreme celestial alchemist. You have no chance of winning against him. Why don't we just let it go? When Situ Ming reached the end of his voice transmission, he began to persuade Duanling Tian. At the same time, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing also joined in trying to persuade Duanling Tian. However, when Duanling Tian heard their voice transmissions, he gave them a reassuring look as usual. Previously, when he was competing with Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, he had also looked at Situ Ming and the other two in a similar manner. At that time, Situ Ming and the other two were relieved when they saw the look in his eyes. But this time, even though he still gave Situ Ming and the others such a look, Situ Ming and the others still didn't feel at ease. This was because they were worried about Duanling Tian. This time, Duanling Tian's opponent was a supreme celestial alchemist who was superior to prominent celestial alchemists. Heat the cauldron. Duanling Tian looked at He Pei Yuan fearlessly and said bluntly. Heat the cauldron? He Pei Yuan was taken aback when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Humph. At the same time, a cold snort rang in the air. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, looked at Duanling Tian and scoffed. After that, he looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully. Alchemist Duan, if I'm not wrong, the speed of heating the cauldron that you displayed earlier was also intentionally hidden, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have invited Master He from the profound heaven celestial sect to participate in the cauldron heating competition. Master He is a supreme celestial alchemist. It would take him at least 8 to 9 hours to heat a supreme celestial pill cauldron. In the 6 southeastern regions, most prominent celestial alchemists heat prominent celestial pill cauldrons faster than Master He. Do you think the profound heaven celestial sect would agree to such a ridiculous bet? Bai Wu Ji's eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duanling Tian. That's right. The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect is too naive. I can't believe he came up with such a ridiculous bet. Does he think the profound heaven celestial sect would fall for it? Ridiculous. How laughable. As soon as Bai Wu Ji finished speaking, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Duanling Tian with disdain as well. They felt Duanling Tian was too naive. The commotion here could not be said to be small. Therefore, in just a few breaths' time, more and more people came to join in the fun. After learning about the ins and outs of the matter, they felt Duanling Tian was indulging in fantasy. Did he think the people from the profound heaven celestial sect were fools? Even He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect, looked at Duanling Tian as though he was an idiot. Master Duan is too naive. There's no way the profound heaven celestial sect would agree to such a competition. Sun Chao shook his head. Even his speed in heating prominent celestial pill cauldrons was much faster than He Pei Yuan's speed in heating Duke-grade celestial pill cauldrons. Sect leader Bai. Duanling Tian ignored the gazes from the surroundings. He stared at Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. He continued to say, what if I say I want to compete with Master He in heating prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Both of us will heat prominent celestial pill cauldrons. Whoever heats a prominent celestial pill cauldron first will win. Chapter 2878. As soon as Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Initially, everyone thought Duanling Tian was confident that Duanling Tian would win the bet. If Duanling Tian wanted to compete with He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect, in terms of heating cauldrons, he would have to let He Pei Yuan heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Under such circumstances, it would not be difficult for Duanling Tian to defeat He Pei Yuan as long as he had been concealing his strength when he was heating the cauldron. For this reason, even if they were the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, they would not bet their sect's triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method with Duanling Tian's triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method that Duanling Tian had won from the blissful sect. After all, there was no way Duan Lingtian would win. However, Duan Lingtian actually said, Duan Lingtian. He wants to compete with He Pei Yuan in heating the prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is he crazy? He wants to compete with Master He in heating the prominent celestial pill cauldron. One of the prominent celestial alchemists from the profound heaven celestial sect exclaimed when he regained his senses. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He could not figure out where Duan Lingtian got his courage from. If Duan Lingtian were to heat the prominent celestial pill cauldron while He Pei Yuan was to heat the Duke-grade celestial pill cauldron, the prominent celestial pill cauldron was more likely to win. In fact, he did not think He Pei Yuan would win. After all, Duan Lingtian was the one who suggested this. Since Duan Lingtian was the one who suggested this, it meant Duan Lingtian was confident. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had most likely been concealing his strength. After all, this was not the first time Duan Lingtian had been concealing his strength. However, if Duan Lingtian and He Pei Yuan were to compete in heating the prominent celestial pill cauldron, he did not think Duan Lingtian would win. In fact, he felt Duan Lingtian was planning to gift the Duke-grade celestial method that he had obtained from the blissful sect to the profound heaven celestial sect. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was certain Duan Lingtian was not going to win. Duan Lingtian's words? He wants to compete with alchemist He of the profound heaven celestial sect in heating a prominent celestial artifact cauldron? You didn't hear wrongly. He's going to compete with Master He in heating prominent celestial pill cauldron. I wonder where he got the courage. Is Duan Lingtian's sect? Duan Lingtian's, if he can win this alchemy competition, I'll take my head and let him kick it like a ball. After the onlookers regained their senses, they began to whisper among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was crazy. Otherwise, he would not have proposed such a duel. A prominent celestial alchemist who only possessed a prominent celestial fire wanted to compete with a supreme celestial alchemist who possessed a Duke-grade celestial fire in heating the prominent celestial pill cauldron? It did not take long for a supreme celestial alchemist to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron with a Duke-grade celestial fire. After all, a Duke-grade celestial fire was far superior to a prominent celestial fire. It was impossible for a supreme celestial fire to lose out to a prominent celestial fire in heating the cauldron. Are you sure you want to compete with Master He in heating the prominent celestial pill cauldron? Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, finally regained his senses. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky when he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian met Bai Wu Ji's gaze in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Bai Wu Ji's expression changed a few times. He could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Naturally, he did not believe Duan Lingtian could heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron faster than He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, one was a prominent celestial alchemist while the other was a supreme celestial alchemist. Their celestial fires were on completely different levels. However, the problem was, if he could think of this, how could Duan Lingtian not think of it? For this reason, Bai Wu Ji could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Sect leader, I'll compete with him. He Pei Yuan looked at Bai Wu Ji and said, since he's going to give the profound heaven celestial sect a celestial method, there's no need for us to reject him. At this moment, He Pei Yuan felt as though his dignity had been trampled on. Because of this, he was furious. How dare a prominent celestial alchemist compete with him, a supreme celestial alchemist, in heating a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Did Duan Lingtian think his supreme celestial fire was made of paper? However, Bai Wu Ji did not respond to He Pei Yuan's words immediately. Instead, he continued to look at Duan Lingtian thoughtfully. No matter how he looked at the purple-clad young man, he did not think Duan Lingtian would give the profound heaven celestial sect a celestial method for free. Moreover, he had just killed the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Even if he did not kill the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, it was still impossible for him to give the profound heaven celestial sect a celestial method that was both offensive and defensive. After all, the profound heaven celestial sect only had one Duke-grade celestial method. Is it possible that he's confident? At this moment, Bai Wuji even felt Duan Ling Tian was confident he would win this alchemy competition. That was why he took the initiative to look for him. Impossible! A prominent celestial fire can't be compared to a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire. However, after giving it some thought, Bai Wuji did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron better than He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. Could it be that he has a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire, or an even more powerful celestial fire? However, Bai Wuji quickly suppressed this thought. Impossible! After a celestial alchemist obtains a higher-grade celestial fire, the lower-grade celestial fire he possesses will be destroyed by the higher-grade celestial fire. Bai Wuji thought to himself. After all, a mountain can't contain two tigers. Even if the original tiger is weak, the new tiger won't be able to contain it. If that's the case, where does he get the confidence to bet with the profound heaven celestial sect? Bai Wuji could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Sect leader. While Bai Wuji was deep in thought, He Pei Yuan began to panic. He sent a voice transmission to Bai Wuji and said, "Sect leader, I'm 100% confident I can defeat him. He's just a prominent celestial alchemist. There's no way he can heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron faster than me. If I lose, I won't have the face to continue living in this world." He Pei Yuan's tone was filled with strong confidence. "Master He, don't you think this is strange? If he's not confident, why would he be so confident to propose such a bet with the profound heaven celestial sect?" Bai Wuji transmitted his voice to express his confusion. Sect leader. He Pei Yuan originally thought that Bai Wuji was thinking of something else, but when he heard Bai Wuji's words, he realized that Bai Wuji was afraid that he would lose. For a moment, he couldn't hold himself back and didn't send a voice transmission. "If I lose to him in this alchemy competition and drag the sect down, I'm willing to give the king-grade celestial weapon in my possession to the sect." Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, "If I lose to him and force the sect to share a triple-trait Duke-grade divine ability, I'm willing to give my king-grade celestial weapon to the sect. My king-grade celestial weapon shouldn't be any less valuable than the sect's triple-trait celestial weapon, right?" At this moment, it was clear that He Pei Yuan was desperate. He was willing to use his king-grade celestial weapon as a guarantee to bet with Duan Ling Tian. If he lost, he would give the king-grade celestial weapon to the profound heaven celestial sect as well as the divine ability that the profound heaven celestial sect had obtained. "Master He, that's not what I meant." Bai Wuji smiled wryly when he heard He Pei Yuan's words. Although the value of a king-grade celestial weapon was much higher than the triple-trait celestial weapon, he did not dare to ask He Pei Yuan to use his king-grade celestial weapon as a guarantee. If he really asked He Pei Yuan to use his king-grade celestial weapon as a guarantee, it would mean Bai Wuji did not trust He Pei Yuan. The profound heaven celestial sect did not trust He Pei Yuan. Would He Pei Yuan still feel a sense of belonging to the profound heaven celestial sect? After all, He Pei Yuan was only a revered elder of the profound heaven celestial sect. He could leave the sect as he pleased. "The profound heaven celestial sect will bet with you," Bai Wuji explained to He Pei Yuan with a wry smile on his face. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and immediately agreed to the bet. It was as though he was worried Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. This alchemist Duan is quite interesting. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was standing nearby said to another middle-aged man who looked identical to him. These two people were like a pair of twin brothers. They were none other than Xueqi, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, and his twin brother Xueqi, who was a 10-direction celestial duke. "Brother, why do you say that?" Xueqi asked curiously. "Because, just now, he sent me a voice transmission to ask me something." Xueqi replied. "What is it?" Xueqi's curiosity was piqued. "He asked me how long it would take for a supreme celestial alchemist to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron with a supreme celestial fire," Xueqi said with narrowed eyes. "Master Zhong, it's great that you're here." At this moment, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, called out to Xueqi when he saw Xueqi walking toward them. He intended to tell Xueqi about the bet between the profound heaven celestial sect and Duan Ling Tian. "I was not far away just now. I already know what happened here. I can be your witness for this pill competition. Zhongshang said before Bai Wuji could finish his sentence. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Master Zhong. Bai Wuji cupped his hands slightly at Zhongshang. At the same time, he raised his head to look at Duanling Tian who was standing nearby. He thought to himself, what's done can't be undone. There's nothing we can do to change this. Let me see exactly where this Duanling Tian got the confidence to dare issue such a bet. Although Bai Wuji still felt something was amiss, he could not help but feel that something was amiss. He could not figure out where Duanling Tian's confidence came from. Master Duan, we meet again. Chapter 2879. Master Zhong. Duanling Tian quickly returned Zhongshang's greeting with a smile on his face. A hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Zhongshang. Zhongshang clearly saw the look of gratitude in Duanling Tian's eyes. Master Duan, it seems like you're confident of winning. Could it be that I misjudged him? Master Duan, your celestial fire isn't a prominent celestial fire, but a Duke-grade celestial fire? Zhongshang asked through voice transmission. Master Zhong, you must be joking. Indeed, my celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire. Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. Then, how dare you compete with He Pei Yuan, a Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? If you're both heating the same pill cauldron, your prominent celestial fire won't be able to compete with a Duke-grade celestial fire. The two of them aren't even on the same level. Zhongshang replied through voice transmission. Master Zhong, do you think I'm the kind of person who would seek trouble for myself? Duanling Tian asked through voice transmission when he heard Zhongshang's words. Moreover, I only decided to compete with Master He from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect after I asked you how fast he's heating a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Duanling Tian's voice was filled with confidence when he sent another voice transmission. His confidence caused Zhongshang to take a deep look at him. Since that is the case, I will wait and see. In the next moment, Zhongshang looked at Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and explained the bet. Next, I, Zhongshang, will be the witness of the bet between the chief celestial alchemists of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. The outcome of this bet will be decided by Master Duan from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and Master He from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Both Master Duan and Master He will have to heat their prominent celestial pill cauldrons. Whoever heats the cauldron faster will win the bet. If Master Duan wins, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect will have to give him a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. If Master He wins, Master Duan will have to give the triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method. He won from the Blissful Sect to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. When Zhongshang opened his mouth to notarize this alchemy competition bet, although his voice wasn't loud, it still attracted many onlookers. Many of the onlookers were from the Blissful Sect and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, and Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, had arrived. The person standing next to Ji Fan was none other than Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful Sect. The person standing next to Murong Bing was none other than her junior sister, Liu Luo. Duanling Tian wants to compete with Master He in heating prominent celestial pill cauldrons? When Ji Fan first arrived and learned about the bet between Duanling Tian and He Pei Yuan, he was stunned. He thought he had misheard Duanling Tian's words. Doesn't he know Master He from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is a supreme celestial alchemist who possesses a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire? He's just a prominent celestial alchemist who only possesses a prominent celestial fire. How can he compete with a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist who possesses a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire in heating prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Isn't he looking for trouble? The more Ji Fan muttered to himself, the more he thought he had misheard. Humph! Xiao Gangyu scoffed and said to Ji Fan, Arhat, it seems like Master Duan from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect has become arrogant after winning the Blissful Sect Celestial Method. I can't believe he dares to compete with a supreme celestial alchemist in heating prominent celestial pill cauldrons. Ji Fan snapped out of his daze when he heard Xiao Gangyu's words. He was certain he had not misheard.
Although we won't be able to get our sect's celestial method back if he loses, it's still better for the celestial method to fall into the hands of the profound heaven celestial sect.
I'd like to see how he's going to embarrass himself. Ji Fan looked at Duanling Tian from afar.
A cold smile had appeared on his face at some point. Third senior sister, he wants to compete with a supreme celestial alchemist in heating prominent celestial pill cauldrons. Isn't it obvious he wants to give the celestial method he won from the blissful sect to the profound heaven celestial sect? Liu Luo said as she looked at Morong Bing, who was standing next to her.
Liu Luo, don't jump to conclusions before the results are out. Didn't you think he'd lose when he competed with Master Xiao from the blissful sect? Morong Bing shook her head when she heard Liu Luo's words. At this moment, her gaze had also landed on Duanling Tian. Similarly, she could feel the strong confidence in Duanling Tian. Although I don't know where you get your confidence from, I still believe in you. Morong Bing thought to herself. In the next moment, Morong Bing quickly retracted her gaze when she saw Duanling Tian turning his head. She's here as well? At this moment, Duanling Tian saw Morong Bing. Was she looking at me earlier? Bing-er. At this moment, Zhou Xueqi, a disciple from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, arrived as well. She quickly moved to Morong Bing's side. Bing-er, do you think he'll win? Although Zhou Xueqi did not think Duanling Tian would win, since a prominent celestial fire and a supreme celestial fire could not be compared to a supreme celestial fire, she still could not help but ask Morong Bing. Yes. Morong Bing trusted Duanling Tian as always. Moreover, she felt that since Duanling Tian was the one who proposed this bet, he must be confident in winning. Master Duan, although the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Celestial Sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, knew Duanling Tian's speed was heaven-defying, they were still worried that Duanling Tian's opponent was a supreme celestial alchemist with a supreme duke-grade celestial fire. For this reason, they were not confident in Duanling Tian at all. After all, the difference between them was too great. A prominent celestial alchemist was on a completely different level from a supreme celestial alchemist. Although Master Duan's prominent celestial fire is extraordinary, it's still a prominent celestial fire. It only takes him half an hour to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. A supreme celestial fire that's superior to a prominent celestial fire is definitely faster than a prominent celestial pill cauldron. These were the thoughts of the three prominent celestial alchemists. Although Duanling Tian's cauldron heating speed was fast in front of everyone, the three of them knew Duanling Tian's true cauldron heating speed. Duanling Tian only needed half an hour to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Even then, Duanling Tian was still a prominent celestial alchemist who only possessed a prominent celestial fire. In their opinion, this was not the case. No matter how heaven-defying Duanling Tian's prominent celestial fire was, it was still incomparable to a supreme celestial fire. Both of you will refine a cauldron of overarching heaven pills. Overarching heaven pills can only be refined with a prominent celestial pill cauldron or above. At this moment, Zhongshang's voice rang in the air again. This time, Zhongshang was telling Duanling Tian and He Pei Yuan to refine a cauldron of overarching heaven pills. It was only a competition of heating the cauldrons. However, whether or not they had completely finished heating the cauldron still depended on whether or not they could form the pill. Only then could they tell. Otherwise, they could simply lie and claim that they were done heating the cauldrons. As soon as Zhongshang finished speaking, Duanling Tian and He Pei Yuan took out a prominent celestial pill cauldron each. In this alchemy competition, no one doubted that there would be problems with the alchemy cauldrons that the two of them took out. After all, they were going to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pills. Therefore, only a prominent celestial pill cauldron or above would be able to successfully refine the prominent celestial pill. It was impossible for Duanling Tian and He Pei Yuan to refine the overarching heaven pills with cauldrons that were inferior to prominent celestial pills. Apart from that, they could use a higher-grade cauldron to refine the overarching heaven pills, since it would be equivalent to admitting defeat. After all, the higher the grade of a cauldron, the more difficult it was to heat the cauldron. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, after the two prominent celestial pill cauldrons appeared, Duanling Tian and He Pei Yuan released their celestial fires. Everyone could clearly sense the aura of a prominent celestial fire in Duan Lingtian's hand. As for He Pei Yuan's celestial fire, everyone could clearly sense its aura. It was different from a prominent celestial fire, but it was much denser than a prominent celestial fire. This is a supreme celestial fire? Aren't you spouting nonsense? Master, he is a supreme celestial alchemist. It's only natural that his celestial fire is a supreme celestial fire. Although there's no doubt about the outcome of this competition, it's still worth it to be able to see a supreme celestial fire. Many people could not help but sigh when they saw the celestial fire in He Pei Yuan's hand. Meanwhile, whoosh, whoosh, both Duan Lingtian and He Pei Yuan directed their celestial fires into the cauldrons hovering in front of them. The cauldrons swayed slightly as though they were alive. They're heating the cauldrons. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the group of onlookers immediately lit up again. HM? Initially, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect were worried He Pei Yuan would be able to heat the cauldrons in half an hour. After all, He Pei Yuan was a supreme celestial alchemist who possessed a supreme celestial fire. A Duke-grade celestial fire was a celestial fire that was superior to a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's prominent celestial fire would only take half an hour to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. On the other hand, a supreme celestial fire would definitely take less time to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. This was also their preconceived notion. However, after half an hour, they discovered He Pei Yuan was still not done heating the cauldrons. At this moment, Chapter 2880. Am I seeing things? Duan Lingtian has finished heating his cauldron? That's ridiculous. It's only been half an hour, and he's already done heating his cauldron? Impossible. That's impossible. That's right. That's impossible. Master He from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is a supreme celestial alchemist who possesses a supreme celestial fire. However, even he hasn't finished heating his prominent celestial pill cauldron. How could Duan Lingtian have finished heating his prominent celestial pill cauldron? Duan Lingtian must be pretending to heat his cauldron. In fact, he hasn't even finished heating his cauldron. I don't know what's the point of him doing this. If he hasn't finished heating his cauldron, it's impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill. These two prominent celestial pill cauldrons weren't heated in advance. I've checked with my divine consciousness before they started heating their cauldrons. In other words, it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to heat his prominent celestial pill cauldrons. A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Duan Lingtian had finished heating his cauldron. After the uproar, the crowd began to whisper and discuss among themselves. None of them believed that Duan Lingtian had really finished heating the cauldron. They thought he was just putting on an act. However, they did not think it was meaningful for Duan Lingtian to put on an act. I'd like to see how you're going to refine the overarching heaven pill now that you've pretended to heat your cauldron. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, sneered when he saw this. The other people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on their faces. Third senior sister. Isn't he being too reckless? Initially, Liu Luo had confidence in Duan Lingtian because of Murong Bing. However, she was speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian pretending to heat his cauldron after half an hour. Murong Bing fell silent at Liu Luo's words. At this moment, even if she was willing to believe in Duan Lingtian, she felt that it was almost impossible for Duan Lingtian to finish heating the cauldron in just half an hour. That was a high-grade immortal pill cauldron. What is he trying to do? Don't you know it's meaningless to put on such an act? Zhou Shuqiu frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. There was worry in the depths of her eyes. After Duan Lingtian finished heating the cauldron, he continued with the next step of refining pills. However, not many people believed that he would be able to successfully refine the overarching heaven pill. The reason why no one believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to successfully concoct the overarching heaven pill was because, in fact, no one believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to successfully concoct the overarching heaven pill. After all, there were a few people present who believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to successfully refine the overarching heaven pill. These people were none other than Duan Lingtian, Situ Ming,
Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai celestial sect. Half an hour has passed, and He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect, still hasn't finished heating the cauldron? A supreme celestial alchemist like him hasn't finished heating the prominent pill cauldron in just half an hour?
Isn't he a little too slow? Is he purposely going easy on Master Duan?
At this moment, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing found the situation ridiculous. Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect was only a prominent celestial alchemist who possessed a prominent celestial fire, but he had already finished heating the prominent pill cauldron. On the other hand, Master He from the profound heaven celestial sect, a supreme celestial alchemist who possessed a supreme celestial fire, had yet to finish heating the prominent pill cauldron. However, they only found it ridiculous in the beginning. After about an hour, He Pei Yuan, the supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect, finally finished heating the prominent celestial pill cauldron. It was only then that they realized a problem. This was their first time seeing a supreme celestial alchemist heating a prominent pill cauldron. In fact, they had never heard of how long it would take for a supreme celestial alchemist to heat a prominent pill cauldron. Therefore, they instinctively thought that it was only natural. A supreme celestial alchemist would be faster than a prominent celestial alchemist heating a prominent pill cauldron. After all, a supreme celestial alchemist's supreme celestial fire was a grade higher than a prominent celestial alchemist's supreme celestial fire. Perhaps we were wrong from the beginning. When Situ Ming saw the smug smile on He Pei Yuan's face after he finished heating the prominent pill cauldron, he looked at Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing who were standing next to him and said with a sigh, "Master Duan's prominent celestial fire can't be compared to ordinary prominent celestial fires."
I agree.
Master Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist. Other prominent celestial alchemists are no match for him at all.
Yang Chong agreed with Situ Ming's words.
Even a supreme celestial alchemist's supreme celestial fire can't compare to his prominent celestial fire.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Look at He Pei Yuan's expression when he saw Master Duan had finished heating the cauldron. It seems like he thinks that Master Duan didn't heat his cauldron and that it's impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill. At this moment, even Yu Zhongjing, who was usually a man of few words, had spoken so much. Upon hearing Yu Zhongjing's words, Situ Ming and Yang Chong turned to look at He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. After He Pei Yuan finished heating the cauldron, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain. Just like everyone else, He Pei Yuan did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to finish heating the cauldron before him. "I'd like to see how you're going to deal with this when you fail to refine the overarching heaven pill. The celestial method you obtained from the blissful sect is destined to be ours." He Pei Yuan sneered as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he calmed down and focused on the next step. Time continued to pass by. Master He is starting to condense the pills. As expected of a supreme celestial alchemist, he's able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, in such a short time. After condensing the pills, it's time to collect the pills. As a supreme celestial alchemist, it's a waste for Master He to refine the overarching heaven pill. He'll definitely be able to refine more than 10 pills. Under everyone's expectant gazes, He Pei Yuan began to collect the pills after he finished condensing the pills. 11 overarching heaven pills. As expected of a supreme celestial alchemist, he managed to refine 11 overarching heaven pills so easily. He Pei Yuan successfully refined 11 overarching heaven pills and successfully completed the refinement of the overarching heaven pills. "Master He, you'll have to heat the prominent celestial pill cauldron for 1 hour. Meanwhile, Zhongshang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, who was the witness of the bet, spoke up. Next, we'll wait for Master Duan to finish refining the overarching heaven pill. If Master Duan successfully refines the overarching heaven pill, he'll still win even if he takes a long time to finish refining the overarching heaven pill cauldron. As long as he successfully refines the overarching heaven pill cauldron, he'll only need half an hour to heat the prominent celestial pill cauldron.
However, if he fails to refine the overarching heaven pill, he'll lose the bet. If he fails to refine the overarching heaven pill cauldron, he'll be suspected of faking it. Upon hearing Zhongshang's words, everyone turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian no longer intentionally hid his strength, his speed was still slower than He Pei Yuan, who was a supreme celestial alchemist. Therefore, He Pei Yuan managed to catch up to Duan Lingtian. However, after a few more hours, Duan Lingtian finally entered the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian. Is he going to condense his core? Condense his core? Do you think he'll succeed? He hasn't finished heating the cauldron. It's impossible for him to condense his core. The onlookers shook their heads when they saw Duan Lingtian performing the pill refinement step. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to successfully condense the pill. These people, do they really think Master Duan is going to lose? I really want to see their expressions when Master Duan successfully refines the overarching heaven pill. How many overarching heaven pills do you think Master Duan will be able to refine if he doesn't hide his skills? It won't be any less than He Pei Yuan. The three prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Yi celestial sect, including Situ Ming, whispered among themselves. They were eager to see how many overarching heaven pills Duan Lingtian would be able to refine. Master Duan is going to refine his core formation. When Situ Ming and the other two saw Duan Lingtian's hand landing on the pill cauldron, their eyes lit up immediately. It was as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Humph! What a bluff! Everyone from the profound heaven celestial sect, including Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, thought Duan Lingtian was bluffing. It was as though they could see Duan Lingtian failing to refine even one overarching heaven pill. Can he really refine the overarching heaven pill after heating his cauldron for half an hour? Unlike Liu Luo and Zhou Shuqiu's despair, Murong Bing's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though she was hoping for a miracle. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a total of 13 streaks of light shot out from Duan Lingtian's pill cauldron and entered Duan Lingtian's hand one by one. It was none other than the 13 newly refined medicinal pills. In the blink of an eye, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. After a while, an uproar broke out. This, T13 overarching heaven pills? Heavens! He really refined the overarching heaven pill. How's this possible? Chapter 2881. How is this possible? The people from the profound heaven celestial sect, including sect leader Bai Wu Ji, widened their eyes in shock and disbelief when they saw this scene. At this time, they could also confirm that it only took the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect half an hour to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron. If he hadn't finished heating the cauldron, he wouldn't have been able to refine the overarching heaven pill. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined a total of 13 overarching heaven pills. It was more than the number of overarching heaven pills refined by He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. In other words, in fact, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were even better than Master He from the profound heaven celestial sect. It seems that even when he was competing with me earlier, he was still holding back. Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, had a grim expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian holding 13 overarching heaven pills. When he recalled the scenes of his alchemy competition with Duan Lingtian, he was thoroughly convinced. Both of them were prominent celestial alchemists. Duan Lingtian's alchemy standards completely convinced him. How is that possible? How did he manage to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron in just half an hour? Moreover, he managed to refine 13 overarching heaven pills. Unlike Xiao Gangyu, who was impressed by Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He must have cheated. He must have cheated. In the end, Ji Fan even claimed that Duan Lingtian must have cheated. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Xiao Gangyu glanced at him with disdain. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian might not have any other tricks up his sleeve.
Even if he had used some other method to heat the cauldron and refine 13 overarching heaven pills in half an hour, it was still his own ability. After all, from the very beginning of this alchemy competition, there was no rule that stated that other methods could not be used. He actually managed to refine the overarching heaven pill. Lulua stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. When Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian again, her face was full of shock, and her eyes were full of splendor. Murongbing didn't say anything, but she was relieved when she saw Murongbing's expression. Clearly, her heart had been hanging in the air just now. Alchemist He, this alchemy competition. At the same time, Zhongshang, the supreme-grade celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, looked at He Peiyuan, the supreme-grade celestial alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. If He Peiyuan was only a prominent celestial alchemist, he could have just announced the results. However, since Duanling Tian was a supreme-grade celestial alchemist like him, Duanling Tian had to show due respect.
I lost. Hearing Zhongshang's words, He Peiyuan recovered from his shock. At the same time, he said bitterly, it doesn't matter if he used some other method to win. I have indeed lost this pill competition. This alchemist, he seems to be a straightforward person. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. He had a better impression of He Peiyuan. Following that, Duanling Tian saw another token. He Peiyuan raised his hand and took out a token that was shrouded in a profound light. He passed it to Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Sect leader, this is my king-grade celestial weapon, the Flame Ancient Token. Alchemist He, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect doesn't want your celestial weapon. It's just a Duke-grade divine ability. It's nothing to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, Bai Wuji did not take the king-grade celestial weapon from He Peiyuan. With a wave of his hand, a memory celestial talisman appeared in his hand. Then, he passed it to Duanling Tian. Alchemist Duan, this is the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's reward for losing to you. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect has lost this bet. Duanling Tian did not hesitate and took the memory celestial talisman from Bai Wuji. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness into the memory celestial talisman. Indeed, it's a triple-trait Duke-grade divine ability. This Duke-grade divine ability is called the Eastern Purple Qi. Whether it's offense, speed or defense, it's not the best Duke-grade divine ability. But it's not the worst either. It's quite balanced. In the memory immortal talisman Bai Wuji had given him, there was a triple-trait divine ability called Purple Qi from the East, which was a triple-trait divine ability that was relatively balanced in terms of offense, speed, and defense. Unlike the triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, that Duanling Tian had won from the Blissful Sect, the Eastern Purple Qi celestial method, the Eastern Purple Qi, that had a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method. Congratulations, Alchemist Duan. A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duanling Tian's ears. It was none other than Zhongshang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters who was in charge of the bet. Alchemist Zhong, without your reminder, this alchemy competition wouldn't have happened. In any case, I, Duanling Tian, will remember your kindness. Duanling Tian looked at Zhongshang and solemnly replied through voice transmission. Previously, he did not know how long it would take for a supreme celestial alchemist to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. It was only after he asked Zhongshang that he learned the answer. After asking Zhongshang, Duanling Tian felt confident that he would win. Therefore, he took the initiative to challenge the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to obtain the triple-trait Duke-grade divine ability. I only casually answered your question. It's not a big deal. However, I didn't expect you to be able to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron so quickly. Alchemist Duan, your prominent celestial fire is extraordinary. At the very least, it's heaven-defying when it comes to heating cauldrons. Zhongshang sighed. Alchemist Zhong, you can tell? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Earlier, many people were saying he must have used some other method to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron so quickly. Even He Peiyuan, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, thought so. However, based on Zhongshang's words, it was clear Duanling Tian did not rely on any other method to heat a prominent celestial fire. After all, I've been a supreme celestial alchemist for many years. If I can't even see this, I wouldn't be worthy of being called a supreme celestial alchemist. Zhongshang smiled faintly. You can't say that. Take Master He from the profound Heaven Celestial sect for example. Although he's also a supreme celestial alchemist, he doesn't seem to realize I'm only relying on my prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Apothecary He's emotions are in a mess because he lost the bet. That's why he came up with such thoughts. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. If Apothecary He was the one watching today, he would also be able to see through it like me. Zhongshang continued to say. Although the bet between Duan Lingtian and the profound Heaven Celestial sect had attracted many people's attention, many people did not pay attention to it. Now that the results of the bet were out, it caused a huge commotion in the alchemy square. The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, who's not even 100 years old, actually won against Master He from the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Moreover, they were competing in heating a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Master He, a supreme celestial alchemist, lost to a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Is this a joke? Although I don't want to believe it, I saw it with my own eyes. While the alchemy square was in an uproar due to the bet between Duan Lingtian and He Pei Yuan, Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. Heavens! Who's Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so accomplished in alchemy. In the entire Southern Heaven territory, I don't think there's another celestial alchemist who's younger than 100 years old who's as accomplished as him, right? I can imagine how great Master Duan will be in the Southern Heaven territory once he matures. We should get to know someone like him as soon as possible. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be a second chance. Amidst the exclamations, the people from the various top sects and many well-known sectless cultivators came up to Duan Lingtian one after another to get close to him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian only responded perfunctorily. Fame was the bane of a man's existence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood the meaning of this saying. Now that I've obtained a triple trait Duke grade celestial method and a triple trait Duke grade divine ability, there's no need for me to look for people to bet with me during the alchemy conference. Although Duan Lingtian did not plan to leave Alchemy City or the Barren Land for the time being, he did not plan to look for people to compete with him. Naturally, he knew this was not the case. Even if he looked for people to compete with him, they might not be willing to do so. Master Duan, I didn't expect you to only need half an hour to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron. From today onward, the title of the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions is yours. Sun Chao, who had been following Duan Lingtian since the beginning of the alchemy square, was Duan Lingtian. He could not help but sigh with emotion after watching Duan Lingtian deal with the people who tried to curry favor with him. Since Sun Chao had been following Duan Lingtian since the beginning, he had witnessed the entire process of Duan Lingtian and He Pei Yuan's alchemy competition. During the process, he was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian, naturally, humbly responded to Sun Chao's words. The alchemy conference continued. In just a blink of an eye, almost a month had passed. The alchemy conference was nearing its end. Brat, find a secluded place. I'll join forces with the profound divine metal to open the box for you. Duan Lingtian was walking around the alchemy square with Huan when an old voice suddenly rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian froze in his tracks as though he was struck by lightning. It's the Chaos Divine Flame's voice. Chapter 2882. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the ancient box in his possession. He had exchanged a Duke-grade divine ability from the Tai Celestial sect for it. In the eyes of He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, the box was worthless. However, he had exchanged a Duke-grade divine ability for it because of the Chaos Divine Flame's words. At that time, he had only done that because he trusted the primal Chaos Divine Flame. At that time, the Chaos Divine Flame had told him that there was something valuable in the box and that he had to obtain it. Then, he would join forces with the profound divine metal to open the box. Apart from that, the chaos divine flame had also told him that it was impossible to open the box. Only celestial lords and above would be able to open the box. Only celestial lords and above would be able to discover the contents of the box. Even if those below celestial lords used their divine consciousness to probe the box, they would be misled by the small formations and would think that there was nothing inside.
Senior Chaos Divine Flame. Senior Profound Divine Metal. You're awake?
At the same time, Duan Ling Tian quickly responded to the Chaos Divine Flame and communicated with it. Kid, I can't stay awake for too long. You better hurry and find a secluded place. If you open that box in public, it's hard to guarantee that the things inside won't be targeted or even snatched away. A middle-aged man's voice rang in the air as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished replying to the Chaos Divine Flame.
It was the voice of the profound divine metal that he had heard before.
All right. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's urging, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to dawdle. He hurriedly nodded. After that, the two of them made their way to the Alchemy Square. It had been more than 20 days since Duan Ling Tian's debut. Therefore, the number of people paying attention to Duan Ling Tian had gradually dwindled. Currently, not many people were paying attention to Duan Ling Tian. In this close to a month, Duan Ling Tian walked all over the Alchemy Plaza. There were simply not many people who had the patience to keep staring at him without letting him go. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to bring Huan to a secluded corner of the plaza. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan were standing behind a few boulders in a deserted corner of the Alchemy Square. At this moment, their backs were facing the people walking on the streets of the Alchemy Square. Huan help me keep a lookout. If anyone comes near, alert me immediately. Duan Ling Tian asked Huan to keep an eye on their surroundings. Although he didn't know what was inside the box, since the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal were acting so cautiously, it had to be something extraordinary. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to be careless. Got it, Brother Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, she immediately let go of Duan Ling Tian's arm and looked around. At the other side, what are they doing? Duan Ling Tian was unaware that someone had discovered them when he brought Huan to the back of the boulder. It was none other than Liu Luo, third senior sister. Little Bai. Duan Ling Tian is really not a good person. He actually brought that woman with him to the back of the boulder in broad daylight. Liu Luo said to Murong Bing, who was standing next to her. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Liu Luo's words to Murong Bing. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood from anger. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and brought out the ancient box from his spatial ring. Then he called out to the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame. Seniors, I've brought out the box. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, whoosh, whoosh. A second ago, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see a gray streak of light and a golden streak of light flying out of his chest and colliding with the box in his hand. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought there would be a huge commotion. However, he soon realized he had been mistaken. The two streams of light that were intertwined with each other shot out at an extremely fast speed and directly entered the box in his hand. It was like water returning to the sea, directly merging into the box. HM? In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the box in his hand trembling violently. Moreover, a ray of light that was intertwined with gold and gray appeared at the closed part of the box. Moreover, this ray of light became even more dazzling and dazzling. Crack! A crisp sound rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian saw the tightly shut box suddenly open. As soon as the box opened, two streaks of light that were intertwined with each other shone brightly. A few moments later, the light disappeared. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw the item in the box. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in the air again. Boy, the Profound Divine Metal and I are about to fall asleep again. We've taken a good look at the item in the box. It's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that can be used 3 times. Every time you use this royal-grade celestial weapon, you'll gain energy that's comparable to a celestial emperor. Before you completely use up the energy, your soul and celestial origin energy are comparable to a celestial emperor. As for how to use this royal-grade celestial weapon.
After it finished explaining how to use the royal-grade celestial weapon, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice disappeared as though it had never spoken.
A consumable royal-grade celestial weapon?
At this moment, Duanling Tian finally saw the contents of the opened box in his hand. It was an exquisite hairpin. The hairpin shone with a layer of profound light, and the flower at the end of the hairpin was exceptionally dazzling. The flower was blood red with 3 petals, and it was shrouded in a crimson light. The crimson light intertwined with a mysterious light, giving off a demonic aura. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, did you just say this is a royal-grade celestial weapon? Moreover, it's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn as he looked at the hairpin in the box. He was no longer the naive young man who had just ascended to the Devata realms. He had gained a certain level of understanding of the celestial weapons in the Devata realms, including consumable celestial weapons. Among the celestial weapons in the Devata realms, consumable celestial weapons were the royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial weapons. The so-called consumable celestial weapons were the royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial weapons that could only be used a certain number of times. There were also consumable celestial weapons, and consumable celestial weapons. Naturally, there were no Duke-grade and Emperor-grade celestial weapons that could be used more than 5 times. This royal-grade celestial weapon can be used 3 times. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Each petal of the flower will grant me strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord? Moreover, not only will I possess the celestial origin energy of an ordinary celestial lord, but my soul will also be strengthened to the level of a celestial lord before the energy given to me by the petals is depleted? Duanling Tian was stunned when he recalled the Chaos Divine Flame's words. When he regained his senses, he could not help but gasp. After inhaling a breath of cold air, Duanling Tian completely sobered up. He immediately put away the box in his hand and the hairpin lying in the box. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly, afraid that someone would see him. A royal-grade celestial weapon was enough to make the people in the alchemy square go crazy. Let alone a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Even an ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon would not be able to compare to a royal-grade celestial weapon's consumption. For example, even an emperor-grade celestial weapon would not increase Duanling Tian's strength by much. After all, Duanling Tian was only a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength was limited. Even if he used an emperor-grade celestial weapon, it would only increase his strength to a certain extent. However, the hairpin that Duanling Tian had obtained was a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could be used 3 times. Every time it was used, it would grant Duanling Tian strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord? What did that mean? In other words, Duanling Tian would be able to become a celestial lord for a period of time after using the royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if he could only become a 1 basic celestial lord and did not master any powerful celestial methods or divine abilities, his celestial origin energy alone was enough to sweep through the entire 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. Senior Chaos Divine Flame shouldn't be lying to me. There's no need for it to lie to me. In other words, it's telling the truth. In other words, with the royal-grade celestial weapon, it's equivalent to me having 3 chances to become a celestial lord. Although I'll revert back to my original form after I use the royal-grade celestial weapon, I'll still be a true celestial lord before I revert back to my original form. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could already see himself transforming into a celestial lord after using the royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, Senior Chaos Divine Flame also said that there won't be any side effects after using the royal-grade celestial weapon to transform into a celestial lord after exhausting all of its power. Duanling Tian was excited when he thought about this. It was as though he could not wait to use the royal-grade celestial weapon. Naturally, even if the thought of using the royal-grade celestial weapon appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, he would not put it into action at all. The royal-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times. To the current Duanling Tian, every time it happened, it would be able to save his life. Unless there was something wrong with Duanling Tian's brain, he would not use the royal-grade celestial weapon so casually.
There's no need for me to use the royal-grade celestial weapon unless my life is in danger. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previous chapter list of chapters. Next chapter. Chapter 2883. Huan let's go back. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he walked around the boulder and returned to the bustling alchemy square. Huan asked curiously, Brother Lingtian, did you open the box earlier? Huan asked curiously. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Huan Huan Brother Lingtian can't let others know that I can open the box. That's why I hid behind the box earlier. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan nodded. Then she sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and asked, Brother Lingtian, I think I saw something in the box earlier. Isn't there nothing in there? Previously, when Duan Lingtian had exchanged the box with the old man, Huan had probed the box with her divine consciousness. Just like everyone else, she had discovered that the box was empty. At that time, Huan like everyone else, thought the box was worthless. However, even then, she did not voice her opinion when she saw Duan Lingtian insisted on exchanging the box for the Duke-grade divine ability. In her opinion, the box was empty. Even if that box was worthless, as long as her big brother Lingtian liked it, it would be worth it no matter what she had to exchange for it. However, she was shocked to discover that something was wrong. After brother Lingtian opened the box, she discovered there was something inside. It seems like you saw it as well. Upon hearing Huan words, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he told Huan what was inside the box. A consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon? It can be used 3 times. Moreover, each time it's used, its strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial lord? Huan eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Lingtian, doesn't this mean you'll have 3 life-saving talismans? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a faint smile on his face. That's why I obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon. Apart from a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple-trait Duke-grade divine ability, I also obtained a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian had 2 other royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical E 9 water chestnut ring. However, that was not his. Moreover, even if the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons belonged to him, it did not affect his joy at obtaining the consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon. Although the consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times, it was much more effective than an ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapon, let alone an ordinary Duke-grade celestial artifact. Big brother Lingtian, can we not wait for them and go back first? Huan asked. No. We still have to wait for them. Since we have the royal-grade celestial weapon, we don't have to wait for them. However, there is no need for that. Duan Lingtian said. In fact, more than 20 days ago, Duan Lingtian had thought about returning to the wasteland and the Tai celestial sect. However, when he thought about the dangers he might encounter on the way back, he dismissed the idea. He wasn't worried about the people from the top sects finding trouble with them, nor was he worried about those powerful and well-known rogue cultivators finding trouble with them. Instead, he was worried that they would encounter robbers on the way back. Those people were all fugitives. If he wanted to attack them, there was no need to have any misgivings. Previously, they did not have to worry about encountering those people because the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was around. However, now that the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was dead, they had no choice but to be cautious. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to return to the wasteland with the people from the Thousand Spider celestial sect. Duan Lingtian was certain the people from the Thousand Spider celestial sect would not refuse him if he asked them to bring them back to the wasteland. After all, it was equivalent to doing him a favor. Putting aside the fact that the Thousand Spider celestial sect thought he was from a powerful clan in the central area, just his alchemy skills alone were enough for the Thousand Spider celestial sect to do him a favor. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not tell the sect leader of the Thousand Spider celestial sect about this. He planned to speak to the sect leader of the Thousand Spider celestial sect after the alchemy conference ended. Now, all I have to do is wait for the alchemy conference to end. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he returned to the bustling alchemy square. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian deliberately approached Murong Bing, a disciple from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, in an attempt to convince her to bring them back. However, Murong Bing was as stubborn as before. She would rather die than agree to it. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to visit the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and threaten her master so she won't dare to make a move on her. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless when he saw Murong Bing's stubbornness. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian was no longer worried about Murong Bing's safety. After all, he was confident he could protect Murong Bing now. His confidence came from the consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon that he had just obtained. I only need to use that celestial weapon once, and I'll be strong enough to destroy the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. With that strength, I don't believe her master will be so stubborn as to make a move on her. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was also worried Murong Bing's master would make a move on him first. At that time, he would not have a chance to protect Murong Bing. For this reason, he went to look for Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Sect leader Nangong. Duan Ling Tian greeted Nangong Xiao with a smile on his face. Although Nangong Xiao had sent someone to kill Duan Ling Tian before, it could be said that there was enmity between them. However, Nangong Xiao did not tell Murong Bing's master that he had raped Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was grateful to Nangong Xiao for saving Murong Bing's life. Master Duan. Nangong Xiao responded to Duan Ling Tian's greeting with a smile on his face. At the same time he asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's pill refining skills and learning about his background, Nangong Xiao was no longer as hostile toward Duan Ling Tian as before. She had even thought about it before. If possible, she was willing to facilitate the marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing. After all, she felt Duan Ling Tian was a good choice for her. She had lived for half of her life and had seen many people. Although she didn't have much contact with Duan Ling Tian, she was still able to see that Duan Ling Tian had an excellent character and was a man worth trusting. However, she was not certain if Duan Ling Tian had a background from a powerful clan in the central area. Nevertheless, even if Duan Ling Tian did not have a powerful background, with his pill refining skills, as long as he was willing to join the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she was willing to facilitate the marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing. At the same time, she believed it would become a legend in the history of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not beat around the bush as he said, "Sect leader Nangong, I'm sure you're aware of what happened between me and your disciple Murong Bing. I'm very grateful for your protection. However, I know you won't be able to protect her for long even if you want to. Sooner or later, the truth will be exposed. I'm here to ask someone to keep an eye on her master. If her master finds out about our relationship and wants to kill Murong Bing, you can stop her. If her father, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, insists on helping her, you can tell them that I'm Duan Ling Tian. Tell them that if they don't want to die, it'd be best for them to see the strength of Duan Ling Tian's men before they make a move on Murong Bing. At that time, you can send someone to the Tai Yi Celestial sect to inform me. I'll send someone to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to meet the father and daughter. If nothing happens to Murong Bing, they'll still be alive. However, if something happens to Murong Bing, they'll definitely die." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of coldness could be heard in his voice. Hiss. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Nangong could not help but gasp. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of respect in her eyes. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, she was even more certain that Duan Ling Tian was right. Duan Ling Tian was indeed from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, he would not have dared to say such words. "I'll remember your words, Master Duan. If they make a move on Bing, I'll stop them and ask them to give Bing, and themselves some time to think." Nangong nodded solemnly. She sighed in relief inwardly. In fact, she was most worried about what Duan Ling Tian had said. She could stop her junior sister from making a move. However, if her junior sister's father, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, intervened,
It would be difficult for her to protect Murong Bing even if she wanted to. After all, Murong Bing was her niece. Naturally, she did not want anything to happen to her. She knew that with Duan Ling Tian's promise earlier, her niece Murong Bing had obtained a life-saving talisman. Although the consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon that could be used 3 times was extremely precious, it was equivalent to 3 life-saving talismans. However, for Murong Bing's safety, Duan Ling Tian was willing to use it once. In just a blink of an eye, a few days had passed. This was also the last day of the alchemy conference. On the last day of the alchemy conference, the celestial alchemists from all over the alchemy conference stopped talking. According to the usual practice of the alchemy conferences, the Duke-grade celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters would summarize the results of the alchemy conferences. Among them, Duan Ling Tian's name was shockingly on the list, and it was the most eye-catching. In fact, he even surpassed Sun Chao, who had made a name for himself during the previous alchemy conference. Everyone knows that alchemist Sun Chao became famous during the last alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions 30 years ago. After that, alchemist Sun Chao was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. This time, alchemist Duan Ling Tian from the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland is like a dark horse. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2884. Master Duan Ling Tian only needs half an hour to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron with his prominent celestial fire. Master Duan Ling Tian can refine 13 overarching heaven pills in one go. Master Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, Master Duan Ling Tian is not even 100 years old. The person who was speaking loudly was none other than Zhong Shang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. He was also the person who had witnessed the bet between Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian twice. As soon as Zhong Shang finished speaking, the people in the alchemy square turned to look at a purple-clad figure in unison. It was a young man dressed in purple. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a handsome appearance, a slender figure, and an outstanding temperament. Facing the numerous burning gazes that swept over from the surroundings, the violet-clothed young man's gaze was calm, and his face was composed. It was as if he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, and he seemed like an otherworldly expert that had no desires. Duan Ling Tian, Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. It was as though he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, before he could confirm Duan Ling Tian's background, he did not dare to act recklessly no matter how much he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. He's not even 100 years old. How can he be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist? Moreover, he's capable of refining overarching heaven pills and is comparable to a supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, stared at Duan Ling Tian with jealousy in his eyes. He, Ji Fan, had always thought that he was the pride of the heavens. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens among his peers in every aspect. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian, his pride was not worth mentioning at all. In fact, compared to Duan Ling Tian, he was so ordinary that he could not be any more ordinary. Moreover, due to his mistaken judgment, he had allowed Duan Ling Tian to win a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method from the blissful sect. For this reason, he hated Duan Ling Tian to the core. Just like Lian, he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian. I hope you're really from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, you'll die the day the blissful sect discovers your background. Ji Fan stared at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of jealousy in his eyes before it turned into killing intent. It made Duan Ling Tian feel uncomfortable as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. The Arhat of the blissful sect? Duan Ling Tian turned around and saw Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. He merely glanced at Ji Fan indifferently before he averted his gaze. If it was Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Duan Ling Tian would have been more wary. However, Ji Fan was different. He did not care about Ji Fan at all. He dares to look down on me? The indifference in Duan Ling Tian's eyes infuriated Ji Fan, causing him to tremble violently. The The killing intent in his eyes was so intense that it could not be any stronger. If Xueqi didn't die, he'd still be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the profound heaven celestial sect.
Naturally, Xueqi can't be compared to him.
He seems to be a junior from a major clan in the central area. He's probably from a powerful clan in the central area. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Bai Wuji did not hate Duan Lingtian at all. Although Duan Lingtian had won the profound heaven celestial sect's divine ability, he did not think Duan Lingtian was an enemy of the profound heaven celestial sect. In fact, to a certain extent, he admired Duan Lingtian very much. He must be from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to speak to me like that a few days ago. Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a warm smile on his face. Since Bing has such a good husband, I'm sure my sister can rest in peace. Murong Bing stood next to Nangong Xiao as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. Although she was not certain if Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, she was certain he was from a powerful clan in the central area. However, that was not important to her. Even if Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan, she would still have to ask her master's permission to be with Duan Lingtian. She had been an orphan since she was young. In her heart, her master was her mother. Even Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who treated her like a mother, could not compare to her in this regard. Moreover, if her master found out about the matter between her and Duan Lingtian, she wouldn't hesitate in the slightest if he wanted her to die as an apology. In her opinion, if her master hadn't taken her in and raised her, she would have died many years ago as an orphan. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian will be leaving the wasteland soon. Otherwise, the Tai celestial sect would be able to suppress the Thousand Spider celestial sect forever. Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider celestial sect, thought to herself as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Zhou Xuqiu, who was standing next to Jian Qiu Luo, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle smile on her face. A hint of infatuation could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance caused Zhou Xuqiu, a woman with high standards, to fall for him. After Zhongshang, the other three supreme celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters stepped onto the dilapidated stone platform one after another to speak. As time passed, the alchemy conference finally came to an end. Sect leader Jian, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, has passed away. Our speed is extremely slow. Do you mind bringing us along? After the alchemy conference ended, Duan Lingtian, Situ Ming, and the others went to Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider celestial sect. Jian Qiu Luo was, naturally, taken aback by Duan Lingtian's uninvited visit. However, she hesitated for a moment when she heard Duan Lingtian's request. In the end, she agreed to Duan Lingtian's request under Zhou Xuqiu's expectant gaze. Since Master Duan has asked, I naturally won't refuse. However, I'm only doing this out of respect for you and not the Tai celestial sect. Jian Qiu Luo did not hesitate to add that she had only agreed to Duan Lingtian's request out of respect for Duan Lingtian and not the Tai celestial sect. Upon hearing Jian Qiu Luo's words, Duan Lingtian looked at her meaningfully before he nodded. I understand. I, Duan Lingtian, owe you a favor, sect leader Jian. Although he was not surprised by Jian Qiu Luo's words, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Jian Qiu Luo was a smart woman. Although Jian Qiu Luo was not 100% certain Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, it was clear she was willing to do him a favor based on his skills. Master Duan, when do you plan to return? After agreeing to Duan Lingtian's request, Jian Qiu Luo asked again. We'll do as you wish. Sect leader Jian, we'll return whenever you decide to return. Duan Lingtian replied. We plan to return in a few days. Since you plan to return with us, why don't you stay with us for the next few days? It'll be more convenient for us to return. Jian Qiu Luo said. All right. Duan Lingtian readily agreed. After the alchemy conference ended, Duan Lingtian and the others left with the people from the Thousand Spider celestial sect. When Duan Lingtian left,
Many people looked at him greedily. However, none of them followed him. After all, Duan Ling Tian was with the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Even if Duan Ling Tian was not with the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, they did not dare to act recklessly. After all, Duan Ling Tian had the support of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Moreover, it was said that Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area. Even if he did not have a celestial king protecting him, there was no doubt he had a 10-direction celestial duke protecting him. Over the next few days, Duan Ling Tian and the others stayed in the residence of the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. In a restaurant near the residence of the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect in Alchemy City. In a secluded room, a young man sat at a table by the window as he looked at the residence of the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. His expression was extremely dark. Damn it! Duan Ling Tian actually brought that woman to the residence of the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. If that's the case, how am I supposed to kidnap that woman? If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would have recognized the young man immediately. This young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect whom the disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect said had died. Not only was Bai Yuxian not dead, but he was still alive and kicking. Elder Tan, are you confident you'll be able to kidnap that woman by Duan Ling Tian's side from the residence of the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect? Bai Yuxian took a deep breath before he asked the old man standing next to him in a deep voice. Young master, Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, is a 7-star Celestial Duke. Although I'm also a 7-star Celestial Duke, I'm not as strong as her since I've just broken through. If I make a move, I'm afraid she'll notice me as soon as I enter the residence. The old man standing next to Bai Yuxian was an elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He was one of the people who usually accompanied Bai Yuxian to protect Bai Yuxian. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian and the others had encountered Bai Yuxian, he was not by Bai Yuxian's side because he was in the midst of a breakthrough. It was also during that time that he, who was originally a Celestial Duke, successfully broke through and became a 7-star Celestial Duke. When he heard Bai Yuxian wanted him to kidnap that woman from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, he could not help but smile bitterly. Don't tell me I can only watch as a cooked duck flies away? Chapter 2885. Young Master, why don't you look for the sect leader? The old man suggested cautiously when he heard the resentment in Bai Yuxian's voice. Look for my father? Bai Yuxian glared at the old man angrily and said, if my father finds out about me faking my death, he'll definitely teach me a lesson. Now, you want me to look for him and ask him to help me snatch a woman away? If I look for him now, I'll be lucky if he doesn't punish me. You want him to help me snatch a woman away? You must be dreaming, right? Bai Yuxian took a deep breath before he muttered to himself, forget it. Forget it. I didn't fake my death entirely because of that woman. Now that old ancestor Tai Yi Hishan is dead, the hatred that I accumulated in my heart in the past has been mostly resolved. If I have the chance in the future, I will snatch that woman away. Bai Yuxian muttered to himself, young master. At this moment, a voice rang from outside the room. In the next moment, as Bai Yuxian responded, another person walked in. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would recognize this person immediately. This person was none other than the person who had accused Hishan of killing Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, during the alchemy conference a month ago. At that time, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had addressed him as Little Six. Little Six, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time? Bai Yuxian frowned when he saw the young man. If father finds out I'm still alive, he'll be very angry. If he's not careful, the outsiders might find out as well. Most of the people from the top sects haven't left yet. If news of my death spreads, father might have no choice but to kill me to avenge the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Bai Yuxian's expression darkened when he finished speaking. Young sect leader, the reason I came to look for you is to remind you of something. I know you want to make a move on that woman by Duan Ling Tian's side and snatch her away. Little Six smiled bitterly. Why do you have to tell me now? Bai Yuxian frowned and said impatiently, Can't you wait until we get back?
I was also afraid that young sect master would make a move and snatch that woman away, offending that Duan Lingtian. So I had no choice but to come.
Little Six said.
Hearing Little Six's words, Bai Yuxian immediately felt that something was wrong. He continued to ask, "What is it?
Why are you so careful?
It's like you're afraid that I'll offend that Duan Lingtian."
Isn't Duan Lingtian a prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai celestial sect?
Even though Bai Yuxuan had been staying in the Barren Land's alchemy city for the past few days, he was still in the Barren Land. However, because he did not go out, and the old man beside him also did not go out, they did not know about the series of events that had happened in the alchemy conference that had spread through the entire alchemy city in these past few days. During the alchemy conference, the old man had only learned that he Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, had been killed by his father. Young sect master, during the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian, Little Six, who knew that Bai Yuxuan didn't know most of the things that had happened at the Grand Alchemy Conference, told Bai Yuxuan everything that had happened at the Grand Alchemy Conference.
Duan Lingtian won a triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the Blissful sect. Moreover, he won a triple trait Duke grade divine ability from the Profound Heaven celestial sect. Moreover, he competed with Master He from the Profound Heaven celestial sect. How's that possible? Master He is a triple trait Duke grade celestial alchemist. How could a prominent celestial alchemist like him win against Master He?
Duan Lingtian seems to be from a major clan in the central area.
Bai Yuxian's face turned pale when he heard Little Six's words. Previously, Duan Lingtian's strength in the Tao of alchemy had already shocked him. It even made him faintly suspicious. He wondered if Duan Lingtian had a powerful background since he was so outstanding. After all, many of the juniors from the major clans would come out to gain experience. Later on, when Little Six mentioned that Duan Lingtian might be from a powerful clan in the central area, Duan Lingtian's speculation was confirmed. At the same time, he broke out in cold sweat. Although Bai Yuxian was not certain if Duan Lingtian was from a major clan in the central area, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan in the central area. However, there was still a possibility that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's performance, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan. If Duan Lingtian was really from a major clan in the central area and Bai Yuxian tried to kidnap Duan Lingtian's woman, the consequences would be dire. At that time, not only would Bai Yuxian's father not be able to save him, but even the Profound Heaven Celestial sect would be in trouble. Although the Profound Heaven Celestial sect might have a quasi-celestial king hiding in the dark to protect the sect, the Profound Heaven Celestial sect would not be able to do so. However, a quasi-celestial king would not be able to withstand a single blow from a major clan in the central area. If Duan Lingtian was really from a major clan in the central area, based on his performance, it was clear that his clan was not simple. Let alone celestial kings. There might even be celestial lords in such a major clan. Fortunately, he brought that woman to the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's residence. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble if Elder Tan made a move. At this moment, Bai Yuxian was relieved that Duan Lingtian had chosen to stay in the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's residence. Otherwise, he would have asked Elder Tan to make a move. Elder Tan. When Bai Yuxian thought of Elder Tan, he was reminded of something important. He glared at Elder Tan and asked, "Didn't you hear about what happened during the alchemy conference when I asked you to investigate Duan Lingtian's whereabouts?" If you had heard about what happened during the alchemy conference while you were investigating Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have tried to kidnap the woman by Duan Lingtian's side. Do you know, because of your mistake, you almost got me killed. At that time, not only would I be killed, but you wouldn't be able to live as well. Bai Yuxian's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. It was as though he was venting his anger on Elder Tan. At this time, Elder Tan, who had thought through all of this, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. After listening to Bai Yuxian's words, he said with a bitter smile on his face, "Young master, I was too focused on investigating Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. I didn't pay attention to what the people around me were saying. However, it's fortunate that Duan Lingtian had chosen to stay in the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's residence, so we didn't have a chance to make a move. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble." As he spoke, Elder Tan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. He had thought of everything that Bai Yuxian could think of. Therefore, he knew what had happened between him and Bai Yuxian. Little Sixth.
Bai Yuxian took a deep breath before he looked at the young man at the side and said, "No matter what you do, you must make father and the others stay so they can leave Alchemy City.
I don't want to go back alone.
I'll only be safe if I go back with father and the others,"
Bai Yuxian said.
Bai Yuxian knew very well that it would be best if fewer people knew about his fake death in the near future.
Naturally, he was most concerned about the people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions.
When those people from the top sects left Alchemy City, even if he appeared in front of others, he wouldn't care about how shocked they were. Even if news of his fake death spread to the ears of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, as time passed, the matter would fade away. In the future, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would at most say that it was a misunderstanding and compensate the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. As for Bai Yuxian, he would not have to pay He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, with his life.
Bai Yuxian had long planned this out.
Yes,
young master. After listening to Bai Yuxian's words, Little Sixth left. After Little Sixth left, Bai Yuxian sat in front of the window and looked at the residence of the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Apart from fear, there was also relief in his eyes.
He was relieved he did not ask the old man to make a move.
I didn't expect Duanling Tian to be from a powerful clan in the central area. Bai Yuxian thought to himself. It seems like I won't be able to get my hands on that woman. Although Bai Yuxian was slightly disappointed, he was still rational. He knew what kind of woman he could and could not get his hands on. Although the woman by Duanling Tian's side was perfect and was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, he was not sure if he could get his hands on her. However, he knew that Duanling Tian was from a powerful clan. If Duanling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area, he would not be able to get his hands on that woman. In fact, he would be killed before he could even lay his hands on her. Although women were good, he cherished his life even more. At this moment, Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of Bai Yuxian's thoughts. In fact, Duanling Tian did not even know Bai Yuxian was still alive. Otherwise, he would have fought for justice for He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, who was killed by Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. In fact, before he left Alchemy City in the Barren Land, he would have made a fuss and forced Wu Ji to kill Bai Yuxian to avenge He Shan. Unfortunately, Duanling Tian was unaware Bai Yuxian was still alive.
At this moment, Duanling Tian and Huan were sitting on the bed in the same room, cultivating with their backs facing each other.
He's really in the same room as that woman. Although Zhou Shuqiu had heard from Liu Luo, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, that Duanling Tian was in the same room as the white-clad woman, she did not witness it with her own eyes. Chapter 2886. Although Zhou Shuqiu was mentally prepared for this, it was still different from seeing it for herself. Zhou Shuqiu glanced at the closed door before she turned around and left. After Zhou Shuqiu left, two prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Situ Ming and Yang Chong, walked out of the courtyard one after another. It seems like the little princess of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect has fallen for Master Duan? Yang Chong asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu's departing figure. That's normal. Upon hearing Yang Chong's words, Situ Ming said, Master Duan is not even 100 years old, and yet, he's already so accomplished. Moreover, didn't you hear Master Duan mention that he's from a powerful clan in the central area? I'm sure any woman would fall for such an outstanding man, right? I've heard of the little princess of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect in the past. She has very high standards and won't take a liking to ordinary men. If a perfect man appeared in her eyes, she would fall for him wholeheartedly. Yang Chong nodded. Master Situ, you know about women? Yang Chong was surprised. Of course. After all, I killed 1,000 people when I was young. Situ Ming raised his head proudly before he returned to his courtyard. Killed 1,000 people? Yang Chong was confused when he heard Situ Ming's words. However, when he regained his senses, he was dumbfounded.
Master Situ seems like an honest man.
Yang Chong was stunned. How could such a person be so flirtatious when he was young? At this moment, Yang Chong felt as though his world had been turned upside down. A few days later, the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the others made their way to the courtyard to meet up with the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Brother Ling Tian, how long do you think it'll take you to master the 2 celestial methods and divine abilities that you obtained? Along the way, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to him. I'm not sure. If I put in more effort, I should be able to master them in a short time. Duan Ling Tian replied telepathically. In the past few days, he had only spent half of his time cultivating. The rest of his time was spent on the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had obtained from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. During the Alchemy Conference, he had won a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple-trait divine ability. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, Duan Lingtian's battle achievement could be considered to be unprecedented, even though it could not be said that no one in the future would be able to match it. That monarch-grade divine ability, Purple Chi comes from the east, is still all right. It's a rather balanced and mediocre divine ability. My comprehension of other divine abilities in the past has many similarities with it. If I want to completely comprehend it, it won't take me too long. As for the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, it'll take some time. If it's a Duke-grade celestial method that's suitable for sword immortals, it'll be easier for me to comprehend it with my understanding of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Unfortunately, it's a celestial method that's not suitable for sword immortals. However, the moon waxes and wanes. Not everything is perfect. I should be satisfied with the 2 celestial methods and divine abilities that I've obtained. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. During these 2 days, while Duan Ling Tian was comprehending the celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and the divine ability, the Purple Chi comes from the east. As it turned out, as long as the celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms were similar, they would have many similarities. For example, the Purple Chi comes from the east was a balanced and mediocre divine ability that did not have any specific characteristics. This divine ability shared many similarities with the divine abilities that he had mastered previously. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to comprehend it. For this reason, if the circumstances allow, it's best for me to choose celestial methods and divine abilities that are similar to the celestial methods and divine abilities. That way, I'll be able to spend less time comprehending them. With the extra time, I can use it to cultivate and do other things. Sometimes, one would only be able to feel something after experiencing it for themselves. Although Duan Ling Tian had learned a little about this in the past, it was only a superficial understanding. He did not feel anything from it at all. It was nothing compared to his personal experience. Master Duan. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the others met up with the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Jian. Duan Ling Tian greeted Jian Qiu Luo with a smile on his face. At the same time, he nodded at Zhou Shu Qiu, who was standing next to Jian Qiu Luo. After all, they were old acquaintances. It would be rude if they did not greet each other when they met. However, Duan Ling Tian soon discovered that Zhou Shu Qiu Luo's attitude was very different from before. Zhou Shu Qiu, who had been quite friendly to him a few days ago, was a little cold and indifferent to him today. She just gave him a faint reply and ignored him. Although he was confused, he did not dwell on it. He only sighed inwardly. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Junior sister, what's wrong? Don't tell me. You like Master Duan? At this moment, Jian Qiulua also noticed that something was wrong with Zhou Shuqiu. She couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu's face turned red when she heard Jian Qiuluo's question. She retorted through voice transmission. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Who likes him? Even if all the men in the world died, I still wouldn't like a playboy like him. Why? Are you jealous of Miss Huan-er? It was not difficult for Jian Qiu Luo to guess Zhou Shuqiu's thoughts when she heard the jealousy in Zhou Shuqiu's voice.
Therefore, she said, "Junior sister, it's rare for a powerful man to only have one woman.
Master Duan is not bad. If it's possible, you should hold on to him." Jian Qiu Luo continued to persuade Zhou Shuqiu.
Although Jian Qiu Luo had never been in a relationship before, she had never been in a relationship with a man. However, as the saying went, a man is a woman.
Even if one has never tasted pork, one must have seen a pig run. There were many women in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Naturally, she knew a lot about relationships.
"Senior sister, I really didn't."
Zhou Shuqiu tried to explain herself through voice transmission, but she was beginning to lose her confidence. Meanwhile, "Master Duan, do you feel the little princess of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's attitude toward you has changed? She's not as enthusiastic as she was a few days ago, right?" A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "HM?" Duan Lingtian turned to look at the person who had sent the voice transmission.
It was none other than Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect.
"Master Situ, do you know why her attitude toward me has changed so drastically?" Although Duan Lingtian noticed Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him had changed drastically, he did not pay much attention to it. However, based on Situ Ming's words, it seemed like he knew the reason. Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued. "Master Duan, 3 days ago." Faced with Duan Lingtian's curiosity, Situ Ming smiled and told him about Zhou Shuqiu's visit 3 days ago and how she found them in the same room. "What does this have to do with her change in attitude toward me?" Duan Lingtian was confused by Situ Ming's words.
"Master Duan, don't tell me you can't tell she's in love with you?"
Situ Ming's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief.
"What?"
Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. He glanced at Zhou Shuqiu before he looked at Situ Ming again. "She's in love with me? Master Situ, are you mistaken?" "That's impossible." Situ Ming shook his head. "Master Duan, you seem to be acquainted with the little princess of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, her attitude toward you is completely different from when you were in the wasteland, right?" "I think so." Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he realized something. Indeed, Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him had changed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Shuqiu. He saw Zhou Shuqiu was looking at him as well. When she saw him looking at her, she turned to look at him with a blush on her cheeks. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he realized he was a little slow on the uptake. Naturally, this did not mean Duan Lingtian had a low EQ. After all, he had always treated Zhou Shuqiu as his woman's best friend. Murong Bing was his woman, and Zhou Shuqiu was Murong Bing's best friend. For this reason, he did not think Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him was romantic. He only thought Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him was good because of Murong Bing. However, with Situ Ming's reminder and his observation, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Zhou Shuqiu's feelings toward Zhou Shuqiu had changed. Zhou Shuqiu seemed to have fallen for him. "It seems like I have to avoid third Miss Zhou in the future," Duan Lingtian reminded himself when he saw Zhou Shuqiu was interested in him. After all, he was not in the mood to flirt at this moment. His wife, Ke, his wife, Li Fei, his lover, Feng Tianwu, his parents, his children, and his friends were all in the Divine Offering Land, waiting for him to save them. He only had slightly more than 900 years left. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible so he could go to the Divine Offering Land and rescue Ke and the others when the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms reopened. Even if it was not for this reason, he would still be in the mundane realm, and Ke and the others were still by his side. Facing the flowers and plants around him, he avoided them as much as he could. After all, he had enough women around him. Moreover, he loved them very much. He did not want to hurt them because of another woman. Murong Bing was an exception. Chapter 2887. I can't afford to offend her, but I can at least avoid her. After learning about Zhou Shuqiu's feelings for him, Duan Lingtian knew he had to be careful even if he had to interact with Zhou Shuqiu in the future. Moreover, if he had the chance, he would make things clear to Zhou Shuqiu.
There was no possibility of anything happening between him and her.
About half an hour later, the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect had arrived. Master Duan, we plan to depart now. Is there anything else you need to do in Alchemy City? If there is, we can accompany you. Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian.
Nothing.
Duan Lingtian shook his head.
We're just waiting to depart.
In that case, let's leave Alchemy City and the Barren Land and return to the Wasteland. As soon as Jian Qiu Luo gave the order, the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and Duan Lingtian left Alchemy City and made their way to the Wasteland. On the way out of Alchemy City, due to Duan Lingtian's presence, the group had attracted many people's attention. However, although Duan Lingtian's presence was eye-catching and the items in his possession were coveted, nobody dared to covet the items in Duan Lingtian's possession. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was accompanied by the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Even if there were no people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, the Tai Celestial Sect's background was enough to deter them from taking action. Moreover, Duan Lingtian might have the backing of a powerful clan in the central area. That was truly terrifying. Young sect leader, Duan Lingtian and his woman have left with the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. After Duan Lingtian and his group left, an old man reported to a young man in a room of an inn in Alchemy City. The young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The person who reported to him was none other than Elder Tan. Got it.
Hearing the old man's report, Bai Yuxian nodded his head without any expression on his face. A few days ago, when Bai Yuxian learned that Duan Lingtian might be from a powerful clan in the central area, he no longer dared to have any ideas about Duan Lingtian or Huan Er. Although he could not extricate himself from Huan Er's perfection, he could not extricate himself from it. However, compared to a woman that he could not extricate himself from, his own life was undoubtedly more important.
Which was more important? He had his own considerations.
At the very least, before he could confirm that the Duan Lingtian did not come from one of the major clans in the central area, he would not dare to do anything to her.
How many people from the other top sects in the 6 southeastern regions have not left?
Bai Yuxian looked at the old man and asked.
After the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect left, there are still people from 7 sects, including the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The old man said.
Yes.
Bai Yuxian nodded and waved his hand. Continue to monitor the movements of the people from the other 6 sections. Once they've left, I'll meet up with my father and the others. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, did not expect his son to still be alive. In fact, he even wanted to return to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect as soon as possible. If he continued to stay here, he would be reminded of his only son, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, who had been killed by Hishan. It seems like Master He and the others want to stay in Alchemy City for a while longer. However, I haven't seen them make any moves in the past few days. What are they doing? Bai Wuji was puzzled by this. Bai Wuji did not expect this at all. Currently, everyone in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sects group in Alchemy City was aware that Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was still alive. Moreover, they were in no hurry to leave Alchemy City because they wanted to cooperate with the young sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect. In the past, He Pei Yuan, a supreme celestial alchemist who was only an honorable celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, would not play along with others. However, during the alchemy conference, He Pei Yuan felt he was a burden to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Moreover, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, had insisted on not giving him the king-grade celestial weapon. Apart from feeling guilty, he felt a sense of belonging to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. For this reason, when he learned Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was still alive, and Bai Yuxian had asked him to help Bai Wuji, he did not hesitate to agree. Duan Lingtian and the others were brought to Alchemy City by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. Moreover, Hishan was an 8-trigram celestial duke. For this reason, although they were not slow in returning, Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, was only a 7-star celestial duke. Therefore, it took them longer to return to Alchemy City. Master Duan, do you really plan to return to the central area in the near future? Jian Qiu Luo asked Duan Ling Tian when they were about to arrive at the wasteland. Previously, she had hoped Duan Ling Tian would leave the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, the wasteland, and the 6 southeastern regions as soon as possible. However now, she hoped Duan Ling Tian would stay for the time being.
At the very least, he would be able to return her favor.
After all, she had done Duan Ling Tian a favor by bringing Duan Ling Tian and the others back to the wasteland. She hoped to get this favor back from Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian left. Naturally, she had yet to figure out how to get this favor back. For this reason, she hoped Duan Ling Tian would stay in the wasteland for a while longer so she could figure out how to get the favor back from Duan Ling Tian.
I don't think so.
Upon hearing Jian Qiu Luo's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Previously, he had indeed planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference ended.
However, he had to bring Murong Bing with him. Now that Murong Bing was unwilling to leave with him, he was in no hurry to leave. He had already made up his mind.
After he returned to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect in the wasteland, he would first comprehend and master the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Then, he would raise his cultivation base slightly before he considered heading to the central area. Moreover, I'll stay in the Tai Yi Celestial Sect for a while and wait for Brother Pei. Who knows, Brother Pei might show up during this time. Duan Ling Tian did not forget the mysterious Brother Pei whom he had met in the wasteland. Currently, Brother Pei still had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in his possession. The borderlands are not bad. Master Duan, you might not have the chance to come back in the future. Therefore, it's better for you to stay as long as possible. Jian Qiu Luo sighed in relief when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, she smiled and said, apart from that, the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect hopes that you'll come visit us in the future. At the very least, you should come to the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect before you leave the wasteland. I'm sure you won't think our sect is too small for a great bodhisattva like you, right? When she reached the end of her sentence, she deliberately teased Duan Ling Tian. You must be joking, sect leader Jian. Since you've said so, I'll definitely visit you in the future. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. The wasteland is just up ahead. At this moment, an old woman from the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect said in a hoarse voice. She was an old woman from the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect. The old woman was a senior elder in the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect. Although her cultivation base was not as high as Jian Qiu Luo's, Jian Qiu Luo was still very respectful to her. Master Duan, it's the sect leader and elder Tai. Situ Ming's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears as soon as the elder from the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian looked ahead when he heard Situ Ming's voice. He saw 2 figures standing side by side at the junction of the wasteland and the barren region. Moreover, he was very familiar with the 2 figures. Sect leader. Elder Tai. The 2 figures were familiar to Duan Ling Tian. They were none other than Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma and the current supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. When Duan Ling Tian and the others saw Bai Ping and Tai Tai He noticed them as well. It did not take long before they met up with Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Sect leader Jian, thank you for escorting Master Duan and the others back. The Tai Yi Celestial Sect will remember this favor. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He looked at Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect, and said gratefully after they met up with Duan Ling Tian and the others. Sect leader Bai, there's no need for the Tai Yi Celestial Sect to owe me a favor. After all, I'm only doing this for Master Duan. Bai Ping's expression changed when he heard Jian Qiu Luo's words. At this moment, Jian Qiu Luo's attitude toward Bai Ping was no longer as warm as before. This was, naturally, because He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, had died. He Shan's death meant that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect was on the decline. In the future, among the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, only the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had 8 trigram celestial dukes. Although Jian Qiu Luo's attitude toward Bai Ping was not as cold as before, One could tell she was no longer as warm as before. Master Duan, since sect leader Bai is here to pick you up, we'll part ways here. Remember your promise to visit the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. After that, Jianqiu Luo turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and bade him farewell before she left with the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Zhou Shuqiu followed behind Jianqiu Luo. When she left, she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. The tea cools down when people are gone. Now that the old ancestor is gone, my status in the Tai Yi Celestial Sect is no longer the same as before. Chapter 2888. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, were waiting here because Situ Ming had sent a communication celestial talisman to Bai Ping. In the communication celestial talisman, Situ Ming had said that he Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, had died during the alchemy conference. For this reason, when Bai Ping received the communication celestial talisman, he immediately brought Tai Tai He and waited for Duan Ling Tian and the others to return. After receiving the communication celestial talisman, Bai Ping and Tai Tai, he waited at the border between the wasteland and the barren land for 3 days before Duan Ling Tian and the others returned. It's normal. After all, the old ancestor's departure means the Tai Yi Celestial Sect no longer has an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. It's not surprising that Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, would react this way, Tai Tai he said. Bai Ping nodded. Yes. Bai Ping nodded silently. He naturally understood this principle. The reason why he said those words was because he was a little angry and had to get it off his chest. Master Situ, you said in the communication celestial talisman that the old ancestor killed by Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, but you didn't mention the details. Bai Ping looked at Situ Ming and asked solemnly, why did the old ancestor kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Even if the old ancestor wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have left any evidence behind. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, was the most senior person in the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. If he wanted to kill someone, there was no way he would leave any evidence behind. According to the informant of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, the old ancestor thought the old ancestor had killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Situ Ming recounted the incident to Bai Ping. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect? Hearing Situ Ming's words, Bai Ping was stunned for a moment. Soon after he sneered, Alchemist Situ, do you think the ancestor would make such a low-level mistake? If you killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, wouldn't you use your divine consciousness to check if he's still alive? Situ Ming was silent. To be honest, he had felt that something was amiss from the very beginning. Master Duan, do you think the old ancestor killed by Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Bai Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Originally, Duan Ling Tian just stood at the side and listened to Bai Ping and Situ Ming talk. He shook his head and said, Sect leader, I don't think the old ancestor killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. When the messenger from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect arrived at the Alchemy Square, the old ancestor saw him immediately. However, the old ancestor's expression didn't change at all. It was only when the messenger said the old ancestor killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect that the old ancestor's expression changed. I don't think the old ancestor is aware that by Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was killed. In fact, it's very likely that the profound heaven celestial sect's disciple framed the old ancestor for Bai Yu Xian's death. Duan Ling Tian explained in detail what he had in mind. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, is a 9 palaces celestial duke. I'm powerless to stop him from killing the old ancestor. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Master Duan, since you think the old ancestor wasn't the one who killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect won't let this matter rest. We'll definitely find out the truth and seek justice for the old ancestor. Bai Ping's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. His tone was so cold that it felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. In an instant, The atmosphere at the scene became somewhat heavy. It was only when Bai Ping spoke again that the tension in the air was broken. Master Duan, I heard from Master Situ that you've gained quite a lot this time. However, he didn't mention anything about it in his communication celestial talisman. Bai Ping took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as a rare smile appeared on his face that was originally filled with anger. Yes, I've gained quite a lot. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he told Bai Ping about the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, the Thousand-Leaf Celestial Sect, the Blissful Sect, and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand-Leaf Celestial Sect were not too bad. When Duan Ling Tian had left the Tai-E Celestial Sect with Yishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, to attend the alchemy conference in Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Tai-E knew Duan Ling Tian would definitely win the celestial methods and divine abilities. However, to his surprise, Duan Ling Tian had won a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple-trait Duke-grade divine ability. After all, triple-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare. The Blissful Sect's Immobilization King and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Eastern Purple Chi. Their famous Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the borderlands of the 6 southeastern regions. Tai, he exclaimed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to win their celestial methods and divine abilities during the alchemy conference. Moreover, winning the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's divine ability is a form of revenge for the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Tai, he said. At this moment, even Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, was shocked. It took him a long time before he regained his senses. Even the anger in his heart from the death of the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial race was temporarily forgotten at this moment. Of course, it was only temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Sect leader, I'll keep my promise and share the celestial methods and divine abilities I won during the alchemy conference with the sect. Before I leave the Tai-E Celestial Sect, I'll fully comprehend and master the celestial methods and divine abilities and leave them to the sect. Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Bai Ping. Master Duan, why you're leaving? Bai Ping's expression changed slightly. The Tai-E Celestial Sect had just lost an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. Now, Duan Ling Tian was leaving as well? If Duan Ling Tian left, it would be one disaster after another for the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Bai Ping's good mood was instantly ruined. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Sect leader. At this moment, Situ Ming, who was standing at the side, began to explain to Bai Ping about Duan Ling Tian's other identity. The Crimson Skies Duan clan from the central area? Bai Ping was, naturally, shocked when he learned that Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area. At the same time, he also accepted the fact that Duan Ling Tian was leaving. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area, it was only a matter of time before he left. Moreover, Bai Ping knew his limits. With Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills and talent, even if he was not from a powerful clan in the central area, it was impossible for him to stay in the Tai-E Celestial Sect forever. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the others returned to the Tai-E Celestial Sect's estate under the lead of Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Meanwhile, in Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, finally appeared in front of his father, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Father. As soon as Bai Yuxian appeared, he immediately fell to his knees and pressed his forehead against the ground, not daring to get up. What's going on? In the past few months, Bai Wuji had already accepted the fact that his son was killed by Yishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. He even thought about having another son to continue his bloodline. Now, seeing that his son, Bai Yuxuan, was not only alive, but was also standing in front of him in perfect condition, he was instantly stunned, completely stunned. Master He, at the same time, Bai Wuji looked at He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who had come with his son. His expression was one of confusion. Sect leader, I only found out a few months ago that the young master is still alive. He Pei Yuan sighed and looked at Bai Yuxian,
who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Young sect master is your biological father. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. You, tell sect master everything that happened."
"Yes, master." Bai Yuxian's body trembled slightly when he heard He Pei Yuan's words.
Then, he told He Pei Yuan about how he had asked little Six to fake his death and framed He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect.
"Father, I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. I hate He Shan to the core. It just so happened that the soul aura in my soul pearl had completely dissipated during that period of time. That's why I came up with such a plan."
When Bai Yuxian reached the end of his sentence, he still did not dare to raise his head.
"Fake your death? Frame He Shan and use me to kill He Shan?" Bai Wuji's body trembled when he heard this. Bai Wuji's body trembled in anger when he heard Bai Yuxian's words. He pointed at Bai Yuxian and said, "Do you know if news of this spreads out, the Tai celestial sect will definitely make you pay with your life?" "Father, I've already thought about it. I'll say that when He Shan attacked me, he was in the same situation as little Six. He didn't kill me, and I was heavily injured but luckily survived." Bai Yuxian said, "Do you think the Tai celestial sect will believe such nonsense?"
Bai Wuji sneered.
"He Shan is an 8 trigram celestial duke. It's one thing for one to survive after killing 2 people, but you're going to tell the world that both of them survived?" Chapter 2889.
"Ridiculous,"
Bai Wuji said coldly as he glared at his son.
"Father."
Bai Yuxian mustered up his courage and looked at Bai Wuji. "Even if the Tai celestial sect doesn't believe us, they won't be able to produce any evidence. At most, the profound heaven celestial sect will compensate them. If they don't accept the compensation, we won't have to pay them anything. Don't tell me the Tai celestial sect is really bold enough to declare war on the profound heaven celestial sect? Even if the Tai celestial sect's 8 trigram celestial duke is still alive, they won't have the guts to declare war on the profound heaven celestial sect. As long as the profound heaven celestial sect doesn't make a move against the Tai celestial sect, even if the Tai celestial sect has a quasi-celestial king hiding in the 6 southeastern regions, they won't interfere. Under such circumstances, the Tai celestial sect can only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. After all, they don't have any evidence to prove that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, didn't kill me. The reason why I chose to appear only after the people from the various top sects of the 6 southeastern regions had left the desolate region's alchemy city was because I hoped that the people from the various top sects would only know that I was still alive after a period of time. At that time, the news of you killing the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect would die down a lot. Moreover, since the Tai celestial sect doesn't have any evidence, even if the Tai celestial sect seeks help from them to pressure the profound heaven celestial sect, it's unlikely they'll listen to the Tai celestial sect." Bai Yuxian said. After saying those words, it was obvious that he had considered all the consequences. "I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have planned all of this." Upon hearing Bai Yuxian's words, Bai Wuji looked at Bai Yuxian with a complicated expression on his face. His anger had turned into helplessness. Although he felt his son had made a mistake in this matter, he did not think his son had done the right thing. Moreover, his son had lied to him. However, just as He Pei Yuan had said, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. What could he do even if he was furious? Could he kill his son and make him pay for He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect? My reputation has been ruined by this unfilial son. Bai Wuji sighed in his heart. In his life, Bai Wuji had always been open and above board. Although his reputation wasn't very good, it wasn't bad either. And this time, what his son had done would definitely be linked to him. It was impossible to believe that he didn't know that his son wasn't dead. And then all will say Bai Wuji had deliberately found an excuse to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. However, since the Tai celestial sect did not have any evidence, the Tai celestial sect could not do anything to the profound heaven celestial sect even if the profound heaven celestial sect tried to twist the facts. After all, the other sects would not join forces with the Tai celestial sect to pressure the profound heaven celestial sect. After we return this time, you will go to the profound heaven cliff and face the wall for 10 years. Bai Wuji looked at Bai Yuxuan and said in a deep voice, 10 years. Hearing Bai Wuji's words, Bai Yuxuan smiled bitterly. Father, isn't 10 years too long? If it was only 3 to 5 years, he could just cultivate for a while and it would be over in no time. However, 10 years was undoubtedly a little boring for him. If you say another word, you'll go to the profound heaven cliff and face the wall for 20 years. Bai Wuji said coldly. Bai Yuxuan immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Forget it. At most, I'll cultivate in the profound heaven cliff for a while longer. It's a pity I can't send a woman up there. How miserable would it be to not have a woman for 10 years? Bai Yuxuan felt bitter, but he knew he could only accept it. Moreover, he knew his father was not an exception. This was the most his father could do for him. In the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate in the wasteland. After returning to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian focused on comprehending the Duke Grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and the divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi, that he had obtained from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. At that time he would be able to improve his strength. At the same time, he planned to leave the wasteland, the 6 southeastern regions, and the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory to the central area. There were many powerhouses in the central area, and the cultivation environment and resources were much better than those in the borderlands. Although Duan Ling Tian did not have to worry about the cultivation environment due to Huan Er's divine crystal, the cultivation resources in the borderlands were not as good as those in the central area. Most importantly, there was no need for him to worry about this. He did not feel any competition in the borderlands. Currently, he was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Although his cultivation base was ordinary, due to his skill in alchemy, he was on par with Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. In this kind of environment, no one paid any attention to the level of his cultivation, so he didn't have to worry about the pressure due to his low cultivation. After all, he had the support of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. When I leave the borderlands and head to the central area, I'll have to give myself some pressure. Only in a stressful environment will I be able to cultivate and make breakthroughs. It's not like now where I don't feel any pressure at all. It's fine for now, but once I become a Celestial Duke, it'll be almost impossible for me to raise my cultivation base in a short period of time. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about this. Currently, he was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as he had enough overarching heaven pills, coupled with his innate talent, he would be able to raise his cultivation base quickly. However, once one broke through and became a Celestial Duke, one would not be able to rely on pills like the overarching heaven pills and great overarching pills for overarching heavenly supreme celestials and great overarching golden celestials. Although there were some heavenly treasures and earthly pills that could increase the cultivation of immortal monarchs, they were all extremely rare existences. Even immortal kings might not be able to obtain them. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Apart from wanting to raise his cultivation base, he wanted to give the celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Apart from that, he also planned to wait for Brother Pei to come and take the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring that he had retrieved from the Little World. Both the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring were royal-grade celestial weapons. He did not think Brother Pei would ignore the 2 celestial weapons. However, before I leave the borderlands, I have to make a trip to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Only after I've dealt with her will I be able to leave the borderlands with peace of mind. All of a sudden, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect whom he had slept with. It doesn't matter if you leave with me or not. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Duan Ling Tian was prepared to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon for Murong Bing. Before leaving the borderlands, Duan Ling Tian planned to visit the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that granted him strength comparable to a celestial lord to threaten Murong Bing's master and her master's father, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Time continued to pass by. Duan Tian seemed to have forgotten about time as he continued to comprehend the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Unbeknownst to Duan Tian, the Blissful Sect's intelligence network had spread to the Blissful Sect. Duan Tian did not know that the Blissful Sect's intelligence network had already infiltrated the wasteland and all the places he had visited. Soon, the Blissful Sect would find out more about him. When news of Duan Tian's death spread to the Tai Celestial Sect, it caused a commotion in the sect. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, is still alive? How's that possible? Didn't the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect kill the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? How could the old ancestor be killed by the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? How's that possible? If he's still alive, wouldn't the old ancestor die in vain? The high-ranking officials of the Tai Celestial Sect were discussing this matter. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, is still alive? Moreover, the old ancestor only injured him severely instead of killing him. Just like the other person from the Tai Celestial Sect, he managed to survive? Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, thought this was ridiculous when he heard the news. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect had intentionally killed 2 people. It was already unbelievable that one of them was still alive. However, based on the news, it seemed like the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect had intended to kill 2 people, but they were lucky enough to survive. How could there be such a coincidence? How could the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect be so careless? Sect leader, this must be a scheme by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is still alive. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is just looking for an excuse to get rid of the old ancestor. After Situ Ming received the news, he immediately looked for Bai Ping and said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. Ancestor, he died such an unjust death. What? Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, is still alive? Duan Tian had just stepped out of his room to take a breather when he heard the shocking news. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is really ruthless. Duan Tian's eyes were burning with rage. It was like a prairie fire that could burn everything in its path. And to remember the mobile version of the website. And previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2890. Duan Tian thought he Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, had killed Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, after learning that Bai Yu Xuan was still alive, his first thought was, all of this was done by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, faked his death. Then Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, made use of this matter to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. He Shan was deliberately killed by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After learning all this, Duan Tian's anger flared up spontaneously, and he could not help but stand up for He Shan, sect leader. When Duan Tian saw Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, his eyes were bloodshot. Celestial origin energy surged out of Bai Ping's body as though it was on the verge of exploding. Duan Tian was called over by Situ Ming to persuade Bai Ping. When Bai Ping learned that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, was plotted against by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he was so enraged that he wanted to charge into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and demand an explanation. It was Tai Taiha, Situ Ming, and the others who stabilized him. Master Duan. Upon seeing Duan Tian, the anger on Bai Ping's face dissipated. At the same time, he withdrew the celestial origin energy in his body. I know what happened. Duan Tian said. The old ancestor was deliberately killed by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Sect leader, why would the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect want to kill the old ancestor? Is there any conflict between you and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? Duan Tian could not help but ask when he reached the end of his sentence. In Duan Tian's opinion, since the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had plotted to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect,
It must be because there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. Otherwise, there was no need for the profound heaven celestial sect to go to such lengths to kill He Shan.
No.
Bai Ping shook his head.
The old ancestor has no ties with the profound heaven celestial sect. He has never had any conflicts with anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect. Master Duan, I've asked the sect master about this.
Situ Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, the only time the old ancestor had a conflict with the profound heaven celestial sect was when we went to the alchemy conference in Alchemy City in the Barren Land.
Didn't we have a conflict with Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? According to the sect leader, the old ancestor has never had any conflict with anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect.
Situ Ming said, Master Situ, you're saying the people from the profound heaven celestial sect wanted to kill the old ancestor because of that incident?
They even went to great lengths to murder the old ancestor? Hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. If that was the case, then he was also responsible for this matter.
After all, He Shan was not the only one who had a conflict with the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect.
However, as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, would the profound heaven celestial sect really kill the old ancestor over a minor conflict?
After all, the old ancestor had shown mercy and didn't kill anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect.
When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned gloomy. If He Shan had killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Yu Xian, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, would have died as well. Master Duan, do you remember how sect leader Bai Wu Ji reacted when he found out his son was killed? Situ Ming asked again. Duan Ling Tian began to recall the events that had transpired. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, didn't seem like he was acting. His anger, pain, and hysteria came from the bottom of his heart. I, Situ Ming, have lived for half of my life, so I can tell. So, can we assume that Bai Wuji didn't know that his son was still alive? Situ Ming continued to speak. Master Situ, you're saying Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is the culprit? Duan Ling Tian was not stupid.
It was not difficult for him to figure this out when he heard Situ Ming's words.
Yes. Situ Ming nodded.
His eyes turned cold as he said, Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, has a good reputation in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. It's almost impossible for him to kill the old ancestor over such a trivial matter. However, it's entirely possible for Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, to do such a thing.
Situ Ming paused for a moment before he continued to say, do you remember when Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, took out his son Bai Yu Xian's soul pearl? The soul pearl did not shatter, but the soul energy in it was depleted. Every once in a while, the soul energy in the soul orb will deplete and need to be replenished. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, must have known when the soul energy in his soul pearl would deplete. He could have used that opportunity to infuriate his father so his father would kill the old ancestor to avenge him. Situ Ming spoke confidently as though he had personally witnessed Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, trying to kill the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yu Xian's figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. His eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, since Bai Yu Xian isn't dead, shouldn't the profound heaven celestial sect kill him to avenge the old ancestor? After all, the patriarch died because of him. Now he's not dead, but the patriarch is dead. Situ Ming smiled bitterly.
Master Duan.
Situ Ming smiled bitterly. Do you know why the sect leader is so angry? It's not only because Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is still alive, but it's also because of the news from the profound heaven celestial sect. According to the news from the profound heaven celestial sect, the old ancestor did try to kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, he failed and injured the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Situ Ming said. Ridiculous. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's first thought was that the profound heaven celestial sect was shameless. How could they say such things? The old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect was an 8-trigram celestial duke. How could he fail to kill 2 people who could be easily killed? This was ridiculous. Indeed, it's absurd.
However, unless the Tai-E celestial sect can provide evidence that the old ancestor didn't attack Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, the profound heaven celestial sect, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect, they can just deny it.
Situ Ming said. Even the sects in the 6 southeastern regions won't believe their words, right? Duan Lingtian said.
They won't believe it.
Situ Ming nodded.
However, since the Tai-E celestial sect can't provide any evidence, they won't agree even if we join forces with them to attack the profound heaven celestial sect.
Moreover, it's been some time since the alchemy conference ended. Most of the people from the various sects have returned to their sections. Under such circumstances, if we can't provide evidence that the old ancestor didn't kill Bai Yuxian, they won't help us. Situ Ming's tone was filled with helplessness when he spoke. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Situ Ming's words. Although Duan Lingtian had witnessed the old ancestor's death during the alchemy conference, he had only felt indignant for the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, now that he learned the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect had been killed due to their conflict with Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, Situ Ming's feelings were completely different now. Apart from feeling indignant for the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, he felt guilty. After all, he was also involved in the conflict with Bai Yuxian. In fact, the reason they had a conflict with Bai Yuxian was because of Huan Er. Naturally, he did not blame Huan Er. After all, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was the one who started the conflict. Bai Yuxian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly since he came to the Devata realm. Then, doesn't this mean the old ancestor died in vain? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. Theoretically, yes. After all, we don't have any evidence to prove the old ancestor didn't kill Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Unless Bai Yuxian himself says the old ancestor didn't kill him or the profound heaven celestial sect's disciple betrays him, there's no way the old ancestor's death will come to an end. Situ Ming sighed. In the end, the profound heaven celestial sect will only put on an act and compensate the Tai-E celestial sect. Compensate? Who cares? Bai Ping sneered. The profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Yuxian. Flames of fury gradually burned in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Moreover, once it burned, it seemed as though it was difficult to extinguish. Bai Yuxian must die. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life for the old ancestor's death. After all, the conflict between the old ancestor and Bai Yuxian was because of me and Huan Er. At this moment, Duan Lingtian swore inwardly. He swore he would kill Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect. After bidding farewell to Bai Ping and Situ Ming, Duan Lingtian began to study the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he obtained from the blissful sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. He was eager to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to protect himself and the people around him. Only then would he be able to avenge those who had died because of him. Duan Lingtian took full responsibility for the old ancestor's death. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of the literature library. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2891. For this reason, Bai Ping was certain Li Di was from the Li clan. Ji Fan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect, were at odds with Duan Lingtian. Coupled with Lian's stubborn personality, if Master Duan of the Tai-E celestial sect did not have the backing of the Crimson Firmament's Duan clan, he would have killed Master Duan of the Tai-E celestial sect long ago. Why are they here? Meanwhile, the expressions of the 3 celestial alchemists from the Tai-E celestial sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, changed drastically when they heard Lian's voice. Just like the people from the Tai-E celestial sect,
They were certain the people from the blissful sect had come with ill intentions.
Lian? Ji-fan?
Duan Ling Tian, who had just mastered the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi, that he had won from the profound Heaven Celestial sect, was deeply immersed in comprehending the immobilization celestial method, the celestial method, that he had won from the blissful sect.
Why are they here? Duan Ling Tian was curious about this. At the same time, he also faintly realized that this was not the case. He was certain Lian and Ji-fan had come with ill intentions.
They lost the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, to me in the presence of the alliance of celestial masters and the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Unless the blissful sect is completely shameless, they won't come here to ask for it back.
If that's the case, why did they come here?
No matter how hard Duan Ling Tian thought about it, he could not figure out why the old ancestor of the blissful sect and Ji-fan had come. Since Duan Ling Tian was not worried Lian would attack the Tai Yi celestial sect, he no longer paid attention to Lian and continued to comprehend the immobilization celestial method, that he had won from the blissful sect.
Duan Ling Tian was certain Lian and Ji-fan were not here.
He was certain Lian was not here for him. After all, the identity of the Crimson Skies Duan clan that he'd created during the Grand Alchemy meeting was sufficient to make Lian hesitate and even avoid him.
Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed.
A layer of golden light was faintly discernible on the surface of his body. If one took a closer look, they would find that this layer of faintly discernible golden light formed a translucent golden Buddha. The golden Buddha completely enveloped Duan Ling Tian, as if it was protecting Duan Ling Tian inside.
It was an airtight protective shield.
When Duan Ling Tian was comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, he had unknowingly cast this Duke-grade celestial method that he had yet to master. 5 figures stood in the main hall of the Tai Yi celestial sect whereby Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, received guests. Among the 5 figures, 3 were standing on one side while 2 were standing on the other. The 3 figures were by Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma and the current supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. The 2 figures standing opposite them were none other than the 2 uninvited guests the Tai Yi celestial sect was receiving today. They were Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Ji-fan, the arhat of the blissful sect.
Senior Lian, may I know the purpose of your visit to the Tai Yi celestial sect?
Due to Lian's status and strength, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, did not dare to act impudently in front of Lian Ware's Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. However, in the face of the respectful Bai Ping, Lian did not even look at him.
Instead, he asked impatiently,
"Master Duan?"
Bai Ping was taken aback.
"Senior Lian, why you're here for Master Duan?"
Master Duan? Situ Ming and Tai Tai He exchanged a look as well. They did not expect Lian, who seemed unfriendly, to be here for Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Upon hearing this, they calmed down. In their opinion, Lian was not to be trifled with. Since Master Duan of the Tai Yi celestial sect was from a major clan in the central area, Lian would not dare to act recklessly.
Perhaps Lian had come here because he had a favor to ask of Master Duan.
After all, Duan Ling Tian was not only the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, but he was also widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Since the alchemy conference, Sun Chao, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, had publicly stated that his alchemy skills were inferior to Duan Ling Tian's. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had displayed his outstanding alchemy skills during the alchemy conference. After the alchemy conference, Duan Ling Tian was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. In recent years, there were also people who came to seek help from Duan Ling Tian.
However, their statuses were not as prominent as Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect.
Senior Lian, why you're here to seek help from Master Duan? When Bai Ping heard that Lian was looking for Duan Ling Tian, he was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Seek help from him? Lian was taken aback when he heard Bai Ping's words. At this moment, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, scoffed. We're not here to refine pills for Duan Ling Tian. You can ask him to come out and meet my grandmaster or bring us to him. Bai Ping frowned when he heard Ji Fan's words. If he was not afraid of Lian, he would have reprimanded Ji Fan. Although the Arhat of the blissful sect was the successor of the sect leader of the blissful sect, he was not qualified to speak to Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, was on par with the current sect leader of the blissful sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Bring us to him. At this moment, Lian finally regained his senses. He glanced at Bai Ping indifferently. Senior Lian, why are you looking for Master Duan? Bai Ping asked in a deep voice.
Based on Ji Fan's words, Duan Ling Tian was certain the old ancestor of the blissful sect did not have anything good to say to Master Duan.
However, when he thought about Duan Ling Tian's background, he felt more at ease. I don't want to repeat myself. However, not only did Lian not reply to Bai Ping's question, he spoke such a sentence instead. Moreover, the tone he spoke these words with was extremely icy cold, and it gave others the feeling that winter had arrived, as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Senior Lian, please follow me. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw Lian's anger. He did not dare to ask any further questions. After greeting Lian, Bai Ping obediently led the way in the front. At this moment, Bai Ping still felt that Lian was not a threat at all. With Duan Ling Tian's background, there was no need for him to be afraid of Lian. Moreover, Lian would not dare to act rashly. Lian's expression eased a little when he saw Bai Ping's cooperation. Then, he and Ji Fan followed Bai Ping. Situ Ming and Tai Tai, he exchanged a look before they followed the three of them. Master Situ, it seems like Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has ill intentions. Tai Tai, he sent a voice transmission to Situ Ming. That seems to be the case. However, even if he has ill intentions, would he really dare to make a move on Master Duan? Don't forget that Master Duan is from the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. Situ Ming replied through voice transmission. He was filled with confidence in Duan Ling Tian. That's true. Tai Tai, he nodded. He had long known that Duan Ling Tian was a member of a powerful clan in the central area. Due to this reason, he was relieved when he heard Situ Ming's words. At this moment, Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai, he were confident in Duan Ling Tian. After all, they did not think Duan Ling Tian would lie to them. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Ling Tian's identity as the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area was merely fabricated by Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, Senior Lian from the blissful sect is here to see you. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, took a deep breath before he called out to Duan Ling Tian after bringing Lian and Ji Fan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. His voice that contained his celestial origin energy easily penetrated the formation barrier in Duan Ling Tian's room and entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. HM? Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, is here to see me? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Bai Ping's voice. Then, he rose to his feet and walked out of his room and out of the courtyard. Since Duan Ling Tian had been comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities, he and Huan were not in the same room. Brother Ling Tian? As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the courtyard, the door to Huan Er's room opened. Huan walked out of her room and followed Duan Ling Tian out of the courtyard. Huan stood next to Duan Ling Tian and held his arm. What a perfect couple! Although this was not the first time Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai he saw Huan and Duan Ling Tian acting so intimately, they could not help but think to themselves. They felt Duan Ling Tian and Huan were a perfect match. They were like a pair of celestial couple, a pair of celestial couple. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to still be in the Tai Yi celestial sect. Ji Fan sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian. I bet you didn't expect me and Grandmaster to come looking for you, right? You probably didn't expect us to come looking for you, right? When Ji Fan reached the end of his sentence, the sneer on his face became even more pronounced. His eyes even emitted waves of chilliness. However, Duanling Tian did not even look at Ji Fan when he sneered at him.
As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he turned to look at Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect.
You're looking for me? Duanling Tian glanced at Lian indifferently. Remember the mobile version of the website. And previous chapter list of chapters next chapter. Chapter 2892. You're looking for me? Duanling Tian asked indifferently.
Lian, how dare you?
Ji Fan shouted as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking.
His gaze was as cold as a sword as he looked at Duanling Tian.
How dare you address my grandmaster by his name? Do you really think you're from a powerful clan in the central area? Ridiculous! Ji Fan's tone was filled with mockery and disdain as he spoke. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai he were stunned when they heard Ji Fan's words. What did the Arhat of the blissful sect mean? What did he mean by saying Duanling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area? Was it possible that Duanling Tian was not from a powerful clan in the central area? What do you mean by that? Duanling Tian asked with a frown on his face when he heard Ji Fan's words. However, Duanling Tian could already guess what was going on. It seems like the people from the blissful sect have investigated me thoroughly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act like this in front of me. They must have confirmed that I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area. Duanling Tian thought to himself. What do you mean? The sneer on Ji Fan's face deepened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian, the blissful sect's intelligence network hasn't been idle for the past few years. We've infiltrated the wasteland and investigated your background. You are not someone from a big family in the central area. You're just an ascender who ascended from the mundane realm. As Ji Fan spoke, he emphasized each word as if he was announcing something. Towards the end, the disdain and ridicule in his eyes grew even more intense. In fact, it had even reached a point of no return. What? Master Duan is an ascender? Upon hearing Ji Fan's words by Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai he could not help but burst into laughter. At the same time, they looked at Ji Fan as if they were looking at an idiot. Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect was not even 100 years old. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Moreover, Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. His alchemy skills were well known in the 6 southeastern regions. He was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Moreover, Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Less than 100 years old. The #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could such an existence be an ascender? Arhat, we might have believed you if you said that Master Duan is the direct disciple of the Southern Heaven Territory's title deity emperor, the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor. However, you said that Master Duan is an ascender. Do you think we're stupid? Situ Ming sneered as he looked at Ji Fan. That's right. Tai Tai he chimed in. A prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old? Moreover, he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Let alone the spirit overarching heaven. Even if you can find someone like him in the other 80 Devata realms, I'd still be willing to chop my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Tai Tai he's tone was filled with disbelief. He did not believe Ji Fan's words at all. Ridiculous. Although Bai Ping was a man of few words, it was clear that he shared Situ Ming's and Tai Tai he's views on this matter. You don't believe me? Ji Fan felt wronged when he saw Bai Ping and the others looking at him as though he was an idiot. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. Duanling Tian laughed. Fan, what's the point of arguing with them? If it wasn't for the blissful sect's investigation, we wouldn't have believed Duanling Tian had just ascended not long ago. Lian looked at Duanling Tian calmly as he spoke to Ji Fan. There's no need for you to argue with them. Don't forget that we're here for Duanling Tian. There's no need for us to care about the others. Towards the end, Lian's tone was filled with indifference towards Bai Ping and the other two. Bai Ping and the others' expressions turned unsightly when they heard Li Yan's words. However, although Li Yan's words were serious, it was not enough for the three of them to believe Ji Fan's words. After all, they did not think Duan Lingtian had just ascended. Duan Lingtian. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "I'm here on behalf of the blissful sect. We've investigated your background. We'll give you two options." Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Lian continued to say, "You'll join the blissful sect. The first option is for you to join the blissful sect and become a revered elder. The blissful sect won't mistreat you. The second option is for you to die." Killing intent flashed in Li Yan's eyes when he spoke of the second option. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the killing intent in the eyes of a 9 Palaces celestial duke. For a moment, he felt as though he was on the brink of death. Duan Lingtian felt uneasy when he saw Li Yan's expression. "Even if I'm an ascendant, can't I be from a powerful clan in the central area?"
Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression as he looked at Li Yan and said indifferently.
Ji Fan could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Duan Lingtian, things have already escalated to this point, and yet, you're still thinking of pretending to be a member of a great clan in the central area? It seems like you aren't willing to give up. Since that's the case, I'll tell you something else.
The blissful sect has conducted a thorough investigation of those who have been to the central region, and we've gained a certain level of understanding of the major clans in the central region.
However, the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament isn't in the central area," Ji Fan said. "It seems like the blissful sect has put in a lot of effort."
However, do you think the blissful sect would be able to find out that the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament is a hidden clan in the central area?
Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Before Ji Fan could refute his words, Duan Lingtian looked at Li Yan and said with a faint smile on his face, "If I'm not mistaken, even if I choose the first option given to me by the blissful sect, I'm afraid the blissful sect won't spare my life after I've served the sect for a few years, right? There's no need to deny it. Don't tell me the blissful sect would spare someone who could threaten the blissful sect in the future?" A hint of wisdom flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. "You're very smart." Li Yan's expression changed again when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "You could have lived for a few more years," Lian said coldly. "Unfortunately, you're too smart. You'll die today." As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent flashed from Li Yan's body. His celestial origin energy surged like a torrential river around him, emitting waves of terrifying aura. As soon as the aura of a 9 Palaces celestial duke appeared, Duan Lingtian and Huan shuddered involuntarily. Situ Ming's expression changed drastically as well. Even Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, 2 7-star celestial dukes, paled slightly when they felt the pressure from Li Yan's celestial origin energy. Lian was not an ordinary 9 Palaces celestial duke. In the 6 southeastern regions, he was known to be invincible among those who were not 10 Directions celestial dukes. His aura was not something ordinary 9 Palaces celestial dukes could compare to. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He exchanged a look before they moved to stand in front of Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, Elder Tai. Duan Lingtian did not expect Bai Ping and Tai Tai He would stand in front of him to protect him even though he was no match for Lian. A warm feeling rose in his heart when he saw this. Sect leader, Elder Tai. This is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you, Duan Lingtian said to Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. He knew they would not be able to stop Lian, the strongest 9 Palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Master Duan, Bai Ping said in a deep voice, "I don't care if you're a transcender or a member of a powerful clan in the central area. All I know is that you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect. Therefore, no matter who it is, they'll have to go through me if they want to kill you." Bai Ping's tone was firm and unshakable. Although Tai Tai He didn't say anything, his tall body stood motionlessly beside Bai Ping. This clearly showed his attitude. "Humph!" Lian scoffed. "Do you think 2 puny 7-star celestial dukes like you can stop me from killing Duan Lingtian?" As soon as Lian finished speaking, he moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Therefore, No matter who it is, they'll have to go through me first if they want to kill you. Bai Ping's tone was firm and unshakable. Although he didn't say anything, his tall figure stood motionlessly beside Bai Ping, which clearly showed his attitude. Humph! Lian snorted. Do you think two puny 7-star celestial dukes like you can stop me from killing Duan Tian? As soon as Lian finished speaking, he moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Bai Ping and He. Remember the URL of the mobile version. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2893. Duan Tian's left arm hung limply by his side as Huan hugged it. His right hand was behind his back at an unknown time, and a hairpin appeared in his hand out of thin air. The hairpin shone with a mysterious light. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. More importantly, there was a 3-petaled flower at the end of the hairpin. There was a layer of blood-red light surrounding the flower, and the color of the flower was blood red. It was as though it was dyed red by blood. I want to know, is it your idea to kill me, or is it the idea of the entire blissful sect? When Duan Tian asked Lian, one of the petals of the flower on the hairpin in his right hand began to move rhythmically before it turned into liquid. As soon as the liquid flowed, the petal seemed to wither. In the next moment, the liquid formed by the flower petal flowed along the ancient patterns on the hairpin like a stream, making the ancient patterns look like intricate little streams. That withered petal was completely blood red. Due to this reason, the liquid it had transformed into was also blood red. After flowing through the hairpin, it entered Duan Tian's right hand and entered his body. From the outside, it looked as though it had completely disappeared. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. In the face of Duan Tian's question, Lian smirked coldly. With a wave of his hand, a crescent-shaped streak of light appeared in the air and shot toward Duan Tian at high speed. His speed was similar to when he attacked Bai Ping and He, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect. Even Situ Ming and Situ Ming could not see through him. Similarly, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, could not see through Lian's speed. After all, Lian's speed was too fast. Master Duan! Master Duan! While Lian was attacking Duan Tian, Bai Ping and He, who were sent flying by Lian, cried out anxiously. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw Lian attacking Duan Tian. At the same time, they tried to help Duan Tian despite their injuries. However, when they stood up again, the crescent-shaped streak of light that was filled with killing intent had already crossed half the distance and arrived near Duan Tian. Bas! The crescent-shaped ray of light shot toward Duan Tian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. At this critical moment, Immobilization King. Just as the crescent-shaped ray of light was about to hit Duan Tian, a golden shield rose from Duan Tian's body at lightning speed. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the silhouette of a golden Buddha. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared and shielded Duan Tian. Earlier, Lian had attacked Bai Ping and He so quickly that Duan Tian could not even catch a glimpse of his movements. This time, not only did Duan Tian see Lian's movements clearly, but he also saw how slow Lian's thunderous attack was. It was so slow that it was pitifully slow. The reason why he only reacted when Lian's attack was so close to him was because he was stunned by the celestial origin energy that filled his body. He was also shocked by the strength of his soul force. Now, he didn't even need to deliberately extend his divine consciousness to investigate his surroundings. He just needed to use his soul energy to sense everything around him. Apart from him, there were 6 other people present. The one closest to him was Huan Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, He, the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect, and Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect. Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Tian felt as though he was in complete control of his surroundings. He felt as though he only needed a thought to release his celestial origin energy to destroy everything in his surroundings. So this is the strength of a celestial lord's soul and celestial origin energy? Duan Tian was shocked. At this moment, he could clearly sense the transformation of the celestial origin energy in his body. It was an indescribable transformation.
Compared to before, it was simply like the difference between the clouds and mud, the difference between the heavens and the earth.
It was not only his celestial origin energy that had transformed, but his soul force had also undergone a transformation.
This transformation was due to one of the petals of the flower at the end of the hairpin that had turned into a blood-red liquid and merged with his body.
The amount of blood-red liquid that the flower petal had turned into was not much. In fact, it was not even as much as a sip of water that Duan Ling Tian usually drank. However, after the blood-red liquid merged with Duan Ling Tian's body, it caused his celestial origin energy to surge and undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Not only did the blood-red liquid transform Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy, but it had also transformed Duan Ling Tian's soul. After the transformation, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was in complete control of his surroundings. At this moment, he felt as though he was the ruler of heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian, who was still immersed in the transformation of his body, quickly regained his senses when Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, attacked him. He instinctively cast the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, that he had not fully comprehended. The immobilization king method was the Duke-grade celestial method that Duan Ling Tian had won from the blissful sect during the alchemy conference. Once he cast it, the silhouette of a golden Buddha would appear around him. Impossible! In the distance, Li En, who had been waiting to see Duan Ling Tian being killed by Duan Ling Tian, widened his eyes in shock. This, on the other hand, by Ping and Tai Tai He, who were trying their best to stand up and rescue Duan Ling Tian, stared at the scene in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, it was as if they had seen something inconceivable. Clang! At this moment, a soft sound reverberated in the air. It was Li An's attack. When it collided with the golden Buddha silhouette that was propped up by Duan Ling Tian's body, it merely left a soft sound and did not cause any damage to the wall at all. Brother Ling Tian. Huan who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, was horrified when she heard Bai Ping and Tai Tai He's words. Her eyes turned cold as well. HM? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the changes in Huan energy. He could even tell Huan was casting a secret technique that had great side effects. However, this was only the beginning stages. Is this the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's technique? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. It was not difficult for him to guess this was the case. Huan Duan Ling Tian quickly stopped Huan and said, "Don't forget that Brother Ling Tian still has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Brother Ling Tian has already used one of the petals on the royal-grade celestial weapon." Huan had long forgotten about the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that Duan Ling Tian had obtained. She only had one thought in her mind. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she could not let anything happen to Brother Ling Tian. She only regained her senses when Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission entered her ears. At the same time, she stopped casting the secret technique. However, she still suffered quite a serious internal injury when she suddenly stopped casting the secret technique. Barf!
Huan coughed up a mouthful of blood.
This caught everyone by surprise. No one had expected Huan to cough up blood so suddenly. Moreover, her face was pale, and her aura was weak. Huan Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw Huan vomiting blood. A distressed expression appeared on his face as he said, "What kind of secret technique did you use? You didn't even have the chance to cast the secret technique before it was interrupted. Moreover, it put a huge burden on your body." Duan Ling Tian had thought Huan would be fine as long as she stopped casting the secret technique in time. Alas, he was still too naive. The side effects of Huan secret technique were far greater than he had expected. Although she had only stopped casting the secret technique in the beginning, she still suffered severe internal injuries. "Brother Ling Tian, I'm fine." Huan forced a smile and shook her head when she saw the concern on Duan Ling Tian's face and the heartache in his eyes. However, as soon as she smiled, she could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Huan face turned even paler. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian pulled his left hand out of Huan embrace and placed it on Huan back. A gentle yet majestic energy surged into Huan body, suppressing the chaotic celestial origin energy in her body. Then, the chaotic celestial origin energy in Huan Er's body calmed down. With this, Huan Er's injuries were finally healed. Brother Ling Tian. Is this the power of the royal-grade celestial weapon? At this moment, even Huan Er was shocked by the energy that surged into her body. As soon as the energy surged into her body, it easily suppressed the celestial origin energy in her body that had been agitated due to the interruption of the secret technique. In just a short time, the celestial origin energy in her body calmed down. After Duan Ling Tian helped Huan Er adjust her celestial origin energy, Huan Er's tensed body finally relaxed. Huan Er's body went limp as though she was about to collapse. At this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian reached out with his left hand and hugged Huan Er tightly. Huan Er's body rested on his chest as she hugged Duan Ling Tian's waist tightly. Huan Er hugged Huan Er like a bear hugging a tree. So, you're the one who did this. At this moment, Lian looked at Huan Er and sneered coldly. NT. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2894. Initially, Lian was baffled by how Duan Ling Tian managed to block his attack.
At this moment, when he saw the woman next to Duan Ling Tian spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, her face was pale, and her aura was weak as though she was suffering from the side effects of using a secret technique. He instantly felt it was the doing of the woman next to Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not know how the woman managed to block Duan Ling Tian's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, he was certain it was her doing. Although I don't know how you, little girl, helped Duan Ling Tian block that attack of mine, I think you probably won't be able to help this kid after this, right?
Lian laughed coldly. With a raise of his hand, another attack flashed towards Duan Ling Tian.
Master Duan.
Upon seeing this Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who shared the same opinion as Lian that Duan Ling Tian had survived earlier, were shocked when they saw Lian attacking Duan Ling Tian again. In the next moment, they wanted to help Duan Ling Tian block Lian's attack. However, before they could make a move, Lian's figure appeared in front of them like a ghost. With a raise of his hands, 2 palms whizzed out. They were like palm leaf fans as they enveloped Bai Ping and Bai Yan. Take care of yourselves first. When Lian attacked Bai Ping and the other man, his cold laughter spread in a timely manner. Bang! Bang! However, after the 2 palms landed, 2 loud sounds were heard. The cold smile on Lian's face completely froze. This was because his attack did not land on Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures had appeared out of thin air between him and Bai Ping, and a layer of golden Buddha shadow had also appeared in front of him, forcibly blocking his 2 palms that were aimed at Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. The strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions? That's all there is to it. Duan Ling Tian, who was hugging Huan Er with one arm, looked at Lian indifferently. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face. The silhouette of the golden Buddha around him was like an impenetrable barrier that could not be breached. Duan Ling Tian easily blocked Lian's second attack. After blocking Lian's second attack, Duan Ling Tian noticed Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were in danger and acted in time to save them. How's that possible? At this moment, no matter how slow Lian's reaction was, he could tell Duan Ling Tian had relied on his own strength to block his attacks twice and save Bai Ping and Tai Tai He at the critical moment. Lian did not rely on the woman's secret technique to help him. For this reason, an expression of disbelief on his face. After all, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength had far surpassed his. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's strength was far beyond his reach. He thought to himself, even a one basic celestial king who's stronger than a celestial duke wouldn't be able to appear out of thin air in front of me without leaving a trace, right? Lian did not know how Duan Ling Tian had appeared in front of Lian and saved Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. During that time, Lian could not even catch a glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's movements. This also explained a problem. Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that even Lian could not catch a glimpse of it. Who are you? How can you be so strong? Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his face was filled with dense fear and terror. This was the first time he had seen such a strange person. Although Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, he was already an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. Based on the strength Duan Tian had displayed, it was clear Duan Tian was stronger than him. Grandmaster, I didn't expect Duan Tian to have concealed his strength. Even I can't see through his speed. Once he matures, he'll definitely become a threat to the blissful sect. There's no need for you to play along with him. Just kill him as soon as possible. A long night is fraught with problems. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, said to Lian as he stepped forward. Ji Fan had no idea what had happened earlier. Apart from that, Ji Fan did not see the fear on Lian's face.
Otherwise, he would not have dared to say such words at this moment. With his strength, he was utterly unable to clearly see Lian's movements, and was unable to clearly see what exactly Lian had done. Similarly, when Duan Tian appeared next to Bai Ping and Tai Tai Ji Fan realized he could not see through Duan Tian's speed. Even so, Ji Fan did not think it was because he could not see through Duan Tian's speed. In his opinion, Ji Fan was confident. With his grandmaster's strength, Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, could easily kill Duan Tian. In fact, when Ji Fan saw that his grandmaster had not killed Duan Tian, he thought his grandmaster was toying with Duan Tian and did not kill Duan Tian. For this reason, Ji Fan urged Lian to kill Duan Tian as soon as possible. There's no need for me to play along with him? Kill him as soon as possible? However, Lian's heart jolted when he heard Ji Fan's words. He felt a burning sensation on his face. When he looked at Duan Tian again, apart from the fear and dread in his eyes, there was also a hint of doubt. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He wondered how this young man who was not even 100 years old could be so strong. However, he was also skeptical. Could it be that the strength displayed by this young man was due to him using some kind of secret technique? Otherwise, he could not believe it. How could an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, who was not even 100 years old, possess strength that surpassed an ordinary celestial king? Let alone the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think there are any prominent celestial alchemists and celestial kings who are not even 100 years old in the other Devata realms. Even a celestial king who is not even 100 years old might not be able to do so, right? Ji Fan thought to himself. When he thought up to here, Lian was even more certain that the purple-clothed young man before him had most likely used some sort of secret technique to possess strength that surpassed an ordinary immortal king. Humph! Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Tian no longer concealed the aura of his celestial origin energy. He released a small portion of his celestial origin energy to the surface of his body, causing a terrifying aura to fill the air. This is the aura of a celestial king. Bai Ping and Tai Tai who were the closest to Duan Tian, regained their senses immediately. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief as they looked at Duan Tian's back. Earlier, when Duan Tian saved them, the speed he revealed and the ability he used to easily block Lian's attack allowed them to faintly realize that Duan Tian's strength wasn't inferior to Lian. In fact, they were certain Duan Tian was stronger than Lian. Just like Lian, they could tell Duan Tian's strength had nothing to do with Duan Tian's strength. For this reason, they were so shocked that they fell into a daze. When Duan Tian's terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it reminded them of the celestial king's aura they had once felt in the past. To be able to emit such a terrifying aura, only an immortal king expert would possess immortal elemental energy. This was what Bai Ping and Tai Tai thought to themselves. Even the celestial origin energy of a 10-direction celestial duke was not as terrifying as Duan Tian's aura. Bai Ping and Tai Tai were certain Duan Tian was a celestial king. After all, they had seen 10-direction celestial dukes before. In fact, they had even seen a 10-direction celestial duke in action. Swoosh! Lian's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Tian's celestial origin energy, and saw the killing intent in Duan Tian's eyes. He felt as though he was about to die. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Lian rose to his feet and shot out of the Tai celestial sex estate like a shooting star. Duan Tian watched as Lian left. He was in no hurry to chase after Lian Grandmaster. Ji Fan, on the other hand, was stunned when he realized that his Grandmaster had disappeared. He even felt a little guilty when he looked at Duan Tian and the others before him. Lian! At this moment,
Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air.
Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some sort of magical power.
Everyone in the Tai Yi celestial sex estate clearly heard his words. Do you think you can escape? Duan Lingtian's voice shocked everyone in the Tai Yi celestial sect.
This is Master Duan's voice?
What's going on?
Based on Master Duan's words, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, is fleeing?
I think so. I heard Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area. It's highly possible that he has a celestial king or stronger protecting him. It seems like his bodyguard has made a move. Let's go. Let's go watch the show. A commotion broke out in the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. Many people flew into the air above the Tai Yi celestial sex estate to watch the show. At this moment, boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous booms rang in the air above the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. Everyone was shocked to see the blue sky had turned purple in just a blink of an eye.
In fact, when the thunderous explosions reverberated in the surroundings of the Tai Yi celestial sex estate, the sky above them had turned purple.
Heavens! What's going on? Why did the sky change? Can someone tell me what's going on? Why did the sky change so suddenly? The Tai Yi celestial sex estate was in an uproar. Everyone was anxious and worried about the sudden change in the sky. NT. Previous chapter list next chapter. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.